penultimate weekend of our Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity loss. Thank you everybody again for being here for what is going to be another full weekend. You'll see that we have a picture up here from our field trip in June, and I want to share the very sad and unfortunate news that one of our members, Howard Woods, passed away a number of weeks ago in October. We just found out before this meeting. So I want to take a moment just to remember Howard, because he was with us in May and with us on the field trip as well, and to pass on our sincere condolences to his family. And I wouldn't mind if everyone could just stand up, and we'll just take 10 seconds just to remember and acknowledge Howard and his contribution to the work. Thank you, everyone. It's a sad way to start the weekend, but as I said, we just want to acknowledge that. We've sent our condolences to his family from the Citizens' Assembly, but just want to acknowledge that with everybody here today. So to move on, thank you, Cathal. We had a really useful, informative and varied meeting 3 weeks ago. I want to thank you all for bringing the process of deliberative democracy in Citizens' Assembly alive, because I think the discussions and the questions are absolutely integral to the process, and I'm looking forward to similar discussions and conversations this weekend. To follow up on some of the questions that were left over from last weekend, they have been responded to and they're now on the members' website, but we're also going to respond to them in the plenary session tomorrow morning. So if there's anything else that arises from that, and I've already spoken to some people over breakfast, some issues that we'd like to have another chat about, so we'll do that tomorrow with our expert advisory group in the plenary session tomorrow morning. I also want to say to you that I wasn't up until 4 o'clock last night. It just sounds like that. I have a cold that I can't shake. So I do apologise in advance for being slightly less articulate and less, well, a lot more coughing will be happening, I think, this weekend as well. But I've checked and triple checked, and it's not COVID, but I'll try not to breathe on anyone over the course of the weekend as well. You'll also see that Art is back in the chair. I'm delighted that the Aussies didn't convince him to stay. So thank you very much, Art, for being back. I want to take the opportunity as well to sincerely thank Tim Carey. Where is he? He's at the back of the room now. That's not a demotion, Tim, that you happen to be at the back, but I want to thank Tim, who's the principal officer with the Secretariat, for all his work, not only on the stage last weekend, making sure all the proceedings ran smoothly and supporting me in the role of the chair. He actually even went out and got Exputex during one of the discussions last week to make sure that I was okay to continue, but also just for all of his work from the beginning of the Assembly. And I'm really learning that with all of the Secretariat, they're kind of living and breathing this. I'm not sure any of them actually sleep. There's so much that happens in the background, as you can imagine, not only to get the speakers together here, get all their presentations, get everything here on time, make sure everything's organised for this, but also to collate everything from every single meeting. There's so much work happening on that in the background. So with that, I would like to take the opportunity before I rush it on tomorrow, which I always do. So I want to thank Tim and Cathal, Lorraine, Caroline, Denise, Connor, Lorraine, Ella, Julianne, Katie, Niall, Roisin and Caitlin for all the time, the energy, the expertise and the attention to detail that they're putting into this. So this weekend now we're starting our discussions under the theme From the Mountains to the Sea. So we're looking at freshwater, we'll be looking at marine environments. Tomorrow we'll have our urban landscapes, and I'm delighted as well that we'll be hearing from the Children and Young People's Assembly later this morning about their work, and you can see some of the work that they've been doing, which they've captured so beautifully in this colourful artwork. It's probably a bit late for us to start doing this, but we'll maybe take inspiration from the children and the young people, and I'm looking forward to what they came up with, and I'm sure there'll be synergies with what our recommendations are as well. I'm also really excited this weekend because we start doing the work properly to draft the recommendations. A quote has come to mind this morning for me that, like, laws are like sausages. You really shouldn't see how they're made. And this is kind of where we are, in that we're not making a law, but we're making a recommendation that we'll give to the Oireachtas that we hope will make it into policy and maybe even into law. So this is messy, but I'm going to show you what we've been doing in the background to make sure it's all transparent, and we're going to give that back to you this evening to get your feedback on it, because this is yours. So we've tried to take what you've said in the discussions and what you've said in the solutions and parse it into succinct statements, and we're going to give that back to you and ask you, have we captured what you've said? Is there everything in there? And we'll have time now to work and edit that. And that's what we're going to keep doing now, between now and our very last hour in the next meeting in the last weekend. So I think that's going to be really interesting and exciting. I also came across a quote on good policy making, which requires a range of evidence, including statistics, social studies, modelling, economics, and history. I think we're hopefully getting that balance right with the speakers that we've had with us so far, and we'll continue to have that today. And with that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker for today, who's Professor Mary Kelly-Quinn. She's Associate Professor in the School of Biology and Environmental Science in UCD, and her research is focused on the impacts of human activities on the water quality and the ecology of fresh water, in particular in rivers. And in 2020, she co-edited a book on Ireland's rivers. So to begin our high-level overview of water quality and biodiversity, please give a very warm Citizens' Assembly welcome to Mary Kelly-Quinn.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation, which I hope will set a context for the next two speakers. I'm going to start off by reminding us all of the importance of fresh waters. I'll have a look at what the 21st century brings to fresh waters, especially the biodiversity, give you a quick overview of Irish freshwater resources, a little glimpse at the biodiversity, and I'm going to focus then on the pressures on both water quality and associated biodiversity. So freshwater has been described as the lifeblood of human civilization, flowing in the streams, the capillaries, and the rivers, the veins of the Earth's circulatory system. And just like our own circulatory system, we need to keep it healthy if it is to provide, or if it is to function properly and provide all of the goods and services, so-called ecosystem services, that we depend on from fresh waters. So that's everything from the multiple uses of water to purification of water, regulation of temperature, right through to recreation, education, sense of place, biodiversity, appreciation. I think an important message here is that freshwaters are living systems. They are ecosystems, and it is the biodiversity and their ecosystem processes that underpin or deliver all of those benefits which we depend on. And globally, freshwaters support 1 in 10 of all known species in less than 1% of the Earth's surface. At the same time, freshwaters are among the most threatened ecosystems on Earth, losing species faster than on land or at sea, because this is happening underwater. It is out of sight, out of mind, and it has been described as an invisible tragedy. In fact, the Living Planet report highlighted an 83% decline in freshwater biodiversity for the populations that they examined, and that has occurred since the 1970s. Now, Ireland abounds in freshwater resources. We have 184,000 kilometres of river channel, but 75% of that is small streams. These are headwater streams, less than about 2 metres in width. These are the most important, in my opinion, the most important part of the river network. Not only do they capture and drain land, but they are also extremely important for biodiversity. In fact, these areas have species that are found nowhere else in the river network. But at the same time, they're also the most vulnerable part of the river system because of the high land-water contact and because of low dilution capacity. And therefore, they also influence water quality further downstream. We have 12,200 lakes, covering 2% of the land area, which is twice the European average. Most of these are actually small lakes, less than a hectare in area, and these small lakes, together with ponds, make a really significant contribution to regional biodiversity. Now, there are other aquatic habitats which we call wetlands, and these include the bogs, marshes, swamps, springs, and seepages. And these are known as the kidneys of the landscape because they make an extremely important contribution to water purification and water retention. But in the context of climate change, they're also important for carbon sequestration. Globally, and I suppose Ireland is no exception, wetlands are disappearing at rates that are 3 times faster than, say, forests. Riparian or bankside vegetation has a huge influence on the ecological health of rivers and lakes. First of all, bankside vegetation provides leaf litter that fuels the aquatic food webs. It also provides insects which form parts of the diet of fish, in particular salmon and trout. But equally, freshwaters make a contribution to riparian zones in the form of adult insects as they emerge from water, and they form an important component of the diet of bats, birds, and spiders, essential links between the two systems. Riparian vegetation, of course, can also attenuate diffuse pollution, and you're going to hear more about that in the next 2 presentations. Suffice it to say is that degraded or no natural riparian buffer vegetation in many catchments in Ireland is leaving surface waters as open receptors for diffuse pollution. So let's have a quick glimpse at what I'm talking about when I mentioned biodiversity. And there's biodiversity, aquatic biodiversity above and below water. Above water, you have those species which feed on the organisms living in surface waters, the kingfisher, the otter, and a really amazing variety of insects such as dragonflies and damselflies. Underwater, you have the fish, of course, and you'll hear more about those from Ken Whelan this afternoon. There is an amazing variety of plant life and in particular biofilm life, phytobenthos, and that's the food source of grazing species. But one of the most important groups are what we call the macroinvertebrates. These are organisms without a backbone, and they range from everything from mites to mayflies, from the beautiful to the absolutely amazing. And really, these are not just the bugs in water. These have a functional role. So they perform many essential functions in fresh water, from the processing of leaf litter and detritus. So in fact, about 80% of all the leaves that fall into rivers are consumed by these organisms. And then they're also food for fish and other invertebrates. And these processes help to maintain clean water. Most of these are actually insect larvae, so they spend 99% of their life as juveniles in water, and they emerge as adults at some period during the year. And I suppose the most important group, in my own opinion, are the mayflies, the stoneflies, and the caddisflies, because these are the indicators of good water quality. But there's also midge larvae, beetle larvae, and a whole range of very weird-looking fly larvae as well. A very special invertebrate is the pearl mussel. This is a protected species living for up to 120 years in Ireland. It depends on the highest water and habitat quality. Of the 67 populations of pearl mussel in Ireland, 66 are on the path to extinction due to human activities. So land drainage, nutrients, sediment input, and other pollutant inputs are threatening this species with extinction. The macroinvertebrates that I've just mentioned can be considered to be the canary in the river, and we can use them as indicators of water quality, and they give a good idea of the prevailing water quality. So you can see on the right-hand side of the slide here what happens when you have bad water quality. You lose a whole variety of species, in particular the mayflies, the stoneflies, and the caddisflies. Now, the Water Framework Directive, some of you might have heard about it. This is the key directive concerned with water management across Europe. The goal is good status for all waters, and the new target date is 2027. And you'll hear the term status, which is really about water quality. So we want to achieve at least good water quality, and that is determined on the basis of ecological health, water chemistry, and the condition of the physical habitat, which we call hydromorphology. Ecological health, then, is determined by what lives in the water. So the assessment is based on the invertebrates that I've just mentioned, the fish, and also aquatic vegetation. So just bear in mind the goal is good status. And it was a bit shocking to read in the recent EPA report that the evidence in that report shows that we won't meet the target of good status for all waters by 2027. So how are Ireland's rivers and lakes faring in terms of their ecological quality? Well, almost 50% of Irish freshwaters are in unsatisfactory condition. They're not meeting the WFD goals, and it also represents loss of biodiversity from those sites. Have a look at the map, and you can see all of the yellow on that map and very little blue. So a lot of moderate pollution. In effect, water quality is continuing to decline. It's going in the wrong direction. That has implications for biodiversity, as well as what we derive and depend on from water. So what is the problem? Well, first of all, we have runoff of nutrients and excess sediment and pesticides from agricultural land and farmyards. Activities such as drainage is impacting the physical habitat, poorly treated sewage, and runoff of nutrients and excess sediment from forestry operations. In effect, Ireland's freshwaters are receiving a cocktail of multiple pollutants or stressors derived from along varying pathways from multiple sources, challenging the efforts to address those problems and requiring the targeting of the right measures in the right place. And you'll hear a lot more about that in the next presentation. There are significant pressures from agriculture, followed by habitat damage, hydromorphology, forestry, and urban wastewater. Now, it's difficult and challenging to address diffuse pollution from agriculture, and it certainly does require looking at the right measures in the right places. So Donal will talk to you about that. I think it's much easier, at least the solution to the wastewater problem is more obvious. I think in the 21st century, in a developed country, it is totally unacceptable to have partially or indeed raw sewage discharged into too many rivers in this country. This is the shocking result of widespread water pollution. There has been a dramatic decline in the number of our pristine river sites, from over 500 in the 1980s to 32 today. And a few years ago, that actually had dropped down to 24. This represents a loss of biodiversity, a loss of our natural heritage, and also a loss of a pool of species that will be required to restore the ecological health of systems that are recovering from pollution, where the pollution pressure has been removed. We really don't have a handle on what species we're losing in this country. Conservation assessment or red listing has been carried out for a number of groups, and they're listed there. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but between 20 and 30% of assessed biodiversity is vulnerable or at worse conservation status. Now, if you look at the dates on those, there is only one recent assessment. All of the other assessments are 10 years or older. And I know from my own experience sampling across the country that the situation is certainly a lot worse. Particularly in areas with intensive agriculture, not only is, for example, macroinvertebrate diversity lower in areas or in regions with intensive agriculture, but the variety of species that one would expect is also significantly reduced. So, a few points to conclude. I think deteriorating water quality needs to be taken more seriously at policy level. We are at a tipping point. And if we go beyond this, it will be practically impossible to reverse the decline in water quality and biodiversity loss. So today, I really want to emphasize that urgency. And if you don't feel that urgency, then I have failed to convey the urgency to you. Because climate change is also likely to exacerbate the challenges to protect water quality and biodiversity. Biodiversity loss, water quality loss, climate change are just sides of the same coin. They're all happening together. The consequences for biodiversity loss needs to be translated to the effects on ourselves. Water quality decline and loss of biodiversity impact us. They impact the goods and services, the benefits, the essential benefits that we derive from surface waters. And we need to make that link. That link is not effectively made in policy at present. Really, there is lots of good work going on across the country, but it is not at a scale that is good enough to halt the decline in water quality and biodiversity. So, in my opinion, we need an emergency recovery plan with coordinated actions to what is said to be bend the curve of declining water quality and biodiversity. And I'm going to leave you then with one quote from the Living Planet report, which really puts the responsibility back on all of us to address these problems. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you sincerely, Professor Mary Kelly Quinn. It's a wonderful presentation. We'll have a lot to discuss on that. Thank you very much. Next, we have Donald Daly, who is a catchment scientist and hydrologist. He worked in the Environmental Protection Agency largely on the Water Framework Directive implementation until he retired. And prior to joining the EPA, he was based in the groundwater section of the Geological Survey of Ireland. And Donald's going to talk to us about freshwater catchments in Ireland and the issues and challenges. Thank you very much for being with us today, Donald.
Thank you. Good morning. Now, I've chosen just a limited number of issues to raise this morning. Okay, thank you. I'm going to focus on aquatic ecosystems that are unsatisfactory and need to be improved by utilising what I'm calling the right measure in the right place approach Mary mentioned earlier. Now, one of the challenges of achieving the right measure in the right place is the tendency for siloed approaches, because there are a wide variety of relevant organisations involved, all with their own separate responsibilities and KPIs, and not always with enough collaboration between them. And allied to that then, of course, you have the different disciplines. Now, the statement by James Lovelock there might be a little bit strong, But I think there needs to be a lot more collaboration between the different disciplines. And if our environmental outcomes are to be achieved, there's going to be a lot more contact between them. The boundaries between them are going to need to be a lot more permeable. Okay, let's come up with some solutions then. Well, the first one I'm suggesting is the vision that we have of our planet. And this is the vision of the Forum Uisce in their Framework for Integrated Land and Landscape Management. And the reason that they've produced this picture on the right there is that all the components of our natural environment, they're interrelated, interlinked, and above all, they're interdependent. So we can't just take biodiversity out on its own. It's interlinked with those other components there. And so to protect aquatic biodiversity, management of these components must be undertaken in a cohesive, holistic, and integrated manner. Now, easier said than done. So how can we do this? Well, we need to take catchments as our system. And the reason is that catchments are the land-based units for water and aquatic ecosystem management. But they're unique. Think of North County Dublin here. Compare that with Connemara or with the Golden Vale. So that means we need to understand the physical settings in the catchments and the connections between water, ecosystems, and human activities. So if catchments are the appropriate system we should be using, well then what scientific approach is needed? Well, logic says it needs to be catchment science. And catchment science, catchment science starts with scientists' own disciplines. And
Sorry, try just we lost your present.
no, I see, yeah, it's on my screen, all right.
There we're back.
I must have hit something. It starts with our own discipline. In my case, it was hydrogeology. And I realized after many years that I needed to learn from and collaborate with biologists, with engineers, agricultural scientists, and others to be more effective in contributing to water management in my work. So based on that experience, I suggest that all the scientists who have a role in aquatic biodiversity management need to think like and act like catchment scientists. Now, what I'm going to do now is take just one of the pressures. I'm sorry, I must be.
Let's don't I get that? Just take a moment. Yeah. Is that right?
A bit further.
Okay. There's
I'm going to take one of the main, I think I'll stand back a bit from it just in case my moving around is fine. One of the main pressures, which is agricultural activities. I'm just going to take two of the pollutants of concern, phosphate and nitrate. But before discussing those, I'm going to just draw your attention to the importance of the physical settings in catchments. And the map on the right there shows you the drainage characteristics. Just three categories, really. The freely draining setting, that's where nitrate can arise from. In the poorly draining mineral setting, that's where phosphate and sediment will arise. So quite contrasting situations. And thankfully we have maps showing those, showing where they arise. This is a map produced by the Catchments Unit in the EPA. The blue area there is where phosphorus and sediment are arising from farming and impacting on water quality and biodiversity. The brown area is the free draining area down the south and southeast mainly, where nitrate is impacting on aquatic ecosystems. To talk a little bit about phosphate, one of the issues with phosphate is that tiny losses to water are sufficient to impact on aquatic biodiversity. So less than 50% of the typical phosphate load that farmers would apply, less than that, can cause an impact on water quality. So you can imagine how difficult it is to prevent that sort of small loss. And that's why one of the key measures is to intercept the phosphate as it runs off before reaching streams and drainage ditches. Now, the Good Agricultural Practices regulations are the main regulation for dealing with pollutants arising from farming, but they have fixed with buffer zones, either 2 metres or 5 metres. And these are inadequate to intercept phosphate in many poorly draining areas. And you see 3 of them there. The one in the middle, I just took that photograph just 2 weeks ago. You see the water running off there, brown, and that would have phosphate in it. But so the phosphate, the photos show water containing phosphate and sediment from large fields, all focusing into one area. Now, in a situation like that, as you can see there on the left, the 2 metre width that's required is inadequate to stop the phosphate and sediment getting into water. And that's where you need spatially targeted buffers. In other words, targeted on those zones where the water is flowing into the streams. And they need to be extended because the 2 metres or the 5 metres are inadequate. With something like this, an extended buffer, and this could be planted with trees, for instance. Now, since I did this presentation, I think you probably know that there's been a 1.3 billion money now going to be provided for planting trees. But it's absolutely crucial, if we are to mitigate phosphate and sediment runoff, that these trees are planted in the right place. In other words, in these zones where the water is running off. And I suppose, in addition then, an advantage of this is that it provides the opportunity to pay farmers for the environmental services and public goods that they provide. Nitrate is more difficult to deal with. The areas in purple there are the areas where nitrate is arising. They're free draining areas. What happens is that the nitrate leaches down through the soil into groundwater, flows into streams. Now, usually doesn't have a big an impact on the biodiversity of the streams, but once that nitrate reaches the estuarine water bodies, it causes an impact there, and all those water bodies along the south coast are not achieving their required objective. They're unsatisfactory. But the challenge with nitrogen, though, is that the nutrient use efficiency is less than 30%. In other words, if you apply 200 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, only 60 kilograms is taken off as milk and meat, leaving 140 then to go to either to air or down to groundwater, and then potentially into estuaries. So farmers are doing quite a bit at the moment to try and reduce the amount of leaching. They're using protected urea, liming the soil, low emission slurry spreading. That's beneficial, but I feel that there are circumstances where you need a big load reduction, and there isn't going to be sufficient reduction, I feel, without reducing perhaps animal numbers. So just to talk about the GAP, the Good Agricultural Practice regulation, they're the main regulation for preventing pollution of water. Farm inspections are the means used to ensure compliance, but they're one-size-fits-all regulation, and inevitably they have to be. And therefore inspections are not an adequate means generally on their own for restoring our ecosystems to being satisfactory. Now, but with regard to the inspections, they need to be improved. They need to be risk-based and targeted. But thankfully, based on recent progress in catchment characterisation, the EPA are developing a risk-based approach for inspections. And this is a key development, but all inspections now need to follow that approach. But inspections on their own are not going to be sufficient, in my view. Without the involvement and cooperation and co-ownership of water management by farmers, our water quality and associated aquatic biodiversity objectives will not be achieved in the foreseeable future, which means, I feel, a lot more getting the farmers more involved in this, creating a positive and constructive atmosphere towards environmental management, paying properly for environmental services, for instance, but still using inspections. We still need inspections because there are a proportion of farmers who are allowing runoff and causing water pollution problems. So just to summarise then, we need an adequate number of scientists and farm advisors trained and working as catchment scientists. We need to provide technical assistance to farmers at times as well. They may need technical assistance. And again, there needs to be provision of adequate payments. And lastly then, just general suggestions, collaboration and linkages between organisations and disciplines are needed. There is good collaboration between the Catchments Unit, Local Authorities Water Programme, Teagasc advisors, but the Wildlife Service staff need to get more involved in this area. They haven't had the staff in the past, now they do, and they need to be contributing as well. And lastly, just to say, all measures undertaken need to have a focus on environmental outcomes with projected dates for achievement of the outcomes.
Thank you sincerely, Donal. Again, a wonderful, clear presentation for us to reflect on in our discussions. And to finish this section, I'm delighted that we have Dr. Bernadette White, or Bernie, who is Regional Coordinator of the very well regarded Local Authority Waters Programme, the LawPro, in the Border and Western regions. And she's going to talk about our local catchment assessment in Ireland with findings and actions to reverse the decline. So thank you sincerely, Bernie, for being with us today.
Gurmagad Evin, and it's a privilege to be here with you all today. So just in the interest of time, I'm going to dive straight in and try and get through these fairly quickly and give you some snapshots from the work of the Local Authority Waters Programme. So we are the catchment scientists that are out there at the moment working within water bodies, and our community water officers work very closely with communities all across the country. So bringing you back to this graphic that was shown by Mary and by Donal, I'm just going to talk about the top 4 pressures on our water bodies. And I'm going to talk about what we find on a daily basis when we're out there doing our catchment assessments and when we're also out there talking to communities who are worried about the condition of the waters in their local villages, in their local towns. The Water Framework Directive has been mentioned, and the River Basin Management Plan has been mentioned also. And we've been working during the second cycle of Water Framework implementation in Ireland on this particular plan, which covered 2018 to 2021. And this is how our programme came about. So in a way, it was an experiment. What happens if we put catchment scientists, community water officers out there in the field? What do we find? Can we get those more targeted measures in place that Donal was speaking about earlier? We have a draft plan that was put out for consultation earlier this year, and I'll talk about that later in my presentation. But it is on your resources list, and I would recommend having a look at the actions that are in that plan. There are very strong actions in there. There are, cases maybe where the actions need to be stronger, and we do have a limited amount of time to try and reverse this decline. I also want to mention something close to my heart, and Mary has mentioned our high status waters. We call them our blue dots because of the blue colour assigned to them on the map by the EPA when they determine ecological status. But if you look at this map, and this is the main thing I want you to look at, the majority of these areas are along the western seaboard. We do have a couple of other areas in the country where they are, but this imbalanced network has serious implications for recovery of water and water biodiversity in the coming years. So we do need to look at rebalancing that network. At the moment, these areas in the map is where we should have high status, but only 43% of those waters have high status in the latest EPA assessment. So LawPro, and we call our assessments our local catchment assessments, and they're local because they're in their towns and villages. They're in those small streams that Mary described earlier, where normally, there isn't enough usually time and resources to get into, but in our programme we can do that. And we can do that because we're working in defined areas, and we call those prioritised areas for action. And what we're finding in these areas is the bulk of our evidence that we're gathering, and the main evidence that we need to pass across in terms of getting those right actions, those right measures in the right place, is back to the agricultural sector. So over 92% of the findings of our work is attributed to agricultural pressures. And that's in catchments where water quality has deteriorated, and we're trying to reverse that decline. So the pollutants then that we're finding, and I'm going to talk about a few of those today. So phosphates and nitrate have been mentioned by Donal, and I'll talk about sediment, and I'll talk about organic pollution as well. But we do have toxic impacts from sheep dip, and we have other pressures as well that won't have time to go into today. But we do need that pollutant-driven solution to reverse that decline. So this is the beautiful Lough Carra in County Mayo, and apologies if a lot of my examples are Western based, I'm from Galway, but phosphate in Lough Carra is causing significant issues. The lake here should be crystal clear, it's a beautiful Mara lake, but what we're finding in this lake, and this is one section of the lake where there's a spring coming into it, is that the spring brings in groundwater from a wider catchment and pollutants are coming in, mainly phosphate. And that's causing algal blooms in a lake that should never have that kind of impact in it. And the other evidence is the beautiful substrate that's on the lake, the marl crusts that are there. And that's been overgrown by green algae as well. Again, another strong indicator of phosphate pollution. So we need to break those pathways for phosphate getting in, whether they are across the surface of our land or whether it's through these groundwater pathways. Nitrate is very different than, as Donal has already described. We do also get algal blooms caused by nitrate, but these are mainly in our estuarine and coastal areas. And the areas in the country where we need to really get that nitrate load reduction is in the south, southeast, and also in the eastern part of the country. So we have done a piece of work where we've detailed the different priority groupings of these nitrate water bodies. And we have, just to remind you, 43% of rivers with high nitrate at the moment in the country. And 39% of those rivers have an increasing level of nitrate going into them. So we really do need to get those reductions. Sediment then is probably one of the most obvious pressures when we go out into the catchments. We have land drainage, we have land improvement, which clears off the land and removes riparian vegetation, that important riparian banks that were mentioned by Mary. We need better drainage and land improvement guidance for farmers. We need better regulation and enforcement of this. And we also need to encourage maintenance and putting back in those riparian bankside vegetation. Organic pollution, we did think that this was a thing of the past when we first started this work in 2018, but unfortunately we are finding silage effluent impacts, dairy washing impacts, slurry impacts into our water bodies. So as has been mentioned, the GAP regulations, we need improved compliance with those. And we also need, I think, better recognition of environmental damage in our court system, and I believe that's something that has been discussed previously. On hydromorphology then, that big word, which really means the shape and flow of our water bodies. We have very obvious changes to the physical shape of our waters if we think about dams and weirs, but we also have channelization, and I'm going to just mention that for a minute. This is a small stream in North Cork, okay? Nicely overgrown, fairly normal here, draining off the land nicely. But this is what we find when we go out into some of our areas. These small streams are being dug out, their bank sides are reprofiled, sediment is getting into the channel. This is in a salmonid water, it's in one of our priority areas for action, it's in a special area of conservation. And this isn't being prevented from happening or being done in a way that would be more sensitive to the environment. Also then, if we think about some of our older arterial drainage schemes across the country, a lot of our rivers were over-deepened, over-straightened, over-widened, and that has all implications for our aquatic biodiversity. But really what we're seeing now is ongoing maintenance that's also causing problems. It's resuspending sediment within our river, it's causing it to be transferred down into our lakes, and that's bringing with it pollutants as well. So we really need to go back and look at the 1945 Arterial Drainage Act and say, is it fit for purpose when we have water, climate and biodiversity crises on our hands? Forestry is similar in many ways. We lose phosphate, we lose sediment when activities aren't carried out sensitively. So we do need to look at where we've planted unsuitable forestry on unsuitable landscapes. That's a big challenge for us going forward. We need improved environmental assessment of impacts of forestry and better enforcement again. And urban wastewater has been mentioned a few times. The main thing that we're seeing is the smaller plants in towns and villages are a problem. A lot of the focus is on the larger plants, but these smaller plants aren't getting enough attention. And we see very poor water quality and effluent discharging into rivers from these plants. So it's really important that those are not overlooked. What are our communities saying? And I mentioned the draft River Basin Management Plan, and we supported consultation on the plan earlier this year. with 93 public meetings, and we had a virtual consultation room with over 6,000 visits to that consultation room. And we also got 450 submissions. And the public have their finger on the pulse with all of this. They want better drinking water quality. They want better spaces for nature and wildlife. And they want to support better water quality for future generations. All of those issues have been raised by Mary in terms of ecosystem services and what's in it for us, you know, as human beings. What do we want to get out of water? These are the top 10 themes that came in our submissions. And right at the top there is agriculture. So the communities can see the issues that are happening in their own locality, and they're really concerned about them, and they would like to see things changing. There are solutions out there, multiple solutions, but I believe that they should be nature-based. And as Donald said, we can look for co-benefits across a number of different areas: water, climate, but also for health and, you know, for that sense of placemaking. And finally, just, you know, a few conclusions on the slide, but what I would say is the evidence is clear in terms of the impacts, what the top pressures are, where we need to prioritise are in those top 4 pressures. That doesn't mean we forget about the others. We do need better supports. We need to empower communities to help us in this, and they are helping us already through our Community Water Development Fund and working with us on Heritage Week events and so on. But that sense of urgency that Mary mentioned is really, really key. That's coming from scientists, from community water officers, from the catchment groups we're working with closely, and from individuals that respond to submissions on plans like the Draft River Basin Management Plan. So we need to support that implementation on the ground now. Thank you.
Gurmahagat Bernie. So I think 3 excellent, clear presentations there giving us the state of our freshwater systems. You've got 20 minutes now with your facilitator and your note takers to put together your ideas on this. There's a slightly different format for the discussions now, but it will end in the same, that we'll have Q&A with our speakers. And also don't forget that you can call them over for clarification questions if you want as well to your tables during your discussion. So we'll come back at around 7 minutes past 10, not around, I'm trying to be specific so we'll try and keep on time, but we'll give you 20 minutes now. Thank you very much. in the room. There's a lot of questions to ask. Okay, have we lost Bernie? There she is. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, James, as well, for joining us. Okay, if I can get a little bit of quiet from the room, we'll start our Q&A. If I can get a little bit of hush. Robert, will you put a bit of smock on the room? No? Maybe it's my hoarse voice. I don't have my teacher voice today. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Robert. Thank you. I can see there's a lot of great questions already coming in. If anyone really wants to highlight their question, please feel free to put up your hand. But just to mix things up a little bit, I'm actually going to go straight to table 11, because there are two questions there, one from Luke and one from Anne. If we can get the microphones to table 11, and we'll take those questions straight away. Oh, you were the table that was Hog and Bernie, so maybe you've already got your questions asked,
Yeah,
but we should hear it. Thanks, Luke.
We did hear Bernie's response there, but for everybody else in the room, I suppose, we just asked, can we hear some specific examples of the nature-based solutions?
And if so, our panel, Bernie, do you want
go
to share
ahead.
that?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. And as I say, this is something we're really trying to champion within LawPro. But I think what we're really trying to do is influence the planning system so that when any developer applies for planning, that there is conditions within planning to include nature-based actions within their consent. So that could be things like rainwater collection systems, okay, rainwater harvesting, grassed paved parking areas. It could be things like green roofs, etc. So ways to capture water when it falls, particularly when you think about the deluges of rain we tend to get in more recent times. Capture that, slow the flow, allow that absorption within those different solution systems so that you're not getting this big impact into our collection systems, into our networks that collect water.
I probably could add an example to that. You will have heard that sediment is a big issue for many of our rivers. In fact, it's what we describe as a master stressor because it has immediate and long-term effects, and we can easily deploy nature-based solutions to address that problem. And part of it involves slowing the flow so that the sediment falls out of solution, introducing vegetation into some of the drainage networks, for example.
Okay. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Bernie. Anne, we'll take your question as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If a loss of biodiversity is occurring in rivers and lakes, is the same happening in our soils? How is this affecting food quality?
Thank you, Anne. Would any of our panel like to take that one? James?
It's one we know so little about in terms of our soils. But from what we do know is we see that soil quality is deteriorating, and we're seeing the loss of biodiversity within our soils as well. Obviously, what we eat depends on the soil it comes from, through the vegetation to the animals or through the crops. So this is the links between the actual nutritional quality of the food and the soil quality is very much at the frontiers of research at the moment, and we still don't know the answers, but we can make assumptions about the quality and the quality of our food. But fundamentally, the quality of our soils, all our nutrients are recycled through our soils. If the nutrient cycling system in our soils breaks down, we have to bring in more external nutrients to replace that. That often is in the form of chemical fertilizers that are based on fossil fuels. So we have this vicious circle. But if we want to re-establish the natural cycles within our soils, we have to be less dependent on external inputs and more dependent on the biological system. But there is this trade-off that people are worried about at the moment, that as we try and restore our soil quality, will there be an initial fall-off in the productivity of our soils and the amount of food we can produce until we build back up our biological systems within the soil, in that transition from our dependence on chemical inputs to our dependence on the biological systems within the soil. I'm hoping that's not too complicated, but there's so much we don't know. We know an awful lot more about the water environment than we know about the soils at the moment.
Okay, thanks, James. I just saw 4 raised, and then I'll go to 8, and I'll take some other questions after that. So table 4, thank you.
Hi, my name's Emma. We were just wondering here, who's actually responsible for enforcing the penalties? You know, when people are enforcing these gap rules and that, and eventually would they end up in court, or how far does it actually go?
Bernie, thanks.
Yeah, with the good agricultural practice regulations, it's the local authorities that have responsibility for enforcement of the regulations. So they have to carry out inspections and then act accordingly on their findings related to inspections. Now, with local authorities, particularly that task falls to the environment sections. And it's fair to say that they have been significantly under-resourced for many years, okay? So that means there's been a significant drop-off in the number of inspections being carried out by local authorities over the last decade, particularly in the last 5 years, okay? And that's something that was spoken about by Donald, that's hopefully going to be reversed. There are a number of business cases and other programs happening at the moment to change that. But irrespective of that, in terms of the inspections and the findings then, generally the local authorities would prefer to work with the farmers to get the solutions. That's the win-win situation for everyone, okay? But if it becomes protracted, then they do sometimes cross-report, is what it's called, to the Department of Agriculture, and they will look to see what penalty might need to be put on that farmer for the particular issue that has arisen. Sometimes it does end up in court. But generally the feedback from local authorities is they do not want to get into the court system at all, because generally the fines are very low out the other end. So there is really the sanction, let's say, the dissuasive sanction isn't really there, so.
Just to follow up on that, Mary Dobbs is going to speak briefly to us tomorrow about the courts again, because there has been a movement on that in the last week from government, so we'll come back to that. There's a lot of questions on here that are really pertinent, and I'm afraid we're not going to get to all of them. If I can get the microphone to table 1. Connor, thank you very much. Anka has a question, and I might just bundle a couple of questions in together to give to the panel, just in the interest of time then after that. Anka?
Hello, my name is Anka. We have a question here. Are all the nitrates from fertilizers, or some of them are from animal waste? Are all of them coming from excess use of fertilizers?
No. In fact, most of the nitrate actually getting into water is coming from grazing animals and coming from urine patches in particular. And the second main source, that would be the main source. Second main source would be inorganic fertilizer that's applied. But there is an effort made now to use less what's called calcium ammonium nitrate and to use protected urea. And there would be less leaching of nitrate from protected urea compared to what was used in the past, which was calcium ammonium nitrate, or farmers would know as CAN. So, yeah, they're the 2 main sources.
Thanks, Donald. Now, there's a lot of questions that we'll be able to definitely get follow-up from our panellists, and we'll share that in the members' area. One thing that I think is maybe pertinent here is from Fiona in table 3. Who would be responsible for developing and implementing an emergency solution recovery? And another question, sorry, I've just lost it now there myself. What are the solutions that the experts on the panel, in the experts' opinion, what are the barriers to the implementation of current solutions? That's from Louise in table 6. So what are the barriers to current solutions? And if you were to put in an emergency plan, who would actually govern that, if I can ask our panellists that? Mary?
I suppose I ought to speak to the plan. I think it would have to bring together all stakeholders or representative stakeholders with an interest or any connection to water. At the moment, I think what Donald highlighted is that we have a very fragmented approach to the management of water, and this is probably why water quality is slipping. So we need, I suppose, common overall objective across all of those sectors, and that's what an emergency plan would entail. We have a river basin management plan. It speaks about ambition. I've looked at the plan. While parts of it are good, I don't think it has the level of ambition that is needed to actually address declining water quality. And that's why I propose we need this emergency plan, because we're at this point where if we're going to make a difference, we've got to do it now.
And Mary, would that be like, is it a government plan from Central Taoiseach's office? Is it a Department of Agriculture plan? Who do you think at the moment is best placed, or does it need a different oversight?
It probably will need a different oversight, bringing together all of the actors that are involved, particularly at the policy level, and I think that's where we're probably failing most. And a plan that will put the resources in place to enable what is required on the ground.
Donald, yes?
Can I just give an example again of where the joined up thinking and planning is needed? And it's the one I mentioned there about planting trees. There's going to be a big effort now in order to sequester carbon, to plant more trees, and it's absolutely essential. But if you plant those trees in the right place, as I mentioned earlier, if we can make that happen, that could mean, I believe, a really significant difference to our water quality, because it would intercept the phosphate and intercept the sediment. But a decision has to be made that if you're going to plant more trees, we're going to make a big effort to plant them where it will also have the benefit for water quality and terrestrial biodiversity as well, I suppose.
And I suppose what we need to think is that there are so many sectors where water is central to the activities, but they haven't come together to really think about how are we going to protect this resource and to put in place measures that maximise the benefits, not only for ourselves but for biodiversity as well, carbon sequestration, etc.
Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you very much for the questions. As I said, we will follow up on these and we'll get answers to the ones that aren't answered specifically now, because they're ones that we will definitely be able to get answers back to you very quickly. But I really want to thank sincerely Professor Mary Kelly Quinn, Donald Daly and Dr. Bernie White as well for their contributions this morning. Thank you. Now, to continue on this freshwater theme, we're going to have our voices from the community now, and I'll introduce them as they're coming up to the stage. So we have from Clockaneely Anglers Catchment Plan, we'll have Colm Gallagher, who's the chairman. We have the National Group Water Scheme, Barry Dean, the CEO. We have Rivers Trust, Inishowen Rivers Trust, Trish Murphy, who drove from Donegal this morning to be with us today. And we have the Sustainable Water Network, Bernadette Connolly. So please give Citizens Assembly welcome to our voices from the community on freshwater. And we'll go straight to Colm actually to begin his presentation. And I want to flag here, Tim just told me that 3 of our 4 speakers are actually speaking kind of from a Donegal context, so we don't intentionally bring in the bias, but I think it's wonderful that the Northwest is being so well represented. And my own Loch Cara, Bernie, I forgot to say it to you, that's where I fished as a child, and there's no fish anymore in the lake, so it's something that's tremendously sad and is part of the heritage and culture. So thank you for mentioning Loch Cara, and Colm, I'm delighted to have the anglers input here now this morning. So thank you, Colm, for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm here to represent an angling association, but long ago we realised that if you don't look after a complete catchment, well, really, you have no trout and salmon. So biodiversity at a catchment level, you know, in the interests of stable, rich ecosystems are our priority, really. Angling, at this stage, almost comes a second to the care that we have to take with our catchment. So the catchment management approach is what we have really been using for a good number of years. Our first catchment management plan was conceived in 2018, and that took us through to 2021, and we've since revised that plan. But the idea being that, as one of the speakers was saying earlier, I think it was Mary, talking about the headwaters of rivers. You might think, for instance, that in northwest Donegal. And I'll just give you some context here. Falcarra, which is the local area in which where our two rivers are. Falcarra is in northwest Donegal, and in the map there beside it, you can see the two rivers that I'm talking about, the Tullahabegly and the Rye. But as I was saying, you would imagine that in an environment like ours, that everything would be hunky-dory up in the headwaters, up in the hills. But in fact, as Mary was saying, that in fact is where our main problems are. The solutions have to involve the whole community. And hence the approach we took with catchment management. And then that led on to the bringing together of a catchment management group, which was representative of, first of all, the relevant statutory bodies, IFI, DCC, National Parks and Wildlife, and then local landowners, local business and industry, and community voluntary bodies. So our catchment management plan was launched in 2018 to a meeting, an open meeting in Falcarra, which was well attended by, people who didn't necessarily have an interest in fishing. And ever since then, we've consulted with our catchment management group on all the initiatives that we've undertaken. Now, I have some photographs there of our rivers and the sources of the two rivers. So we have the Rye River, the Tullahabegly River. Muckish Mountain is the main catchment of the Rye, and Loch Althon, which you see in the photograph there on the right, is the source of the Tullahabegly. And then we have beautiful Balnass Bay there, which is where the Tullahabegly empties. And then further along that wonderful beach, you have the Rye flowing straight into the waves. So it's a wonderful environment, but it has its problems. And we've undertaken a lot of work in the past number of years to try and reverse those negative aspects that we've identified. Now, in all of this, LawPro has proven a good model of a supportive body to guide us with financial, technical, and just general advice on how to go about things, and of course funding, and that has been crucial. So with the aid of LawPro, we have undertaken a number of projects. One in particular, for instance, that I've highlighted here is a study of the sources of silt on one of our rivers, where siltation at this stage is our major problem. It's clogging what used to be beautiful, clear, gravelly riverbeds, and of course this is having a huge effect on the spawning gravel that salmon and sea trout require, especially in the upper regions of the river, where, as I was saying, you would imagine it would be pristine. So you can see clearly the effects of runoff from a quarry in one of those photographs, and then down below as well, the potential there is for pollution from that particular operation. Another problem we have, unfortunately, is with the effects of peat cutting in the upper regions of the river, where drains are dug directly into the river, and then peat silt becomes a huge problem. Now, just to illustrate how serious siltation can be, the two photographs of the river, which is the Rye River, are shown there on the right, and they were taken at the same water height. One in during a period when there was no input of silt from a particular quarry at the upper regions of the river. And the other one is taken on a day when they were actually allowing silt into the river. And you can see the differences there. It's startling. Okay. Right, so I'm just going to flick through the rest of the slides. We have undertaken, as I said, huge work on our rivers. We've purchased our own monitoring equipment to try and mitigate some of the problems that we have. And here is the quarry. Now, this is in the courts at the moment. It has taken us 2 years to get to a stage where we might finally have a cessation of this activity. It's illegal quarrying activity, and it's having an absolutely detrimental effect on our river, despite all the positive work that we're doing on the banks of both rivers. We're coping with this. That case is coming up in the district court on Monday, so we'll be hoping for the right result from that.
Thank you, Colin.
So
Colin,
there you are.
we'll get to
Okay.
refer to more of this in the Q&A.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that the time is
That's
so
fine,
short
no
now.
problem.
Thank you
Thank
sincerely
you
for
very
that,
much.
Colin.
Thank you.
I hate to be the baddie on the timing, but unfortunately, because we want to hear the variety of voices. So I'm delighted to welcome next Barry Dean, who's the Chief Executive of the National Group Water Scheme. And we will be able to speak to all of these issues more in the Q&A later. So thank you, Barry, for joining us today.
Just flick forward. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Perfect, okay. Thank you, everybody. Firstly, just to say it's a real honour and a privilege to be addressing you here today and getting that opportunity. And I hope to share some of the learnings from the community-owned group water scheme sector and the work that they've been doing to protect drinking water sources and the wider environment. And I hope that that will assist you in your deliberations over the next few days. The key message, I suppose, that I want to, put before you this morning is that trusted community structures, such as community-owned group water schemes, given appropriate support, can greatly assist in efforts to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. And I think that's the key message, if I could try and get that across to you today, and I'll show you maybe why. Trust is essential to bring about environmental change. Trust is also the foundation of the community-owned group water scheme sector. Members of group water schemes put their trust into a group of people from their community to oversee and make sure that the water that comes out of their taps is safe to drink. There remains a strong network of group water schemes right across the country today, with over 400 community-owned schemes being active. Many of these are now investing in source protection and leveraging that trust to educate people living and working in group water scheme catchments about the necessary changes needed to protect water quality and the local environment, so that the next generation can have a safe and secure drinking water supply. In our experience, people are more receptive to taking action when asked by a local trusted community source, especially when they understand that the actions that they're going to take will benefit the entire community. The person delivering the message needs to be properly informed. So taking time to ensure that a trusted local champion are informed of the science is an essential first step. They need to understand what the problem is. They need to understand what action is needed and where it's needed. Multiple environmental benefits can be achieved by a single action to protect water quality. If the correct message is delivered by a trusted source, our experience has shown that it has a greater impact on the person receiving the message, and they are much more likely to engage in taking action. Many group water schemes are unfortunately seeing increasing levels of pesticides in their drinking water supplies. Pesticides are extremely difficult and expensive to remove from water. Working with communities to raise awareness and promote the danger of pesticides to the environment is therefore an essential source protection step that many group water schemes are taking. From a survey, however, we recently learned that people have a greater understanding about the impact of pesticides on biodiversity as opposed to water quality. Therefore, understanding the co-benefits that can be realised and the importance of messaging, the National Federation of Group Water Schemes launched 2 new innovative initiatives in County Roscommon in 2019. The Let It Be initiative and the I've Planted a Tree and Gone Pesticide Free initiative. Both of these have been extremely successful in creating awareness, in generating community involvement and promoting activism. By way of an example, the manager of the Curragh Cree Group Water Scheme in County Roscommon, who you'll see in the bottom right of your photograph there, having launched the Let It Be initiative with the full support of his Group Water Scheme Board of Management, he engaged with the local community groups, including a local men's mental health group. Between them, they designed a very simple bee hotel, which the local men's group then offered to construct and provide one to every member of the Group Water Scheme. This is a great example of communities working together for the wider benefit of the environment. This project is now being replicated in County Mayo on a much grander scale, with 6 men's sheds across the county involved. In terms of direct results, we've been very encouraged by the reaction from the farming community. We now have multiple examples of farmers willing to give up small parts of their land for the benefit of their local group water scheme by creating smart buffers in targeted areas to facilitate the slowing down or the prevention of flow from overland sources when ground is saturated. The spaces created by these buffers provide opportunities to not alone improve water quality, but also to enhance local biodiversity. Again, achieving multiple environmental benefits from a single action. While our source protection initiatives are still in their infancy, we are starting to see very encouraging results. Communities are more aware of the pressures impacting their environment and the corrective actions that they can take. People are engaging directly with their local group water scheme and are making sustained changes which are having a positive impact on water quality, local biodiversity, mental well-being, to mention but a few. So, ladies and gentlemen, going back to my key message, the social capital that exists within community structures like group water schemes is a powerful tool, and it must be supported and utilised to its full extent if we are to address all of our environmental challenges we face today as a society. I encourage you to look at the additional material provided in the resources list, and thank you very much for listening.
Camila Mahagat Barry, thank you very, very much. It's lovely to see examples of those initiatives happening locally around the country. Now, I'm delighted to have Trish Murphy from Rivers Trust, Inishowen Rivers Trust. So again, flying the flag for Donegal, and thank you, Trish, for travelling down to be with us this morning.
Okay, good morning everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here. And as Barry said, it is actually a privilege to speak to so many people here who can have such an impact. So my name is Trish Murphy. I'm the project officer with the Inishowen Rivers Trust. The Rivers Trust is an environmental charity based in the Inishowen Peninsula and County Donegal, but we're just one member of a growing network of Rivers Trusts. You can see on the map there, we're right at the very top, but you can see that the Rivers Trusts are expanding and growing, and there's more coming on a regular basis. So we, all of the Rivers Trusts in Ireland, work to protect, restore, enhance and conserve the natural water bodies within our area, and also to communicate with the general public and the agency staff as they go about their work. One of the key, when we established in 2016, one of the first things that we did was we started off a training programme, and this was a specialised training programme called the Inishowen River Guardians programme, where we aimed to increase the skills of people on the ground. So this was to learn things like about invasive species, how to sample for riverfly that Mary was talking about, and also things like developing a catchment restoration plan. So we're looking at small things as well as the larger scale things as well. So the emphasis really is on learning by doing. And this was very important for us as a board and for our staff to learn more about what was going on in the rivers. We're out talking to people all the time, and this is how we led on to this development of bringing nature-based solutions into everything that we did, and particularly for habitat restoration. And if there was one key message that I wanted to give today, it is about habitat restoration. If you restore it, if you build it, the animals will come to it. So what are the issues that we're dealing with on Inishowen rivers? They are the same as all the rivers in Ireland, and they were very expertly explained to you earlier on this morning. Sedimentation is a massive issue. We've got issues with flood, and now we're seeing issues with drought as well in some of our smaller rivers. We've got those runoff issues, agriculture, urban landscapes, invasive species, and physical modifications to the rivers. So what kind of nature-based solutions are we using to tackle these? So for natural flood management, we're putting in soft engineering measures, and I'll show you some pictures in a minute now, and these are designed to slow the flow. We do bank erosion control projects where we're repairing banks, which is helping to deal with sedimentation issues. We are doing some in-barrier mitigation projects, which is where we're trying to alleviate fish passage. We're also working on the invasive species, so you have to consider that rivers are corridors for all types of animals, including the invasive species, so we see a lot of invasive species on our rivers. Riparian buffer zones are critical to helping to protect our rivers going forward, and particularly from agricultural impacts, but also just to get everybody from forestry, but also somebody mentioned earlier about this sustainable urban drainage system where you're trying to capture and filter water before it gets into the rivers. And we're also doing work for enhancing biodiversity, creating those natural corridors on the rivers, and doing tree planting and raising awareness, because everybody's alluded to the fact that we need more knowledge. People need to know more on the ground, and this is why our training program has been so successful, because we're dealing at the riverbank, teaching each other about things. So some photographs for you. So our riparian buffer zones project is EIP project, that's a European Innovation Partnership project, and we are working with farmers on one particular river, which we've studied in depth, to put in buffers. Now we're looking for a minimum of 3 metres, and 6 metres, and the farmers get paid to put in those types of buffers. So they fence, we plant trees, we look at their drainage, and we put in things like silt traps, and we give them pumps as well. We've also been giving them beehives, because it is about farmland biodiversity. So this project is helping to improve the water quality. We hope it's going to be a long time before we can actually establish that, but we'll keep monitoring the rivers. It's helping to reduce erosion because we're planting trees that will bind the bank. It's increasing the biodiversity just by having the trees there and by allowing the vegetation along the banks to grow. And it's also improving flood resilience. So there's a lot of co-benefits to doing a simple action like fencing off a part of a river. Working with the community is very important, very much part of what we do, and we will always engage with community, get that local ecological knowledge from them. They are the guardians of the land, and we can provide some scientific knowledge and combine those. So in terms of invasive species, we've been working on an experimental projects where we've been using bioremediation, and this was a good question that you had there earlier about our soils. So this project, we're looking at how much invasives that we have in a river, and we decided to go down the route of using an organic method for tackling Japanese knotweed. So we've developed, where we're working with a consultant who's developing bioremediation for us, and we're using that quite successfully on a small scale, and now we're scaling up on that this year, and we're working with the local council on that. So quickly, just to show you, we have, this is our revetment projects, where we build this wall of natural materials, brash, willow, and these build up the banks again, restoring the banks, trapping sediment, providing habitat and structure on the river. And finally, just to show you our natural flood management measures, these are leaky dams. So we put these into the rivers and they slow the flow. So they will pool water up behind the dams for a short period of time and release it slowly. So it gives the downstream urban areas a chance to prepare for a flood, or even just to slow the whole thing down. So you can see in the map there, you group the measures in a small area, a small space, so that you can have the maximum effect within that space. So, and just to show you what one looks like when it's partially in use. So the dam usually sits well above the base flow, so it doesn't affect biodiversity. But when there's a flood, it builds up, backs up a little bit behind it, but is released and doesn't flood the land or anything else. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Trish. And now I'm delighted to have Bernadette Connolly from the Sustainable Water Network, or SWAN, to speak to us. Thanks, Bernadette.
Good morning, and I too am really delighted and privileged to be addressing you here this morning on behalf of the Sustainable Water Network, which is a network of 25 members, large and small, throughout the country. The focal point of our work in SWAN is the Water Framework Directive, which requires that we bring all rivers, all lakes, groundwater, coastal and transitional waters to good status by 2027. And that really means that they need to be in good health in 5 years' time. This is relevant to your work on biodiversity here, because the assessment of water health is based on the invertebrates and the plants in a water system, as well as the chemistry. So the health of our water is intrinsically linked to the biodiversity that lives in that water. So I think you've seen, or you've heard as well, the status of our waters. So you know that almost 50% are not in good status. And you also have heard a bit about the pressures. So the big pressure there, agriculture, also hydromorphology, quite big. And Bernie, in her previous talk as well, covered more detail on what those pressures are. But I suppose what I want to say to you is that, unfortunately, as you can see, the pressures are going in the wrong direction. And there's too much at stake. We can't really push this can down the road anymore. We really need much more action on it. So I suppose we're at a critical juncture because, as was referenced before, we have our third river basin management plan from 2022 to 2027, which is going to be finalised shortly. And that is Ireland's plan to take actions to address the pressures on our waters and to get them into good health by 2027. Now, we have had 2 previous plans, and we have failed 2 targets already in 2015 and 2021. So it's critical at this stage that we take much more action. I suppose, forward. So some of the lovely creatures, I suppose, that depend on our water quality. So in terms of the draft plan, just to say that we in SWAN believe that the plan isn't ambitious enough, it's too weak, and it doesn't have enough targeted measures to take action that will address our water quality issue. And those activities are harming our water bodies, and they're harming the life within the water bodies and those that depend on it. And one example, I suppose, is the invertebrates that then leads to the lack of fish. And the Convention on Biological Diversity last week showed that 68% of caddisflies globally have declined. There's been a decline of 37% in mayflies and 35% in stoneflies. And much of the life in the river, the trout and the salmon feed on the caddisfly in larval and pupa stage, and there are many more species such as frogs and dragonflies and even spiders, as well as the trout and birds that depend on the adults. So it's really important that, the life in the river is so intrinsically linked, and caddisflies are extremely sensitive to pollution, and that's why we're losing those kind of invertebrates. An effective river basin management plan would also underpin successful, action on biodiversity. And this is critical because almost 88% of our special areas of conservation are in water-dependent areas or species that depend on them. But unfortunately, these water-dependent habitats are in an unfavourable condition. And it's imperative, too, that the new National Biodiversity Plan is put on a statutory footing the same as the Climate Plan. So we really need it to be accelerated. I suppose what we feel needs to happen, we need to develop a national river, lake and wetland restoration system. We need to prohibit wetland drainage and reform the Arterial Drainage Act of 1945. This is to remove the imperative to continue to drain 11,500 kilometres of river channel. All forestry operations must include a Water Framework Directive specific assessment being permitted. And what this would do is that it would prevent the planting of coniferous forestry where it would damage our rivers and our lakes. We feel as well that agricultural risk assessments for all intensive farms should be introduced in a permitting licensing system, similar to what we already have for pigs and poultry, and that intensification should only be permitted where it can be demonstrated that it's not going to harm our water quality. The River Basin Management Plan should include measures to halt polluting discharges that we know about for 208 discharges that are causing significant pollution. And the public, as has already been mentioned, really needs to be involved in these from the very beginning, across community groups, across the catchment groups, across the Rivers Trust like Trish, that they need to be involved. Local people intimately know their rivers and care deeply about them. So I suppose the other thing that has been referenced is the high status areas, and just 20 of those left. And how have we allowed this to happen? They're a national treasure and we've allowed it to happen. In my lifetime this has happened. So we really need to do more for them as well. And I suppose the measures that we're suggesting, it would really make a significant difference to the health and address many of those pressures. It would improve the water quality, but it would also have the co-benefit of halting biodiversity losses and having biodiversity gains. And actually many of the things that to deliver on those would also be innovative reward systems for landowners and farmers. So it's a win-win across the board, really, if we start doing these things. We need to stop destructive actions and we need to do things that are going to deliver good, not losses for us. And I suppose in this week where we've had, I suppose, a lot of rainfall, I would have a hard job convincing you about water quantity in Ireland, but I hope that myself and all the other speakers that have gone ahead have convinced you that water quality is a profound, persistent and really important issue that needs to be addressed now. And I suppose just finally, I just want to say that water needs to be elevated as our most precious asset to restore and to protect. And Níl Aon Sail Ganishka, really. So I hope that, it is our life source. So I hope that you do well in your deliberations, and I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. And I think with all of the presentations that we've had this morning, I think that message is coming across. So thank you very much for that. Okay, we will take 20 minutes now for you to discuss all of this. Again, any questions we don't get to hear, we will get back to you on, but do ask the panellists as you're having your discussions as well to answer those questions. So we'll see you in 20 minutes' time.
My apologies. I'm a little bit lax on the time myself. If I can ask the speakers to come back, and we'll continue with our Q&As. Thank you very much. Yeah. There's one question. If I can ask all the speakers to come back. Sorry, Colm. Sorry, Barry. And Bernadette as well. Thank you very much. So there's one question that's coming up from a couple of different tables. Actually, 4 separate tables are asking the same question. And I might go to the first table that came up on my screen to ask this, which is table 8, if Sabine would like to ask that question. And it's the same question that table 3, table 9, and table 11 have. Thanks, Sabine.
Sabrina, sorry.
Sorry, Sabrina.
No, it's
For
okay.
some reason, you're coming up as Sabine on my... So I was like, I've never even met Sabine, so I better ask her. So it's Sabrina. Okay, thanks.
Just with regards to the River Basin Management Plan, you're into your 3rd plan now, and we see this across the board in a lot of the chats or the talks from the expert groups. But you've also stated that the 2 previous plans failed. So are we just producing glossy documents without doing any work?
Is this on? Yes, you can hear me. Yeah, you could say that sometimes we are just producing glossy documents that look good but don't have within them the actions and the measures. Like, we need to know, what we're saying in Swan is, we need to know how many rivers will be improved at the end of 2027 by the actions that are recommended in the plan. And that's why we're saying that currently the plan is too weak and not ambitious enough, and there's not enough targeted measures. So we're not seeing that level of detail in the plan. It is a high-level plan, but we still think that it's far too weak to deliver what needs to happen. And I think earlier in the earlier session, there was a lot of things about what are the barriers to really addressing a lot of these issues. They're just not prioritised either in the political world, in the world of economics, in anything. And we really need to elevate, that's why I'm saying we need to elevate water, which is critical for all of us, and then biodiversity. So biodiversity is kind of the Cinderella, or has been up to now, of climate change, but they're so intrinsically linked, and the win-win. So yeah, the documents are produced, you know, time after time, and we see it even down to local level with county development plans and the city development plans, and they're the deliverables. So we need to get much better at action and implementation and putting the finance where we really need it. So you do have to resource these measures, but I think, yeah, we do our reports, we send them off to Europe and say, this is our plan, this is what we'll do, but it's not going, the plan as it is not going to deliver. And we have serious misgivings about it. And in fact, we've written to both ministers this week to say that can they put a halt to finalising the plan because it's not good enough, and go back and have a rethink about putting in more targeted actions that are actually going to deliver. So.
Thanks, Bernadette. Barry, did you want to respond to that question as well about the why will the 3rd plan work, and if it won't work, what will make it work?
I think it's hugely complex and challenging, and we talked about, you know, how biodiversity, water, everything is so interlinked. I have to say, you know, I'm a member of Unform Uisce with Bernie, and we've debated and discussed, you know, the challenges around the next plan. We really feel it needs to be an outcomes-based approach, you know, very clear, targeted outcomes-based approach in the plan. And I suppose there are some concerns of whether this current edition of the plan is going to achieve that. I think there's been a lot of good work done in the previous versions as well. It's not that the whole thing has just failed. I think there's been a huge amount of restructuring done. We've the creation of LawPro. We actually have the creation of Unform Uisce, which was, I think, a major outcome, which is all the stakeholders that have an interest in water and water quality coming together to be able to discuss and debate and advise and make recommendations to the ministers. So I think, you know, there was a lot of evolution through that time, but we're in such a crisis now. It's just not happening quick enough. And I think that's the biggest frustration that we all probably feel.
So is it political will? Is that what I'm hearing from you? What's the enforcement that needs to happen?
I think, look, there's a combination of things. Resourcing was probably one of the biggest challenges, I would say, in the last couple of plans. I think the resources are there now. We're hearing they're going to be there. I think as well as that, certainly, I do think there is a political will that has changed in recent times, that recognising the needs that are there. I just think some of the problems are just so challenging to overcome. Like, I think even in terms of maybe, if you just take one sector, and agriculture has been talked about quite a bit here. I mean, if you think about how agriculture has evolved over the years, I mean, farmers have been actively encouraged and told to intensify, increase production all the time. We discussed this at one of the tables there. And now, you know, so the farmers on the ground, they're doing effectively what they thought was a really good job up to now, and they're becoming more efficient. But now the challenge is, okay, they're being told, you know, they now need to reverse this or change or whatever. And that change, you know, takes time, it takes whatever. But again, we don't have time, and that's the problem. So policy is definitely, you know, a shift in policy change from I suppose, intensification maybe through to more looking at things more holistically, using the nature-based solutions and encouraging, and I would go so far as to say actually encouraging and compensating, people that are willing to make changes in their daily lives and how they're for the benefit of the local community, for the benefit of water. You know, if they can't be asked to put their own hands in their pockets to do this either.
Thank you. So Sabrina, we'll get a microphone back to you, and then I'll go to table 5 then after that.
Yeah, it's not very encouraging when you're actually telling us the draft plan is still not good enough. I mean, how can you explain that?
How disappointing do you think it is for all of us who've been working pretty much our whole lives on these issues to see still the lack of action? So I suppose one area that I think could really be pushed, and maybe it is just a resource issue, both in human and personnel resource, and that we know 208 urban wastewater bodies are being discharged into our waters. We know that. So we have a number, and we know too that in the plan, 25% only will be addressed by 2027. And assessments for the others will only start to be done by 2029 and 2030. Now, that is absolutely unacceptable, and you all know, you've seen where there's discharges into our water bodies, be they our transitional waters, our rivers, or lakes. So I think, you know, we know what the problems are, and we can identify the solutions, but they need to happen in a timely fashion. So I think it's the time frame, is that we keep pushing things down the road. Like, we had a target to meet our Water Framework Directive in 2015, as I said, then that was pushed out to 2021. Now 2027, in our view, is the final deadline that we need to get all of our rivers to good, healthy status. No excuses. But yeah, I think it's political as well. Of course it is, because people make decisions of how to spend the resources within the Department of Finance and where they go. So water has been a very peripheral issue in many cases. So I do think that, you know, I know from yourselves, and I suppose I'm appealing that you can also make the appeal on behalf of us, because, you know, a lot of us are very, I suppose, a bit worn out. We have a member who's an angler like Cullum, and he has been working on his local catchment for years and years and years. And, you know, it's so upsetting for people to see that the salmon smolts are smaller, that there's no trout in the river now, that there's still silt going in from forestry, that the local authority last week was taken to court in the district court for 9 counts of breaches in regard to the water pollution. So our own public bodies are also at fault. And like was said, they may need more resourcing, but really the excuses just go on and on and on, and we are tired of the excuses as well. So I'm sorry I can't give you a more concrete answer, but just to say...
Can I just ask, was there anyone made accountable for when these plans failed?
This is a systemic problem that is beyond any of our, I suppose, control. There is a systemic problem, for sure. And ultimately, it's the Minister of you know, Housing, Local Government and Heritage that is responsible for water. But I think what we need, actually, is a water bill. You know, we need a water bill that will address, you know, just like the climate bill, just like we need a biodiversity bill, we need those bills that are statutory and that they get enforced and are acted upon. and that it is elevated to that level. So that's
Thank you,
all I-
Bernadette. I think that's a good place to leave it. I'm so sorry, Robert, we're actually out of time now, but again, we'll give these questions as soon as we can now to our speakers, and we'll get back to you with the members area to responses to those questions as soon as possible. Thank you sincerely to all our contributors for being so frank and for spending time at the tables. We're going to take a coffee break now. You can stretch your legs before we go into our next session, but just want to give everybody who spoke this morning a very warm round of applause, because I think we really got to the heart of a lot of the issues for freshwater today. Thank you. We'll come back at past. now. I'll just wait another moment. Thank you, everyone. I imagine those people who are tuning in online are very jealous of the engagement and the conversations that are happening here today, because it does feel like there's a lot of buzz in the room, which is great. Now, as a kind of bridge between our freshwater and marine, I'm so sorry, I'm going to have a coughing fit. Could you take over?
Okay, that was smooth, yeah. And this leads us nicely to our next speaker. Can I give a great welcome to Professor Ian Montgomery, Professor of Animal Ecology in Queen's University, Belfast, who's also a member of our expert advisory group. So as Evie says, like, this is a bridge, the next step in, and Ian's going to talk to us about the overview of invasive species and freshwater. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I could get straight into this. There's just some numbers there, just to give you an idea of the scale of the invasive alien species problem in Ireland. The National Biodiversity Data Centre has roughly 17,000 species, of which about 1,200 are introduced, of which about 124 or 10% of those introduced are actually invasive. We have about 61, 63 are reckoned to have either medium or serious impact. And indeed, the definition of invasive alien species very often carries a corollary that they are, in fact, damaging the environment. Some definitions do not accept that, and there's quite a lot of discussion about it. But generally speaking, they have a negative impact on biodiversity. A lot of that evidence is unfortunately anecdotal and not well worked out, so there's a lot of research to be done on these. It's a neglected area, it's underfinanced, like many other things. But we're able to predict with a certain amount of confidence what the future problems might be. So a group of people got together and came up with 40 potential more extra invasive species that might come our way in the not too distant future. There are bodies north and south which are coordinated to some extent for both dealing with the invasive biology issues in the two jurisdictions. And we know that these cross-border things are important, not just here but elsewhere. Things that we should appreciate is our biodiversity is special because of our history of glaciation and so on. We might have relatively few species compared to some other places, but the composition of our communities are unique, and the unique geology of parts of Ireland, peat and limestone and so on, all have an influence on that. So our ecosystems are important, not just in an Irish term, but also in a European and global sense. And we have unique genetic material within that, which we should really hang on to. There's been a recent upsurge in the problem with invasive species, largely joined to global trade, but also climate change. Now, to put into context, these are data for Ireland with the rest of Europe, if I can get this pointer to work. You will see a little black mark there. That includes species which are from Europe, which are invasive in Ireland. And we shouldn't forget that there will be a component which is often not talked about, which is due to sort of internal invasive species within the European community. To give you an idea of how Ireland differs from Britain, I put in the data here for mammals. The black are species which are present before people in Britain and Ireland, so they are natives in some sense of the word. And the yellows are those species which have subsequently come in, been introduced accidentally or deliberately. Now, these are only mammals. And in fact, you can see the pattern between Britain and Ireland is quite different. And this is related to how long Ireland has been isolated. The island of Ireland has been isolated for roughly twice as long as Britain has. In other words, there were invasions across Europe and into Britain naturally at a time when Ireland was already an island. And the only way in which species could get here was by assistance from people. In terms of the overall problem, it's probably proportionally more important in Ireland than most other parts of the European community. It is a growing problem. This very nice graph shows what's happened over the period from 1990 onwards, and it shows quite clearly that plants contribute greatly to our invasive species. And then next to that, we have got invertebrates and vertebrates coming in. But there is a tendency in the recent decades for a further increase, and we can expect more simply because of climate change, as there's a warming of the climate. We have a number of case studies, and I'll go through these fairly quickly. This is a case study looking at trees, and these are looking at all of the trees in Europe, and it comes out, when you look at the things which are detrimental to them, 38% of them are affected by invasive species. Right at the top of the list are invasive species affecting trees, and that could be anything from pathogens to invasive plant species. We know all about these because they get quite a lot of publicity. Rhododendron in Galway and the West in general, but also Gunnera, is important, and this thing, Himalayan honeysuckle, are all familiar plants in the countryside now. And where they grow, you very often get a monoculture. For example, underneath rhododendron, you get nothing but a sort of loose cover of leaf litter and not much else, the occasional fern. Things like Japanese knotweed, again, well known for the damage it does. And this winter heliotrope and giant hogweed, again, familiar invasive species, and those do direct damage to people in the case of giant hogweed, with creating blisters and so on from their sap. Less familiar are things like the invasive species we get along our coasts and estuaries, and these are illustrated here by the Pacific oyster. This is the Pacific oyster. This is the one you tend to get in restaurants. They're grown in aquaculture quite widely. They originate in Japan, but are more or less found in every continent now. And in those areas where they can breed, they become invasive. Around our coast, the open points here show that it's around Strangford Lough, down here towards Carlingford, the Shannon, for example, and various other places. That's where it's out of the aquaculture environment, it's escaped into the wild. And while it might look good and you can eat them, there is an issue. They form these reefs of very dense culch and very dense oysters, and these are no good for eating. Unfortunately, they're misshapen, so you can't really harvest them. But they do cause major problems. There's a loss of habitat. You no longer got mud flats. You have these reefs. There's an interaction with native oysters, which are high-value things and should really be encouraged back. They affect biodiversity, invertebrates and birds, for example, and they certainly change ecosystem processes. On the upside, they do have a positive effect in carbon sequestration, which is quite good, but they do reduce the carrying capacity for aquaculture, and they do form a problem for people who are using the beach. What we can do about them is we can monitor them, we can look out for them, we can try and produce oysters which are not going to escape. Genetically, triploid oysters do not breed, so they are preferred now for aquaculture as opposed to the original Pacific oyster. They can be removed by hand. That takes an awful lot of time and effort and doesn't always work, but they do not actually do very much for commercial fisheries. So we have to try and promote commercial fisheries which are sustainable and do not have invasive species. My own interests are in small mammals, and I'm going to put in a mammal example, and this is one which we've started working on in the early part of this century. And what it involves is two invasive species, not one, but two, the greater white-toothed shrew and the bankvole. And in a nutshell, what's happening here is that the pygmy shrew goes extinct where the greater white-toothed shrew is. The pygmy shrew is a native, and the wood mouse, the numbers go down. And you can see here in this illustration the map of greater white-toothed shrew and the pygmy shrew. The other thing that it does, which is not apparent until you go out and do the work, is that it affects the invertebrate communities that we have in our hedgerows and our verges along roadsides. And this just illustrates that again and again as we move from a native-only environment, shown on the left here as Zone 1, and we go into an invasive area with bankfoal or with greater white-tooth shrew or with both. So the numbers of species goes down and the abundance goes down quite markedly, and the biodiversity goes down alarmingly. And also the size of those species of invertebrates goes down. So you lose all of the larger species. So if any of you are familiar with the countryside and you know to see things which we call clocks in Ulster, those black beetles that come onto the kitchen floor occasionally, those are disappearing very quickly from our countryside simply because of the presence of invasive species. And then very quickly, I'm going to say a few words about Gammarus pulex, which is a freshwater introduction in the north. Just as we're going to get your small mammals, you're already getting our freshwater shrimp. It's moving south, and this interacts with the native freshwater shrimp, Gammarus dubeni celticus. Is a unique species or unique subspecies sometimes, but it is separate. It's just a question of terminology. And this shows that it's one of 5 lineages in Europe. So when this disappears, we lose really one of the important potential areas of biodiversity. Now, this is impacted by pulex. It disappears, and that changes the entire biodiversity of the river. I won't go into the mechanism, but it's well documented now that this is occurring in the north, and this will move south, illustrating again the problem of jurisdiction. So the takeaway message is this: invasive species may be established quite a long time before they become apparent. There are many processes involved in the process of species replacement, but it does happen. It's not a fantasy by any means. And the impacts tend to be negative when we actually work it out. They undermine ecosystem services that were talked about earlier on this morning. So everything from the production of food to human well-being is affected by invasive species of some sort or another. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you sincerely, Professor Ian Montgomery. It's really interesting to see that, and I think for me it reminds that, you know, the impact of one thing can have many repercussions down the line that we don't yet know about. So I'm delighted now to introduce Ken Whelan, who has over 40 years experience in the fields of fisheries science, recreational fisheries, climate change impacts, stock dynamics of Atlantic salmon and sea trout, and aquaculture. He's the research director with the Atlantic Salmon Trust, and he's an adjunct professor at the School of Biology and Environmental Science at UCD. And so thank you very much, Ken, for being with us today.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and thank you to the Assembly for inviting me to speak to you this afternoon. I think really what I'll be doing today is really reinforcing a lot of the messages that you've heard from Mary, and doing that through the really through the lens of fish. Just to remind you that in the context of what we have in Ireland, we really have some really very unique features in terms of our freshwater and in terms of the freshwater fish that live there. So I think you've probably all remember in school being told that Ireland is saucer-shaped. And the limestone portion in the middle, which we'll see in a diagram in a moment, that is really the area where the resident fish live. And the migratory fish that we heard mentioned earlier in terms of some of the migratory trout and salmon, they're mainly confined to the harder rocks around the edge, where these particular streams produce big, big numbers of fish, but they go to sea to feed, whereas in the limestone areas, the fish feed themselves in those very rich areas. Mary mentioned at the beginning in terms of the amazing freshwater resource that we have here. And in addition to 12,000 lakes, we have about 73 or 74,000 kilometres of river. Remember, if we place that end to end, it would nearly stretch around the earth twice. So that really gives you an idea of what we're talking about. So when I'm teaching classes, I always tell my classes about fat cattle and fat trout. So if you're going to look at a stream, don't look in the stream, look in the field. And if you can see a big fat bullock or something in the field, you know you're going to find a big fat trout. So that's just to emphasize the fact that in reality, it's the geology that's driving all of this. In terms of our native species, just harking back to what Ian said, in the context of fish, this is more complicated. But in terms of the actual native species, the ones that were here, if you like, before man, The one thing to keep reminding yourself of for the next 9 or 10 minutes is cold, clean water. I'm going to keep coming back to cold, clean water. That's my big message for today. Because we had 14 species of fish only in that enormous freshwater resource. I won't list them all out, but there were mainly trout and salmon, and there was other species of fish as well that were absolutely very special in terms of our particular context. But this is just a selection of the fish that we find now. And what have we got now? We have 29 species. Just imagine the pressure that that's putting on this environment. So you've bounced from 14 to 29, and that hasn't happened today or yesterday. For example, one of the species, pike, we know, that invaded about 1,000 years ago, probably by man introducing them. So in reality, we have quite a number of non-native species that have now naturalized, if you like. They're fish that are fairly benign. They're ones we all know, like your little pinkine. It's amazing to think that the pinkine wasn't a native fish. But some of the more recent fish are causing quite a lot of problems, particularly the fish that are related to carp, fish that we call cyprinids. This is one that's been here a long time, but its first cousin, the roach, has caused us a huge amount of problems. We also have some fantastic fish that are in the interface between fresh and salt water. This is a fish called a shad, and we have some really special populations of shad here in Ireland. And it's important that we really keep those species in place for the benefit of our biodiversity. So why are freshwater fish important? That's really what I'm here to explain to you, I suppose, today. Well, obviously they're of great ecological importance because they're actually drivers of biodiversity. Just an example of that, in the context of salmon and trout, they actually have genes that are specific to a specific river. They're also a fantastic indicator species, and indeed the salmon is known as a keystone species, and they demand the highest quality of water. We know they're of great cultural importance in terms of myths and stories and legends. Look back in any of the old Celtic, any of the books that came from our monasteries in the past. Bradán is mentioned all the time. Mary mentioned as well this whole idea of ecosystem services. At its simplest, if we had to pay to replace the salmon and trout that are monitoring our freshwater systems, it would cost us a fortune. They are fantastic natural monitors of what's happening in terms of our rivers. They're also a very, very valuable recreational resource. In terms then of protecting the freshwater species, we heard this time and time again this morning, we actually have really good legislation. And we in fact have some of the best legislation in terms of conserving the species that are under pressure. Our issue all the time in Ireland, and it has been in my experience for the last 40 years, the issue has been actually implementing the legislation. So we have good, strong legal protection. We have super protection in the context of salmon and even better protection in the context of eel, but they continue to decline. Just to give you an idea of some of the very strange but exotic fish that we have that are native, this is a species called a lamprey, which is actually a parasite, but it's really important from an ecological point of view, and it's under extreme pressure here in Ireland at the moment, as is the European eel. So what are the pressures? Well, you've heard this, and as I say, my job here is to reinforce it. But our big issue in terms of fish boils down really to land management practices. And certainly the physical damage that our river corridors have suffered is just immeasurable at this stage. It is incredible the amount of physical damage that we have done to our corridors. Also barriers and loss of connectivity. These fish expect to have a free highway, and we have put all sorts of barriers in the way. Also, you've heard a lot about water quality, and certainly myself and my colleague Martin McGarrigle, we do a lot of community work. The drop in water quality that we've seen since 2015, when the subsidies disappeared, has been remarkable. From a situation where we really were beginning to improve things to a situation now where we're struggling, and that really worries me. Also, as Ian has showed you, non-native species. These are a big issue in freshwater. I haven't time to go into it in any detail, but I'll have a recommendation at the end covering that. We also need to be conscious about parasites, because some of our fish live for some time, as I say, in freshwater, some time in the saltwater. And certainly sea lice is a big issue in areas where we have poorly managed salmon farms. And again, that's something we have to think about. Can I just divert for a second in terms of just mentioning about climate change? The one thing we have to be very conscious about is that this is very complex, this whole area of managing fresh water. And if you have a situation where, remember, cold, clean water, you have that cold, clean water getting warmer, you have straightened a river channel, you've reduced the flows, you've increased the water temperature, and you've injected in an invasive species. Disaster. So that's the situation that we really have to try and move backwards from. These were originally beautiful Irish rivers, and I'll show you some pictures of beautiful Irish rivers in a while. This, to me, is unacceptable this day and age. We have to move from that. We have a huge challenge in terms of flood control and flood relief. This is the River Bandon. And we have technology, as I'll show you at the end, to deal with these issues. But again, every step of the way, we have to be conscious of the impacts, of the potential impacts in terms of biodiversity. So what are the recommendations then? What am I saying are options? So certainly in the context of water, whether it's abstraction, whether it's diversion, whether it's arterial drainage or flood protection, you've heard a lot about nature-based solutions. I was just mentioning earlier to Donal, in my experience, we can have all of the reports we like. We can have all the discussions we like with our local engineer. What he or she is looking for, what they're looking for is a design. We need to centralize the answer so that people are actually given a physical resolution to the issues that are there in terms of the problems that we have. In terms of barriers, we have a situation at the moment where we've 2 or 3 different major reviews ongoing at the moment for fish passage, looking at them in different ways. Why can't we have a national committee that would actually advise us on best practice in terms of fish passage and in terms of barriers? In terms of an encouraging aspect to all of this, we have, in my experience, having worked with communities now for over 10 years, an army of citizen scientists that are willing to go and identify Bernie's blue dots. We need to mobilize that army. We need to be identifying the areas that are still left and putting protections in place. In terms of invasive species, we aren't even close to having the proper protections at our ports and our airports. If I get up in the morning and put my fishing rods together and head off for Iceland or head off for New Zealand, I'm stopped at the airport. I have to show a certificate that that gear has been disinfected. I'm actually interrogated in terms of where I've been and what I've done. And that has worked really well. In terms of climate change then, really we must be very careful in terms of producing very simple solutions in relation to particular aspects of our environment. And I must say, a bit worried about this drive in relation to trees as it relates to rivers. I keep correcting people and saying, I don't want trees on rivers, I want vegetation. I want a balanced level of vegetation that will make sure that my invertebrates are well fed and that the material going into the river is in balance with what it needs. That might seem a bit negative, but I'm totally in favour of trees, as Donald said, but in the right place. In terms of the complex nature of diadromous fish, they're the fish that live in fresh and salt water. In addition to having to think about what's happening in the fresh, we also have to think about what's happening in the marine. And I've been quite involved over the last year or so in terms of some of the ocean energy developments as they relate to salmon. And again, we need to be quite careful here in terms of looking at different resource areas in the ocean and looking very carefully at the potential impacts that might be on migratory fish in those particular areas. And we do have the technology to be able to do that. The one thing I would ask you to remember as well is that if you get into a conversation where somebody actually mentions the fact that you're dealing with a channel, you're not. If you're dealing with a river, you're dealing with a living entity. You really are. So just to finish up on a positive note, we do have some really, really nice rivers in Ireland still. We need to protect those. And in terms of nature-based solutions, they don't have to be in the countryside. This is Ball's Bridge. Look over the wall the next time you go to the RDS. That's what the river looked like after a big flood relief scheme, and that's the river put back together. The technology exists, we just need to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you. We'll take 20 minutes now to have our discussion and questions. And again, you can speak to our panelists as you're having discussions as well. Thank you. And again, thank you for putting the questions up as you're going through. So we actually have, again, crossover with a couple of tables. So I'm actually going to go to table 9 and ask Jean to ask her question, because it's a couple of different people have the same question for that. So if we can get the microphone there. Thank you, Jean.
Hi. We had a question about, it was mentioned the water quality dropped after the subsidies stopped. What were they part of and why did they stop, was our question.
I think I should take that one. Yeah, that was, it was the subsidies in terms of the dairy farming. And to compensate for that, then the herds had to be increased quite substantially. And we could actually see changes in terms of, what Mary was talking earlier about the small streams. We could see changes in terms of the invertebrate species and so on as a result of that in quite a number of areas where we visited. And I would put it down to, I think, generally slurry spreading. And even though it's regulated in terms of the times of the year and so on, I think there's a real issue in terms of holding capacity for the slurry. And even though it would be spread maybe at the appropriate times, it's probably a lot more than these small streams can actually take. So certainly it was, in my view, from a water quality point of view, it was a step down. I could see very significant improvements, certainly from sort of 2005, 2006 onwards. And then really a retrograde step, I felt, around 2015.
Thank you for that, Ken. If we can get a microphone then to table 7. Rebecca's got a question, and I keep forgetting to ask people to stand up when they're asking their question. So if you don't mind, Rebecca, thank you.
As requested, Aoibhinn. So thank you so much for all the speakers. So Ireland has introduced environmental legislation, and it seems to have all the necessary means to achieve things, and it's not being implemented. And I know you guys spoke about some of the ways and the barriers and things that's happening, but do you have solid things that need to happen in order for legislation to come into effect? Thank you.
Ken?
Yeah, perhaps, sorry, I don't want to hog the microphone, but yeah, I just want to get back to 1945 again, if I may. I do think that 1945 Drainage Act, it's draconian. It's well worth the Assembly's while to have a look at it. And in reality, it was there for a time and a place, and it's certainly unsuitable now. I personally think it's in contravention of the Habitats Directive and the Water Framework Directive. I know that the department are working on this, but certainly it cannot happen quick enough. I think in the context of the physical nature of our rivers, it's fundamental that we get back to a situation where, as I said, they're treated as living entities and not seen as channels that can be altered by mechanical means. If work has to be done, it has to be sensitive to the needs in terms of the biodiversity, particularly when we're in a situation where we're facing both a challenge to rebuild our biodiversity and a challenge in relation to climate change. I think that's really urgent, that whole question of what was called hydromorphology is tackled really seriously.
Taz, yes.
Just, and kind of picking up on that in more general terms, I guess the kind of themes that have been emerging repeatedly are to do with resourcing, that there hasn't been the people and resources in place to be monitoring and kind of picking up on the malpractice that sometimes happens. I think information and education is also there. Some people are doing things that they think are beneficial, but they haven't been well informed that actually they're not. But then, of course, there are some other people, I guess, that are doing things full knowing that they're problematic, and so the enforcement is the other piece that is missing. So it's filling that gap between aspiration and policy and implementation on the ground. To me, those are three of the biggest ingredients that we've been lacking for a long time.
Okay, thank you, Ken and Taz. Now, there's lots of questions and there's some crossover in them all. I might come to table 6 and Felicity's question because it kind of matches with table 1, I think. Felicity, thanks.
Hi, my name's Felicity. I'd like to know what's being done about the invasive species. What's being done to prevent them coming in? What's best policy elsewhere? And now that they're here, what's happening?
Thanks, Felicity. You could have multiple people answer.
The answer to that is that it's not high on the priority list of any government, to my mind. It's usually on a list of stresses on biodiversity. but climate change is usually regarded as being the real significant factor now, and it's arguable, let's put it that way. Habitat loss and fragmentation, all of these things are important, but we can do quite a lot about invasive species in Ireland. We are an island. We don't have to have a sort of separate responsibility north and south. It should be an all-island policy. Biosecurity could be strengthened because there's a limited number of seaports and airports. It would be cost-effective to do that rather than trying to address the issues which arise because of unpredicted or even predicted invasive species getting into our rivers, where perhaps there is a very significant problem indeed, has been for quite some time. But it's evident now in our hedges, our hedgerows, which are major sources of biodiversity in the countryside. And you could argue that a lot of the problems we are facing could have been prevented. Whether we can actually find a resource to do very much about what is present to actually remove it, there are a relatively small number of species that might be removed, but we have to be willing to do it. There are some positive stories coming out, so some of you might know about pine martens. Pine martens are spreading again in Ireland. They're quite abundant throughout the island, and they have a negative effect on grey squirrels, which are an invasive species, and grey squirrels are now starting to retreat, leaving red squirrels to thrive better than they have been. So you're actually seeing one species, a top predator, having an effect on an invasive species, which benefits a species that was introduced sometime in the past, probably several thousand years ago, has been introduced several times in the last millennium, probably in the 16th, 17th century in particular, having been more or less exterminated by hunting. But we have a relatively small amount of woodland, so we could actually spend quite a lot of effort doing things which are not apparently related directly to invasive species, but promote our native fauna and flora. By having larger amounts of woodland, for example, meadowland, by having more clean rivers, all of that would help promote the native and be disadvantageous to the introduced species.
Okay, thank you, Ian, for that. Ken, do you want to respond to that as well?
Just very quickly, if I may. Two things I would say. Remember what I was saying about the species that came in 1,000 years ago, or ones that came in the 1600s? They've actually found a niche in Ireland. So the one thing we really are very privileged with is the fact that our rivers are really good at actually assimilating these species. So there's probably, I agree with Ian, not a huge amount we can do in terms of the species that are here. But two things I think are worth thinking about is, number one, we have to stop any more coming in. That's really important. And secondly, in terms of the way we actually do our research in freshwater, I think we have to adopt a really different approach. You'll be hearing from my colleague Kieran afterwards from the Marine Institute. And the approach that the marine scientists are taking, which is what's called the ecosystem approach, we really need to adopt that in terms of our fresh waters, or we won't be able to understand what is happening in the interplay between the invasive species, climate change, and all of the man-made influences on the water. So those two messages, I think, are important. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Ken. And I think I might go to Liam on table 2, and then I'll go to Keith on table 5. I might take those two questions together and then get the panel to answer them, because I think, Liam, your question, if I have the right. Oh, I'm so sorry. Two Liams. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it's probably the same question as the last girl asked. It's pretty much what controls can we implement at our borders to prevent these species coming into the future, or invasive species coming in from now on? Like Australia and the likes probably have strict border control. Should we have stricter border control than we have?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I think we can learn a lot from New Zealand and Australia. And I think there's some other islands around the world that have very much stronger biosecurity at airports. It requires people on the ground and requires willingness, I suppose, and making people aware of what the issues are, and being particularly alert to anything which
we know would do great detriment to our environment.
Thanks, Ian. Ken?
I took out a slide, I maybe should have left it in. A colleague of mine found a piranha in the River Ness last year in August. And just to say that in the context of the airports and the ports, we could miss a trick as well. So, for example, in terms of garden centres, when we see what happened in terms of the lagrosiphon, the weed that invaded Lough Corrib, we need to be really careful about any exotics that we're bringing in, whether it's small fish or whether it's plants or whatever. And I think it just needs to be bumped up. In that case, it needs to be bumped up in terms of the priority list, and we need to have a really serious look at those ports and airports. And certainly, as I mentioned in my talk, having been privileged to go through Iceland and New Zealand on numerous occasions, it really is interesting to see how effective it is. Having said that, when you go out the door in New Zealand, it's full of all sorts of exotic species that were brought in intentionally, and they have learnt the lesson from that.
Jenny, sorry?
Yeah, could I just add as well? So I think research is also really important. So a lot of these talks have highlighted questions, and with climate change, intensifying, some species today which are invasive or are not native but not invasive may become invasive with future warming temperatures or shifting climate boundaries in the future. And the only way we can predict that is research. So we do need the research to improve our predictive power as well.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny. Taz, last word on it?
And just quickly, there's been an emphasis on kind of ports and airports, but I think it's also worth remembering the recreational sector, kind of small marinas and even kind of people moving around the country with kayaks and so on. There are codes of conduct that have been developed, and marina operators have been very kind of engaged in that process. So I think they need to be more promoted and sort of more enforced, shall we say. And again, you can look to other nations where those things are taken very, very seriously, and people who are moving boats around the country are subjected to checks as they move, and to check that the protocols are being followed. So we could step up in that space. Yeah.
Thank you for everyone for that. Keith, unfortunately, I don't have the time now to come to you, but we have the marine section afterwards, because a couple of people, that's why I was picking on you, because it's the fish farms in the sea. So I'm sure we'll be able to come back to that later. But what we're doing today is we're printing out the questions and we're giving it to the speakers as they're leaving. So hopefully we'll get the responses back quicker than usual. So thank you for that. And thank you sincerely to Ken, to Ian, and to Jenny and Taz for joining them there. But thank you sincerely for our presenters today. Now, I'm delighted that we have our Children and Young People's Assembly to present on their work. And before they come in, because they're not all in the room just yet, I've been going around to the tables, and I know it's very depressing to hear all the things that are going wrong and not being enforced and not being implemented, and to somehow go, well, what on earth can we do if it's not been done for so long? And I came across a quote, and I wasn't going to say it today, but I think now that we've got the next generation up here to say, I just wanted to say this out loud. To hope is to risk, is to take a chance on losing. It's also to take a chance on winning, and you can't win if you don't try. We don't have the right to surrender on behalf of others. We have the obligation to act in solidarity with them. This is the others right now. They can't be part of the Citizens' Assembly because, as you know, you have to be 18. But we are doing part of this work in solidarity on behalf of the future generations. If I can remind us of Roman's talk at the very beginning in September. So I'm delighted in that regard that we have some representatives from our Children and Young People's Assembly to speak with us today, to present their calls to action and to tell us about their process and their hope that their calls to action will align with our own recommendations. So as they're all seated now, let's give them a very, very warm welcome for being with us today. Now, I'm going to give them all just a chance to give us their names. Oh, I was told that they were doing names first and then movie. Is that okay? So if you'll introduce yourself and where you're from, and then we'll go directly to our movie so that we can see everyone else that was involved. Maddie?
Yeah, I'm Matty, 17, from Cork, and nice to meet you all, guys. I'm David, I am 12 and I'm from Mayo.
Hello, I'm Esther and I'm 10 and I am also from Cork.
I'm Alwyn, I'm 13 and I'm from Wicklow.
I'm Laura, I'm 16 and I'm from Dublin.
I'm Ailey and I'm 8 and I live in Nath.
Lovely. Thank you all for being here. No more than our own. Cork people always seem to have an overrepresentation. I don't know how you do it. Now we've got a video to show us some of the work that was going on and the other faces that were involved with the Children and Young People's Assembly.
In September 2022, 35 children and young people, aged 7 to 17 from across Ireland, were randomly selected to be members of Ireland's first Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. We are some of the children and young people who were chosen, and we're excited to tell you about what happened next. We spent 2 weekends together, one in beautiful County Wicklow and our second weekend in Killarney National Park in County Kerry. We spent our first weekend learning about biodiversity and the causes of biodiversity loss. We had a lot of fun playing games, getting creative, and spending time outside, exploring a local nature reserve, which we really loved. We spent our second weekend working together to come up with our vision for the future and our calls to action, which we are excited to share with you.
Our Assembly's vision is an Ireland where we are connected to and care for the rights of nature and each other, so that biodiversity is restored and protected, and we live and grow up in healthy, clean and fair environments.
We also created 6 key messages that we want everyone to know.
We must treat the earth like a member of the family or a close friend.
Future generations must live in a world where there isn't a biodiversity crisis and where children don't have to take action because of the inaction of past generations.
Every decision must take biodiversity into account.
Children and young people must be included in decisions being made about biodiversity.
Biodiversity protection must be a shared responsibility and a global collaborative effort.
We must consume resources in a sustainable, moderate way that neither diminishes the environment, biodiversity, or our rights, well-being, and livelihoods.
We also created 58 calls to action, which fall under 7 key themes.
To provide education for children, young people, and adults that helps them to understand biodiversity loss, the consequences of our actions, and the things that we can do to address this issue.
To put biodiversity and the rights of nature at the heart of decisions that we make.
To create energy and transport systems which limit our impact on the environment and biodiversity.
To limit the impact of things we buy and use on the environment and biodiversity, and support sustainable ways of living.
To restore and rewild environments which support our biodiversity, including urban and rural places, and develop national parks.
To protect our habitats and native species from the impact of invasive species and land use change.
To address biodiversity loss caused by over-exploitation. To make sure places where we grow and gather our food are places where biodiversity can thrive, and the people who work in these places are helped to tackle biodiversity loss.
Minister Malcolm Noonan joined us at the end of our second weekend to receive our calls to action. He promised that our recommendations will inform Ireland's policies on biodiversity loss.
We're here today. I'm here today to meet with the children and young people who are involved in the Assembly. It was something that at the outset, when the Citizens' Assembly was being developed for biodiversity, I felt it vitally important that young people had a voice, and not just a voice, but a meaningful voice. The UN Charter for the Rights of Children states that we must include the voices of children and young people. That's a fundamental right. But secondly, it must be done in a way that is meaningful. It can't be tokenistic. We can't be ticking boxes and say we have consulted with young people. They need to have their voices included, and the outputs of any work that we do on national policy or local policy must reflect those voices. And I think that's what's being done here today and over the last number of weeks with the Children and Young People's Assembly. And by doing that, we take on board those testimonials and capture exactly the way young people are feeling.
Our final day also gave us all a chance to reflect on and celebrate our time together as an assembly and share our hopes for the future.
Assembly was about biodiversity loss and I really enjoyed it. It was so much fun and I made tons of new friends and it was just it was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just so nice. You'll never meet a nicer group of people, honestly. Over 4 days, you know, we're already planning on hanging out outside the assembly itself, meeting up, you know, people from all around the island, and we just, you know, we just mesh so well.
The event was really just like the best opportunity for young people to gather together and express their views and opinions on biodiversity loss and climate change. And I'm really hoping that Minister Malcolm Noonan will go off with this information and really propose it to the rest of the government, and hopefully we can see some changes in the near future. I really liked coming up with the calls of action. I thought that it felt really like we were doing something and it felt really useful. But I also loved obviously the bits in between, met loads of nice people, made some good friends, and it was just a really good experience overall.
I hope they actually take our ideas into account and make them to law, so it's actually used and not forgotten.
Our assembly might be over, but really, this is just the beginning.
Next step is, I suppose, we're going to take what we learned and disperse it however we can, whether that's through the media or through school. Just spread our knowledge and educate more people about what we've learned and get more people on board.
The next step is getting listened to. So essentially what we need to do is make sure that we are heard and the young people of the assembly are actually taken into account, and our ideas are put through and you know, embedded in a policy. So that is essentially the next step, yeah.
Well done, guys. And in many ways, what you're doing right now is another version of what we'll be doing. Hopefully in a couple of weeks, where representatives maybe from our assembly will go to the Oireachtas, and not just a minister will say that it will inform policy and biodiversity loss, but hopefully we'll have more of the government saying that for our own. So we've got a couple of questions to ask our members of the Children's and Young People's Assembly. The first thing that I want to ask was, what was the most enjoyable thing about the Assembly that you were working on? And I might give this to Maddie. What do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, I would say the interaction I got with the people in my age and younger, and that was really enjoyable. Yep.
And almost intergenerational room, no more than our own.
Yeah.
We've got the steering group from our own assembly here are going to ask questions. If I can get a microphone to table 6 and another to table 5, if they're there. Sorry, guys. So table 6 and table, not 5, sorry, table 9.
May I start by congratulating you all on your amazing work, well done. Can you tell us something that you learned as a member of the Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity? Thanks. Should we choose somebody, or would... sorry, now I have to go my eyesight. David, please, could you answer that? Something you learned. Thank you.
Well, we kind of learned that everyone is kind of, well, like,
we learned that many people like kind of felt the same way, because like in my school personally, like some people don't really care and like they're sure, oh well, it's like it's not going to really affect me, I don't really care. So it was nice to know that other people felt like they wanted change, but overall though as well, it was nice to be there as well, because you got to meet new people, and yeah.
Thanks, David. Louise?
Hi. Which call to action is most important to you and why? And can I direct that to Olwen?
I think the idea of planting more trees. So maybe every time a child is born, another tree is planted, and then you can have forest for like the different years. For example, like the forest of what trees for the people born in 2009 or like 2011, you know, just because like they're the Earth's lungs. So yeah.
Thanks, Alwyn. And actually what I might do now is direct everybody to the calls to action, because you each have a scroll on your table. There's 58 of them, so I don't expect you to be reading them all right now, but as we're looking at them and reading them, maybe a few more, maybe each person on the panel here can tell us what their favourite call to action is, just to maybe direct us towards it. So if we go to the far end of the table, is that Laura? Ailey. Oh, who is it? Ailey, sorry. Will you tell us what your favourite call to action is, Ailey? And if you can talk into the microphone, thank you.
I think my favourite call to action would be probably, I think every single one is important, but maybe it would be like, I don't know, I like all of them.
It's okay, thank you. They are all important, Ailey. Okay, is it Laura beside you? Sorry, I can't see your names, I'm sorry.
Like Ailey said, I think they're all important, but one of the ones that I focus on that I think would be important to leading to a greener Ireland would be to use kinetic energy in the form of people walking or cars driving on roads to power nearby shops or businesses. And I think that would be just like a major step in using more green energy in Ireland.
Thanks, Laura. I always thought that disco floors should definitely be powered through kinetic energy. It is something to look at. Okay. Beside, we have, will you say your name? I'm so sorry that I can't see your names. Alwyn. Thank you, Alwyn. Will you tell us your favourite call to action?
Just again, planting more trees.
You already answered this. I'm really bad at this today. I'm so sorry. Beside Alwyn, Esther, what was your favourite call to action?
I really like the one about overexploitation, because it has happened to me before when I was walking home from Mass. We walked home and there was the tidy town spraying, so I'd like to see more tidy towns, not just keeping the town tidy, maybe like more instead of planting nice, pretty flowers, they could plant flowers that are more important to wildlife and biodiversity.
Excellent, thank you. That's a very specific call. Thank you, Esther, for that. David, how about you? We had a quick chat about this a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you the number so you can see it, because I kind of came up with this one myself. It's number 49, I believe, and it was kind of like a penalty point system, because like for different companies, like it would be different for like companies and for like individual people, because like it's not exactly fair, like if you're allowed to illegally dump. So it was kind of like going like maybe every penalty point prison sentence, and they'd gradually get worse, and then maybe after 20 penalty points a company might have one of their like say if it had a branch in every county, maybe their Galway branch could be taken off them or something like that.
I like it.
Yeah. And eventually then, maybe a certain amount then, it's kind of just gradually worsened. So it's kind of like teaching you a lesson in terms of force to not like do this as well.
Excellent. We're missing on the enforcement, David, so you could get a new job very, very soon. Thank you. And just for our own members, we will have some people from the energy industry speaking to us this afternoon, but we'll have a specific section on that in the next Saturday morning, in the next weekend. David, maybe we'll need you back for that. Maddie, what about you? What's the call to action that you'd like to direct our members' attention to?
I would go with like a proper education, because like if we compare a person who cares about the environment and who helps it, and a person who doesn't and even trying to destroy it, like they are not. We cannot. There is no like nature of people. I mean, you can't say this one is good, this one is bad. Like there are more ever and less ever, and it comes with like a proper education, not only systematic education. I mean, the whole definition of learning. I mean, it could be from your parents, from your school, from a simple line you read somewhere, or like from internet, even a meme you can see in internet. It could be anything. It could be anything that make you realize or understand something. And the whole topic should be actually completely normalized. And if we can make people realize that taking care of the airs and environment is for their own good, so I think we don't have any problem then.
Thank you, Maddie, and I think that that's something that's definitely coming through in all the presentations that we're seeing as well, that the formal as well as the informal education is going to be really important for everybody, not just people who are in school. Thank you sincerely for the time and the work that you're putting into all of this. We have the scrolls and we also have these beautiful murals that our members will have seen. If those of you are online, we'll find a way of getting you to have a look at them as well. It's beautiful kind of thought processes of coming up with your actions, and I think they're very moving, and they're definitely something for us to keep in mind as well. And I really like the analogies there, like the jigsaw, that, you know, biodiversity is one big jigsaw, and if we lose one piece of it, we can't actually facilitate anything else coming back to life. So it's been really lovely to look at this. It's so great to hear from you today. I think there's going to be a lot of crossovers, and now we're going to ask our members if you'd like to take one of the leaves that are on your table to maybe give back a message to the children and young people's... Oh yeah, we have one more question. Sorry, Rory has a question. Thank you. Sorry for, thanks for reminding me, Art. I obviously need to get more Sudafed. Rory.
Hi. Hello. Hey, fair play to you all, and your parents and everyone, your teachers must be so proud of you. That fair play, it's really inspiring for everyone. I was just going to ask, what do you want to happen next now, following the work you've achieved? Like, what are you hoping moving into the future, next generation, you know?
Thanks, Rory. Who'd like to take that question? Esther.
Most of us said that we kind of want to be heard, like we want our opinions to be listened to and not just forgotten straight after this is all over. And we just want to be, and we want all the points we made, not, it doesn't have to become a law, maybe just a thought that people can think, because people in history have, like, they haven't made a law, but they've got us to think and change our minds about stuff. So, yeah.
Thank you, Esther. And you know what? There's so much happening now around climate and the environment, and COP27 is on. There'll be another COP around biodiversity in a couple of weeks' time. There's a lot of different initiatives happening to direct all of our attention towards this, but I think it's hugely important that you guys are getting us to think about it as well. So thank you for that, and thanks for making the trip up to speak with us today, with your families, and with your parents that are here today, and for doing that over the last couple of weekends. All the members here understand that because they're doing the same thing, and I think there's definitely going to be crossover in what you're telling us, and what we'll hopefully be sending as recommendations to the Oireachtas as well. We're going to take a few minutes now. If you'd like to send a message back to the Children and Young People's Assembly, there should be a leaf on your table to write them a message, and the organisers of that assembly will collate these and send them back to the members of the Children's Assembly. And while our members are doing that, we'll just give you a very warm thank you, and we might have a chance to just have a chat with you over lunch and things like that. But thank you very much for coming with us today. I'm going to give the room a couple of minutes to put together those messages, and after that we will break for lunch and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. And on your way out, you might take a few moments to have a look at the murals and have a chat with our children and young people as well. So, Gurmagov, agus Fekamishiv, ag 2 o'clock. Okay, we are back. We're live streaming. I know lots of people are tuning in from our social media, which is great to see. Thank you, everybody, for a great morning. We're going to start back in this session, which is going to look at marine and the marine environments in 1 second. But in Ken's presentation, he kind of misspoke. Is probably the wrong way to say it, but he's going to correct it now. And thank you to some members who pointed it out, and also to the EAG who pointed it out. It was flagged at the time. I wasn't up on this enough to correct it, but Ken is just going to speak to that briefly now. Ken,
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, sorry. It was just in one of the questions. I was trying to think ahead, and I misused a word in the sense that I mentioned that in 2015 subsidies had been dropped. Of course, it should have been quotas. I just I substituted the word subsidies. It was the quotas that were dropped in 2015. Remember, we had a question in relation to the drop in water quality and what my views are post 2015. So just to clarify that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Now, from the mountains to the sea, and we've already seen that there's a massive link between our freshwater and our seawater. But to bring us directly now into the marine and marine environments, we're going to have a look at the broader marine biodiversity status and potential measures that will kind of help maybe conserve in that. So I'd very much like to welcome Richard Cronin, who's travelled to us from Cork today. He's the Principal Advisor for the Marine Environment in the Irish Government, and he leads a team that develops and implements policy programmes, measures and legislation for the protection and sustainable use of the marine environment. He's also responsible for the expansion of Ireland's network of marine protected areas, something that will be of great interest, I think, to our Assembly work today. So please give Richard Cronin a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just have 15 minutes, so I'm going to touch on about 9 or 10 slides. I want to introduce some ideas to you that make the marine environment maybe different from what you've discussed already. And then I want to, of course, tell you about what sort of health we have for the marine environment in Ireland in terms of biodiversity. Maybe touch on some of the policy tools, some of the ways we work, and update you on the work we're doing on this new law to create a network of marine protected areas. And then I want to maybe set out some of the future challenges that I see, but I think these are things that will be shared by my peers in other countries. So the first thing is scale, okay? So it's the blue planet. So that's the Pacific. There's no land. So, and the second image you see there is what's called the Spillhouse projection. So that's looking at the Earth from the Antarctic. There's only one ocean. So it's 71% of the planet. It's 97% of all the water. 90% of all our trade is done on it. 90% of the excess heat we've produced through excess greenhouse gas emissions has been absorbed by the oceans. And it produces about 50% of the oxygen we breathe. So it's very big. So that's the first thing to take away. So if you take very little else away, it's a big thing. Okay. Now, we cooperate in Ireland at a regional level. So regional is 13.5 million square kilometres. Okay. So the Irish piece of the map you see there is about 480,000 square kilometres. It's about 7 times the size of our land mass. So you can see in this image here, you can see the pizza slice is our regional arrangement. So that's 16 parties, that's 15 countries from Finland to Portugal and the European Union. That's called the OSPAR Commission, okay? The countries then that you see with the light blue outlines around them, that's their exclusive economic zones. We cooperate through the European Union with those. And those countries with green, or those land masses with green, those are non-European Union countries. So you can see that we cooperate with a lot of our neighbours in different ways. Now, the reason we cooperate is because it's a three-dimensional interconnected environment. So rivers are channelized, lakes are fixed, but the ocean, there's one ocean and it's interconnected. So the ecosystem is interconnected. There are different types of ecosystems within it, but essentially there's one open system. And our approach to working on it reflects that openness. You can see in there the United Nations has a number of structures underneath it. There's a law called the United Nations Convention for the Law of the Sea from 1982. The OSPAR Commission is the Northeast Atlantic Arrangement for the Protection of the Environment that looks after human pressures and protection of biodiversity. That's from 1992, but many of these grow from 1972. So the International Maritime Organization, the London Convention, the Convention on Biological Diversity is from the early 90s. And that area outside the red line that stretches out into the Atlantic, that's the high seas. Out beyond there, there's no legal protection for biodiversity. We're working on that in New York with other countries. We hope in the start of next year or sometime next year to finally secure a treaty to protect high seas biodiversity. But at the moment, there's nothing out there. Okay, so there's another thing I want to talk to you about, which is our approach. And I caught the tail end of some of the interventions just before lunch. So when we look at the health of the marine environment, we adopt what's called an ecosystem-based approach. Okay, and you can see it there described for you. And I'll show you the next slide, which maybe brings it into a little bit more kind of concrete detail. But essentially, you're including the humans in your consideration of the health of the environment, because it's humans are causing the problems that we have with biodiversity in the oceans. And ultimately, our social system and the ecological system, we are putting too much pressure on the ecological system. That's causing the problems we have with biodiversity in the oceans. So this is just an example. One of the drivers we have is our need for food. Oh, sorry, I'm just getting a message up here that I'm signed out of something. I'll just close that. You can't see it there. You can see here, human drive is a need for food. Maybe another one is energy, a need for recreation, travel, transportation. These are societal drivers. They come and go. They're of different size and scale, but they're pretty much part of what makes human society tick. And they lead to those activities. So agriculture, fisheries, tourism. And those activities then exert a pressure. And the pressure then has an effect on the state of the environment. It puts pressure on the environment and creates it causes a change in the state of the environment, which has an impact on human society. Okay, so we're suffering biodiversity loss. You know, excess emissions has caused warming of the atmosphere. It leads to climate change, increase in temperatures. Okay, and our job then as regulators is to look at that last one, the measures. So we do measure all these other things, but measures is how we take action to address all of those. And there are different types of actions we can take. So we can regulate a sector, or we can create pollution limits. Okay, but again, I go back to my explanation. It's a transboundary open network, the ocean. So these rules have to be agreed and implemented across a number of countries, not only locally. So now I just wanted to touch on the health of the marine environment in Ireland and then in the Northeast Atlantic. One of the ways we assess it is we use this ecosystem-based approach, and we, along with all the other European Union member states, implement a directive called the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. I think you've probably heard about the Water Framework Directive. It's something similar to that. So we measure the state of the environment. You see some of those up there, like Descriptor 1 and Descriptor 3. We do invasive species, Descriptor 4 and 6. So these are the condition of them. And we also measure the pressures on them. And we measure them underneath each one of these. So something you might be very familiar with is marine litter. We would measure litter on the beach, litter on the seafloor, litter in the water, litter in animals, entanglement and ingestion. So you have a number of ways of measuring it. And there's a number of scientific standards around each of these, and they all add up into an overall assessment of the health of the marine environment. And we do that at a national level, then we try and aggregate those to an international level, okay? We do this about once every 6 years. The next slide I'll show you is the result from 2020. We actually hope to do another assessment in 2024, okay? So we call, when everything is green, we call it good environmental status. It means we're using the ocean sustainably, okay? So this pizza slice, if you take nothing else from it, what you see is that the orange slices of the pizza are the biodiversity and the biological ones. And orange isn't good. Orange is a blend. There's some red inside there. So red is bad. Red is not achieving it. We are achieving it for some things. So some fish are in a sustainable state. Some commercial fish, some aren't. There are some things we can't measure. We just don't have the scientific standards for them. But the takeaway from that slide, if you just pan back, is we're not causing a lot of pollution pressure in the Irish marine environment. We certainly have coastal problems, which are addressed under the Water Framework Directive. But in the size of our marine region, there's not a substantial pollution problem. If we lived in the Baltic or we lived in the southern North Sea, we probably would have a much higher pollution problem, a eutrophication problem, because of the huge nutrient inputs from the large European rivers and the confined state of those seas. But we're in the Atlantic, and we don't have a significant pollution problem, and where we have it, we have measures to address it. But biodiversity is not in good condition. And there are many, many reasons for this. They're mainly historic. At a North Atlantic level, a Northeast Atlantic level, across that 13.5 million square kilometres, we've been working for the last 4 or 5 years with the other countries in that area. So they're all the coastal countries, and then there are 3 landlocked countries for the Atlantic, Finland, Luxembourg, and Switzerland, who are part of that arrangement because of the river networks that flow into the Atlantic. And we've been carrying out this assessment, which will be published next year. Much of it is online at the moment, and there's a web link at the bottom of the page there. It's an OSPAR web link. And if you look at the individual assessments, they will aggregate into these thematic assessments, so human activities, pollution, biodiversity. And each one of those will form part of an overall, it'll be the largest assessment of the health of the Atlantic. But already the results are showing us from the biodiversity components, for example, that there are still many components of the ecosystem that are not in good condition. And they're not in good condition for many historic reasons. So even though we're on the right track and we're taking action to reduce pollution and to manage human activity, the ecosystem is very slow to respond. Some of the animals you see there, some of those large mammals that you'd be familiar with, like blue whales and humpback whales, they have life cycles longer than humans. You've got some seafloor habitats that they last, or it takes tens of thousands of years for them to establish. So if we cause harm in the marine environment, it takes a long time for recovery to take place. So that time scale issue is something really important in designing solutions. When you set a course for repair, it's got to be long-term and consistent. So this is just some policy approaches. And this is, again, how do we solve those problems? So I've just given you maybe a snapshot of the health of the environment. So how do we solve them? So we adopt long-term policy. We adopt long-term strategies, okay? Those strategies run from somewhere between 6 years, 10 years, 30 years, okay? So the Marine Strategy Framework Directive is a 6-year strategy cycle. The OSPAR Convention has a 10-year cycle. And then you have some countries like the United Kingdom, for example, who have a 30-year policy agenda to the 2050s. But you can see that you have to set your course and look for an outcome, so describing a future situation that you can all agree is what sustainable looks like, okay? You really do need a strong understanding of the science that you need to make decisions. Now, I think Kieran will talk about marine science more than I will, but there's a relationship between decision-making and science, and I would also suggest there's an issue for social science as well to be considered, okay? Then you have cooperation networks, and I would go further and say you need participation networks, okay? Governance, soft law, and hard laws. Okay, so now I want to talk about marine protected areas. We're on the verge of publishing, or the intention is for us to bring to government a proposal for a new law on marine protected areas. And you can see from the graphic here, which is the outcome of a public consultation, that we have 99% support. So really, the reason we can do this is because the public want it, and that's really important. So they want protection of marine biodiversity, and that's all sectors in society. That's not just people living in cities. We went around the country, so that's really, really important. Okay, this last slide. Just some future challenges, okay? So some of these are self-evident, but what is sustainability, and are we living within our planetary limits? This is a huge challenge still. We're the wealthy north on the planet. What do we do to fix this, okay? There's a misalignment of policies at the moment. We're incentivizing things like food security and energy. We're not incentivizing nature. We have value systems in society. Climate change is causing shifting baselines. What we want to protect and restore is gone by the time we get there, because climate change is having a real effect on the oceans. Okay? These are wicked problems. Wicked is a term we use in policy to mean it's a sticky problem, it's a knot, it's hard to unpick. The people we're asking to fix it are causing it at the same time. Think about plastic in your life. We're asking you to stop plastic pollution, but it's essential to our lives. So those wicked problems are really tough. The easy problems are gone. We've solved all of those, okay? We have to pick solutions that are maybe not the best, not the solution we would want ourselves. Their non-binary outcomes are going to be most important. So compromise solutions. So there's a crisis in the oceans, there's a crisis in biodiversity. But I've talked about slow ecosystems. Do we go fast or do we go slow? My suggestion would be is we make constant progress and don't lose sight of the urgency. You have new drivers. We're all going to want a green transition. All those things will come from the ocean. Those precious metals that go into car batteries, that go into cell phones, where will they come from? Those new drivers for resources from the sea, how will they work with the cumulative effects of other activities? So those are sort of some policy challenges that we have to solve as a society and in the position I occupy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. And I hear a lot of echoes kind of Kate Rayworth's presentation a couple of weeks ago and what you were saying, so thank you very much for that. Now, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Kieran Kelly, who is the Director of Fisheries Ecosystems Advisory Systems in the Marine Institute. Kieran trained as a marine biologist and subsequently as a fisheries scientist, and he's been involved in advice provision to government managers and policymakers for more than 20 years. So he's going to give us a scientific perspective on the biodiversity in our ocean. And thank you, Kieran, for joining us today.
Thank you very much. The presentation I'm going to give you is not going to be too sciencey, so you can breathe a little sigh of relief. And there's not very many texts on it as well, so you can breathe another sigh of relief. But I'm going to be a little bit provocative, and I'm going to touch on some of the things that Richard just talked about there, because I think you guys have to think about this in the context of the solutions that we need to bring to this problem. So I'm speaking to you from the point of view of a scientist. And the first thing I'm going to say is exactly what Richard says, which is great. It means science and policy are on the same wavelength, okay? The ocean is big. The ocean is not transparent, okay? We know that. Look at it. It looks like that. Every time people look out there, they get the impression that it's a big thing. And when you look at the globe, you see that big blue mass, and you think it's kind of like a desert nearly, because what else is there? Sometimes it looks like that. So the wind does change it. But when you look underneath the ocean, and that's really where we're talking about now, is the underneath part of the ocean, to the unaccustomed eye, it can just seem like a big blue void as well, okay? So what's in here? And Richard already spoke about the fact that the ocean provides at least 50%. In fact, it's between 50 and 80% of the oxygen that we breathe, okay? It absorbs a huge amount, at least 50% of the CO2 from the atmosphere as well. So that picture that you saw of the Earth, okay, and we called it the Earth with the big blue wrap around it, it's a complete misnomer. It's planet ocean, it's not planet Earth that we're living on, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is that 71% of the planet might be covered in water, okay, in terms of the ocean, which is all connected. But only 20% of the biodiversity is there. So that's a point I want you to think about. The ocean is not the same thing as the land, okay? 20% of the biodiversity on our planet is in the ocean, 80% is on land. The ocean is connected, okay? So let's think about that a little bit. Connectivity, for instance, what does that mean? Well, Richard showed you a map actually of the EEZs, which is the Economic Exclusive Zones, and this is our seabed area for Ireland, okay? There's no such thing as we know as a marine island. The islands, the oceans are connected. Islands is a land context, a construct. And the connection between the oceans is really, really important, because what we have in terms of our habitat space in Ireland is 10 times underwater versus 1 times on land. Okay, so we have 10 times the amount of seabed area that we have land area. To put that in context, that's like our seabed area is the size of Texas or Myanmar if you come from Asia, for example. And that's a big thing, okay? So scale is important here. And what does scale matter? That backyard that we have, which is 10 times the size of our land, it represents 2% of the North Atlantic. And the North Atlantic and in the oceans, because they're connected, those habitats are contiguous, okay? So they're all connected with each other. So it's a little bit like we have a very nice garden on the back end of Marley Park. And if you consider that, what happens in the park has a huge influence on the biodiversity that you're going to see on your little back garden, okay? And by corollary, the things that you can do in your back garden and the impact that has on the park, you can think about it in that context. So the issues and the solutions on the ocean, that's my point, are not necessarily the same things as what you have on land. Okay, enough of that. Another point I want to make that matters. This is what we learn in school, the pyramid, the food chain, okay? And we see the connectivity between organisms in the ocean. And humans are very good at this, and we resolve thoughts very easily into a reductionist kind of a way of looking at it. That's connected to that's connected to that, so I know how to fix the thing. Only in reality, it doesn't look like that. It looks like that, okay? And that's because food webs in the oceans are predominantly size-based. You don't have this same relationship between plants and animals, and the predators and prey that are in the ocean are predominantly size-based, and the interrelationships between them based on that size, because it's all interconnected, is very, very complex. And that complexity alone is an important issue here, because it gives rise to, in scientific terms, what we call emergent properties. So our capacity, and this is a plea nearly, our capacity to be able to model outcomes based on what we observe, presuming that we could observe everything we need to do, is quite limited, because the properties of complexity and emergent properties of that mean that you get unexpected outcomes. And Richard touched on that a little bit, and it's important. It's important in encapsulating your expectation of what can be done, and I'll come back to that a bit. Another thing that Richard spoke about was shifting baselines, and shifting baselines is also very important. This here is a plot of temperature measurements in a place called Burrishoole that Dr. Ken Whelan knows very well. And it's measured since 1960, every day, since 1960 to 2022. There's 22,500 measurements or more on this plot. It goes from blue to cold, to red is hot, okay? And it goes over a long period of time. Now, the first pattern that you can see there when you look at the color plot, I don't know if this indicator here works. I won't try and do it, and I won't step away from it. You can see the red patch in the middle. That's a phenomenon sometimes noticed in the west of Ireland called summer, okay? It gets warmer during the summer. Okay, so what? The two plots on the right-hand side are the average temperature that you see over a period of time. And that shows you, and unsurprisingly, and nobody would be surprised about this, that the temperature is increasing slowly over time in the Burrishoole River. Okay, that's a fact. It's a scientific fact, and it's there, and we know about it, and it's related to a whole pile of other things we know. But there's an interesting fact there too. If you look in the most recent years, up to just back from 2020, in fact 2015, there's a very low red dot on that screen. If you can't see it, I'll just give you a second to see it. And that was an anomalously low temperature that we observed in 2015 in the Burrishoole River. And you might say, well, so what about that? And this is about connectivity again. So at the same time as we were measuring the Burrishoole River, little marine institute in Ireland, NOAA, the large American equivalent of ours, we'd like to consider ourselves in NOAA, but we're not quite, we're measuring it on a global scale. And that's what NOAA saw on the global scale, and they called it the cold blob, okay? So it's a big cold patch in the North Atlantic in 2015. And that cold patch actually, when the IPCC began to look at it, and they looked at predictions over time, persists over time, okay? And what I want to take you from this is that global warming, as you see it, is not a homogeneous thing. It's heterogeneous. And that heterogeneity means that it's happening at different rates in different places, and that difference matters, okay? It has an effect. Detail has an effect here in terms of the outcomes that we need to do. So what are we seeing in our own backyard? Well, this is a plot of anchovy, actually, around Ireland. The blue dots are anchovy observed after 2010, and the orange dots are anchovy observed before 2010. And what you can see from this is anchovy is more widespread and more abundant after 2010. And people go, well, that's brilliant. I know the reason for that. You just showed me that the world was warming up, and anchovy are a Mediterranean Biscay species, so that's obvious that they should come up here. They don't move up here, okay? Anchovy are persisting here because of much more complex factors in the water. And cod and herring, which are cold water species, are not doing too well, but it's not because of the temperature, it's because of other factors. So complexity matters. The habitats we have, we know a lot about the habitats, and we can see the habitats around the areas. But when we zoom in, we can see that the habitats are a lot more complex than you see on a large-scale map. That's an important factor. So what can we do with all this information? Like, the science just seems confusing so far. You've told us that you can't really do a lot, you can't predict the future, and it's a lot more complicated than we thought. Well, when we do know where the habitats are, we can overlay pressures on the habitats. And when we do that, we can see here in this map, the dark patches are areas of heavier fishing pressure, and the light patches are areas of non-fishing pressure. So when we know the vulnerability of the habitats and we know the pressure on top of them, we can talk about sensitivity and vulnerability, and we can hone in on those areas to try and make protections. So for example, and I'm sorry this one has appeared with a lot of black squares on it, which shouldn't be there, but this is Tralee Bay, and in Tralee Bay there are a lot of elasmobranchs, and elasmobranchs are sensitive species. And what you can almost see there is there's red data lists for Ireland, for Europe and the Northeast Atlantic, and the same species don't occur with the same sensitivity across all of those areas. So that's part of the complexity that you're talking about. But we can still act on areas we know we can make a difference. And in this case, the Marine Institute is acting with the fishermen, and they're trying to change the fishing methods that they're using such that they can avoid capture of these elasmobranch species, which are sensitive. The other kind of things we can do is restoration. Oysters were mentioned earlier on, and Pacific oysters. The Marine Institute is involved in an oyster restoration program where we're trying to reintroduce reefs of natural oysters, native oysters, around the country. That's the kind of restoration we can do. We can also restore things like, this is pearl mussel. So we've managed to captive breed pearl mussel in Newport, but pearl mussel needs salmon to reproduce. And even though we can reproduce that in a contained environment, when we put those pearl mussels out into the river, we're going to have an issue. Because if salmon are declining due to wider factors that we're not in control of, then we've got a problem. So finally, I'll just leave you with this. The issues that we've got are complex. The solutions that we can bring to those issues, we need to focus on where we can be effective. If I could just refer to something in the case of the IPCC, or not the IPCC, the COP27 that's on this week, there's an analogy that Greta Thunberg drew of your house being on fire. So knowledge that your house is on fire is one thing, but it's of no use to you unless you know how to get out. And once you get out of your house and you manage to put the fire out, you're going to have to realize that the fire has caused some damage or some change to the house. And we have to think about that too, in terms of where we want to end up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kieran, and thank you, Richard, as well. We'll take our 20 minutes for the roundtable discussion now. And remember as well that you can be considering elements that we've heard to incorporate in your solutions and your roundtable discussions, as well as questions. And our speakers will be available. So we'll come back in around 20 minutes. Thank you. Join them as well. So that's Richard and Kieran, thank you. I have obviously lost my good teaching skills today because there you're here, thank you. Okay, so I will come to I'll come to table 12 first. If we can get a mic to table 12. And Rory has a question.
Hi, my name's Rory, and my question is, does overfishing still pose the same threat as it has in the past, or have our fishing practices improved?
Great question, Rory. Who on the panel would like to take that?
I can take that. Fisheries is not my competency. That's just my first disclaimer. If you look at the pizza slice graphic that I showed you, it shows that pollution is not a predominant pressure in the Irish marine environment. And the international science body that manages or studies the seas on behalf of the countries highlights that one of the predominant pressures on Irish marine environment is commercial fisheries. However, there are plans and strategies in place that do show very positive signs in terms of the recovery of fish stocks. So I won't go into the details of them, but fisheries in the Irish marine region is going in the right direction. It is becoming more sustainable. More and more of the fish stocks that are assessed are being managed properly so that they are being fished at or below the maximum sustainable yield. So I would say that we have hit the bottom of the curve and are on the way up. But as I said in my talk, the timelines for recovery are not, it's not a rapid recovery, so we need to continue to monitor. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take there's another question on 12 about companies. David, your question on table 12, if you want to.
Yeah, the question was, how do we hold account international or international bodies with an investment in Irish waters? In other words, a lot of the fish which are taken from the sea are not fished by Irish trawlers, and a lot of the law which governs that or apportions the quotas is appointed by international bodies. So how do we hold those to account, being a small part of a bigger union or some as such?
Okay.
Thanks, David. Yeah.
If I'll take that one then. So, sorry, am I audible now? Fishing is regulated in the Irish zone and in the European zone under the Common Fisheries Policy. Okay, and the Common Fisheries Policy sets TACs, which are the total catches, and then sets shares called quotas for each country, okay, from that policy. And that's enforced through an enforcement agency. In Ireland, we have the Sea Fisheries Protection Authority, okay? In Spain, they have an analogue to that. In France, they have an analogue to that. So the fishing that's carried out is legal, and the fishing that's carried out is by quota. Now, that doesn't mean that individuals might sometimes, catch over quota or something, but if they do, they're subject to penalties for doing that. So it is regulated and it is managed. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, there was another question, which is, do we need more boats, more funding?
Might get the microphone back to you, sorry, David, just so we can...
Yeah, I mean, does it answer the question? Kind of. But there was a supplementary question, which was, do we need more Irish boats in the Irish Sea, funding for them? I'm not talking about trawlers, I'm talking about monitoring vessels.
Oh, monitoring vessels. I'm not really competent to answer that question. I think that what it is that we do is we do monitor and we do effective monitoring. Could it be better? I'm sure it could be better. There's a discussion panel that will be on later on with a representative from the fishing industry, and I'm sure they can give you a better opinion on that.
Okay. Thank you. Again, we'll follow up with all these questions later on, but maybe I might take Rebecca's question on table 7, if we can get the microphone to table 7.
Cheers. Hi, guys. So Richard, you mentioned that harm to the marine environment takes a really long time to recover from. So we were wondering what long-term strategies would be most beneficial for Ireland in terms of biodiversity loss preservation. Thank you.
Okay, I think what we should do, and I would share this opinion quite freely with people, I think we should have long-term strategies running at least to 10 years. We have some of these with our neighbours. We cooperate with them where we have action plans to put in place recovery measures with other countries. So I showed you something on the OSPAR, so that's the Oslo-Paris Commission. And we have action plans that run for 10 years there. I think as a minimum, we should have long-term plans that will allow us to deliver for the marine environment in its timescales, while also respecting our human timescales and those economic and political timescales that we run our societies through. So if you think about wheels within wheels, a marine ecological timescale might be of decades, centuries, and then under that we have human timescales, our economic cycles, and our political social cycles. And they all have to nest into each other so that we keep on the right track, so that we ensure that we reach an outcome that represents what we consider to be a healthy marine environment. Okay.
So can I just follow up on that to say that actually when I was looking at that presentation that you gave, it seemed that the policies for marine were actually good in terms of being longer than the ones that we have on land, but does that mean that they should be longer again?
I think there's a recognition, and there has been for about the last 25 years, that marine time cycles should be long-term. I suppose what I would suggest is that this decision-making in society has to persist through all the other kind of cycles we have. So the political cycles, the economic cycles, and I think it would be a useful thing to pursue in terms of looking at it from an outcomes approach as opposed to a process approach. A lot of what we see in society, particularly around environmental stewardship, is locking onto a process. We're at this point in the process, and we'll be at this point next, and that point. And many people in society are really thinking about the outcome. I want it to be better. Better being some sort of subjective description of what a healthy environment would look like, or healthy biodiversity. And I think that if we could have agreement on what a future better state was, and then could move in a kind of progressive stepwise approach. And I say stepwise on purpose because there are many people who will not want to travel as fast as others on a journey to a future state. So if you're going to do it across the whole of society, you must bring everybody together on that journey.
Thank you. There's again a few more questions that we'll give directly to the panel, and they weren't expecting to have homework, but we're giving it to them anyways. But I actually wanted to come back to Keith's question from the last session that we didn't get to. No, but I do think it's important to ask in this context.
I just think this is more of a fisheries question, but I'll ask it anyway. I mean, we had an example in the talk before lunch about invasive species with the Pacific oyster, originating from farmed fisheries. What are the other negative impacts that we need to consider in terms of farmed fisheries, and are they adequately regulated?
Thanks, Keith. And Taz, you might be able to take that one, maybe.
So I can talk a little bit about aquaculture in more general terms. Aside from the Pacific oyster, I guess. So the impact of fish farming so salmon in cages would often be the accumulation of nutrients and organic material underneath the tanks, and the introduction of kind of there's issues with pests and disease and escaped fish that kind of can impact on the genetic makeup of the wild populations and so on. I would say that in an Irish context, most of the caged fish farming is in faster flowing waters, so the issues with accumulation of nutrients are less severe here than they are in other places. with aquaculture more generally, there are potential issues with biosecurity and bringing invasive species in and escapes from aquaculture. There is a very engaged process of working out better management practices. Borders-Gavara has several programs connecting with the industry to look for better environmental management processes. But it's nevertheless it's an area that does need some attention. The particularly in protected areas, special areas of conservation and special protection areas, Ireland has been called out for kind of in the past for not being kind of strict enough in assessing whether there should be aquaculture activities in particular areas that might conflict with aspects of biodiversity that are being protected in those areas. So it's certainly something that more work can be done to try to find the balance point that's appropriate.
Can I speak to that
Please,
a little bit as well? Just to add that for aquaculture installations in Ireland, and I think our aquaculture intensity is particularly low in comparison to other areas if you look at the west of Scotland or Norway. But for any aquaculture activity, it has to be licensed, and that license has to have an appropriate assessment. And that appropriate assessment has to look at some of those factors that Tasman's talking about, which is the impacts on the bay. And as we go forward in time, we learn more about I was talking about the connectivity, for example, between water body areas. So we're learning more about this as we go forward in time. And we do apply in Ireland, I think, best standards that are there on a European and on a global level to the appropriate assessments that are done. And at that point, and so it's a matter of the application of those to the license when the aquaculture license is granted. But it's something that should be looked at. And maybe one of the better things to do is to create more transparency around the performance of aquaculture in our bays. So, for example, that we could have the Marine Institute, for example, has a sea lice monitoring program, and we monitor the sea lice on salmon cages all the time according to a program. And there's regular visits that happen to farms, and they have to report them. And if the sea lice levels get too high, they have to treat them. But we produce these on our website, but actually we could probably make it a lot more amenable to everybody who's in the local area to look in and to drill down and see these things. They've begun to do it in places like Scotland, so I can't see why we couldn't do that as well.
Thank you. And just on that, because Taz mentioned the special areas of conservation, Richard, is there anything in the new law that you were speaking about that we, I don't know, need to strengthen or need to highlight in terms of our coastal and marine areas?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just on that new law, I kind of flew through the slide because, as I was saying to some of the tables, as the light flashes up at the podium and it scares the bejesus out of you, okay? So it's just important to see that we're looking to create a law that will allow us to create this new, wider network of marine protected areas to not just protect things that are listed in the Birds and Habitats Directive, which have protection already, but to list a whole lot of other species and habitats that don't get protection. And the protection piece is easy, so the find the thing and the create a law piece is the easy piece. But the pieces we really are really ambitious about are creating management recommendations and measures, but also something that maybe you guys would consider useful is a really strong and deep participation approach to the identification of sites, their creation, so having all the sectors, all the communities, taking on board things like cultural aspects, local knowledge, traditional knowledge, not just the life science knowledge that we know we need, to use them to help us to design the sites and then to manage and steward them into the future. So if you think about the coast and the sea around you, how you would have an ownership of it. So that's the ambition of the law, and we really hope that we can get that through. We're very close to submitting the draft of the law to the government for approval.
That could be something that the Citizens' Assembly could say that we wanted to support if that was, yeah, okay. Right. Just as a thought. Okay. Thank you very much to Richard, to Kieran and to Taz as well for those responses and for your presentations. Now, I'm delighted to welcome our voices from the community for our marine section. And again, I don't know what happened, but like Donegal really is getting a good show in here today. So we have our Killybegs Fishermen's Association, Sean O'Donoghue. If you want to come to the stage, and I'll introduce you as you're coming up. So Sean has come to us today from Killybegs, as I said, in Donegal. He's CEO of the Killybegs Fishermen's Organisation for more than 20 years. And prior to this, he worked in the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine and the State Seafood Agency Board Iskwara. So if our other voices, you can come up on stage for, during Sean's presentation. And we'll now hear about the marine from people who are engaging with it every day. So you're very welcome, Sean.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good evening to everybody. You've already introduced me, so I won't do that as such. You'll be glad to know, like other speakers, I have a small number of slides, but there's very little text in them. What I'd like to do is that, both Richard and Kieran have really set the macro scene. I want to bring this down to a local level in terms of fisheries. And first of all, to show you what the importance of fisheries in the whole coastal community end of things. And then to link that with biodiversity and the importance for us of healthy oceans and such. And finally, I'll finish off with the issues that we are facing, which unfortunately are too many such, but I'll give you a flavour of those and what we need to do. So right, the first slide I have here, there's quite a lot of data on it, but I really want to give you three messages in relation to this. The first one is to look at the blue area. Kieran already mentioned about that we're 10 times the landmass, but when you look at our what we call our EEZ, our exclusive economic area, from a fishing point of view, it is 6.4 times the landmass as such. The second thing is that the overall fishing industry in 2021 was worth 1.2 billion as such, which is about 15.3% up on 2020. But that figure, to be fair, is distorted because COVID very much affected the whole fishing scene in 2020. The third point that I want to make in relation to this, which I think is really critical, and you probably can see it, but the 16% of Donegal, what that relates to is all of the coastal employment in Donegal. 16% of it relates to the seafood sector. So right around the coast, seafood is really important to the whole sector as such. The second issue that I wanted to cover is the linkage with the seafood and biological sustainability. It goes without saying, at least from my perspective, that we need healthy oceans for sustainable fisheries. And we very much see that preserving and restoring biodiversity is essential in relation to that. I think the third thing, which it tends to be forgotten in the global end of things, is that fisheries is essential in providing a sustainable food source. And if you look at the left of the slide, you'll see that over 3 billion people are tied up, are dependent on seafood as such. We very much feel that there has to be a balance between the socio-economic and the biological sustainability, and I think that was touched on a bit by Richard, but he didn't go into detail in it. And finally, we see ourselves as very much aligned with the FAO sustainable goal as such 14, which is the life below waters, and having sustainable use of oceans and sea and marine resources for sustainable development as such. So that's the link that we see very much, and we very much see biological sustainability and healthy oceans as critical for our future. Then, I promised I only had 4 slides, so there's only this one and another one as such. Unfortunately, from a fishing point of view, we really got hammered in Brexit. It shouldn't have happened. It did happen. And a picture tells 1,000 words here. If you look at the map here on the right, the EEZ of the UK is in red. And you can see once you take that out of the European Union, it amounts to about 33% of the European Union waters. So we ended up in the end on Christmas Eve in 2020, and I note it very well because it was a hammer blow to us. We ended up getting a huge reduction, unfortunately, in the two main species that drive the Irish fishing industry, which is mackerel and Dublin Bay prawns as such. And in both of those, we ended up, at a stroke of a pen, getting a 25% reduction as such. The other areas that are important for us, there's the common fisheries policy. We operate under that. We have a coastal states, and people are not sticking to the rules in terms of fishing activity as such. And finally, we obviously are confined in terms of space, and there's going to have to be some mutually accommodation here, because we have a lot of competing sources for space out there, and I think the maps show this. So finally, we do need to have a robust science and consultation and compromise. So I think I've just exceeded my 5 minutes, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you for that. And as always, we'll have time to discuss this further. Now, I'm delighted to have Dr. Donal Griffin, who's the Marine Policy Advisor for Fair Seas Campaign. And Fair Seas is a group of Ireland's leading environmental non-governmental organisation and networks seeking to protect, conserve and restore Ireland's unique marine environment. Donal has a background in marine biology and ecology and has also got extensive experience in marine policy. So thank you, Donal, for coming to address the Assembly today.
Thank you very much. And I want to start with a message of hope and ocean optimism. We already know how to halt biodiversity decline in our seas, and we already know how to reverse biodiversity decline in our seas. And if that isn't enough, we already know how to do these things in a way that also directly tackles climate change. Sorry, it's just playing out with the computer here a little bit. And tackling the biodiversity crisis for me comes down to two things, really. It comes to proper protection of the marine biodiversity that we have left. And number two, the restoration of marine biodiversity we've lost or losing. It's no longer good enough to hold the line. Sorry, I just lost my place here. Then the obvious question is, why is biodiversity still declining all around the world if we already know these things? And there are many reasons, but what I will say is, like everything else, it often comes back to money. Lack of financial resourcing is a huge barrier to successful conservation outcomes, but with financial resourcing comes jobs, accountability, delivery, and paves the way for success. So my suggestion to the Assembly is that your very first recommendation to government should be to properly fund biodiversity protection and restoration to the tune of €1 billion. And that sounds like a lot, and it is a lot. It is 1% of the state's total spending for 2023. But the recent budget, just published last month, said there will be an estimated $6.17 billion surplus in 2023. So my argument is that we use just some of that to properly fund biodiversity protection and restoration in a way that doesn't impede on the delivery of all the other vital services that the state now provides, like health, education, childcare, state protection, and everything else. So the question that follows on from there is that, what do we spend it on? And that comes back to the two pillars of protection and restoration. And in terms of protection, in my eyes, the priority needs to be to designate an ecologically coherent network of marine protected areas, and Richard mentioned it earlier, MPAs for short. And if done right, MPAs can stem biodiversity loss and address a host of different drivers of biodiversity loss in our seas, some of which Richard mentioned as well. And actually, the government, as Richard mentioned, committed to expanding MPAs in Ireland in their programme for government from 2.1% today to 30% coverage by 2030. But fundamental to the success of any current or new MPAs through new laws is effective management. And this is the expensive part, and it includes everything from the development and introduction of conservation management measures, monitoring, enforcement of these sites, stakeholder engagement throughout, and much more besides. But to think about it another way, MPAs without effective management, in my eyes, is a form of environmental dereliction. The same way we have a housing crisis in Ireland, but with thousands of abandoned houses and homes up and down the country, we have hundreds of marine protected areas in our seas, but they are not benefiting nature to the extent they could be because they are not being well managed. And this is why resourcing the MPA network is so important, because all the elements of the designation and management which are fundamental to the delivery of positive biodiversity outcomes, and that's why we're here in the first place. And then it comes to the second pillar of restoration. This is the boots on the ground stuff, giving nature a helping hand, and it was mentioned in the previous, one of the previous presentations as well. We need to bring back the species, the habitats, the ecosystems that we have already lost. And we have a job of work to do here to restore seagrass meadows in Ireland, or oyster reefs, or salt marsh, or shark populations, or merle, or kelp. You know, the list is long. And considering that Ireland's seas are, well, I've said here 7 times, but I hear it's 10 now, it's 7 or 10 times the size of our landmass. Much of Ireland's biodiversity occurs and has been lost in our seas. So we need to act with ambition, and we need to act with urgency. So my take-home message is, let's properly fund the protection and restoration of our seas and nature. Let's do it together using this whole of government, whole of society approach. Let's at every stage think about the efficacy and efficiency of what we do, because we're running out of time, and no matter what we do, we need it to work. And lastly, let's include young people, and we've had the session earlier. Given our legacy of environmental dereliction and neglect, society owes it to them to act on and in their interests. So just very finally from me, I think the clock is ticking on this, but I truly believe it's not too late to bring about the transformative change and emergency response that the biodiversity crisis requires from us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Donal. Super. Yeah, very clear as well. Thank you very much. And now I'm delighted that we have Dr. Simon Barrow, who is agriculture in Atlantic Technological University. And he's speaking to us on behalf of the Irish Whale and Dolphin Group, of which he's a founder member and now CEO of this group, which is an All-Ireland NGO established in 1991 for the conservation and better understanding of whales, dolphins and porpoises in Irish waters. So thank you very much, Simon, for being with us today.
Thank you. We are very lucky and privileged to have such rich biodiversity of marine species: whales and dolphins, seabirds, seals, sharks and even tuna. We have a huge EEZ, 7 times our landmass, hosting a variety of marine habitats, up to 350 kilometres offshore. But with this comes a responsibility to manage, conserve and protect our wonderful marine biodiversity. I think providing protection to our marine biodiversity is not an obligation, as I've heard in earlier sessions, but it's an opportunity we must take. In my short presentation, I'd like to share 3 ideas with you. Firstly, we need to build knowledge. Secondly, we need to build partnerships with inshore communities. And finally, we need to build an ocean-literate island nation. So we are all concerned and embedded in the health of our marine biodiversity. Many of these species are, despite what Richard said, are top predators, and they can reflect the health of our oceans. Healthy populations of marine predators indicate healthy seas. But we need knowledge. We need knowledge on where and when they occur. We need to know what they do. We need knowledge on their health status and their habitat requirements. We do have good knowledge for some species in areas which can inform conservation actions, but we must act now to protect and enhance. For example, I showed you some humpback whales. All these images are taken in Irish waters. Humpback whales are increasing in our inshore waters as populations recover after many years of human overexploitation. Bluefin tuna are occurring with increasing frequency, likely driven by climate change-induced increase in water temperatures and the changing distribution of their preferred prey. But what was the historic abundance of our marine top predators? We don't know. We don't know what a pristine marine environment looks like. What is the baseline against which we measure conservation success and failure? And how are these baselines changing in a changing world? Kieran touched on it earlier. With contemporary knowledge, we can better inform our managers, we can inform conservation actions and policies. Better knowledge will enable us to work with our offshore renewable sector to identify sensitive areas which they need to avoid during planning, inform visiting navies when and where not to play their war games, engage with emerging issues such as deep sea mining that are identifying deposits on the seabed for potential exploitation. This doesn't mean we don't act now on the knowledge we already have, but we have to build the evidence to convince stakeholders that conservation actions are necessary and hopefully working. Secondly, and with apologies for misquoting Finding Nemo, fish are actually food, not friends. And we need to ensure that our fish stocks, especially inshore stocks, and especially the forage fish, are in good condition. Forage fish are not included in present fisheries management because they're not consumed by humans, but they're essential for a suite of marine predators. Most forage fish occur within our territorial waters, which extend out to 12 nautical miles off our coast, which we, not the EU, are responsible for managing. We can decide to restrict or cease trawling on forage fish and let them be foraged upon. We urgently need to respect forage fish as essential ecosystem components and ensure we consider the food requirements of all our marine predators in our fisheries management and not just humans. The knowledge we have gained, together with information on ecosystem functioning, will enable us to work with coastal communities, and especially fishers, in a spirit of respect, to rebuild fish stocks and restore habitats. To achieve this, and I'd be interested in Sean's perspective, I think we need a conversation about compensating fishers for not fishing areas to enable this recovery. This is the model we use on land, where farmers are paid for environmental measures, so why not apply the same policy to marine environment? And this compensation can be used to engage fishers in monitoring these conservation actions, and especially the MPAs. I would love to see some areas, some pilot areas, where all activities, especially fishing, are excluded, but where the site is monitored for our benthic habitats. How fast do they recover? Monitor fish biomass. Do stocks increase? Will shark and rays move into these areas? Will my beloved dolphins and porpoises come to forage? We have no studies to show that by leaving things alone, these habitats and species will recover. Money invested in protecting and rebuilding marine habitats will be returned many times over compared with similar compensation packages on land. Many marine habitats and species are resilient if we give them the time and space to recover. Finally, we also need to build an ocean-literate society where we understand better the role of our oceans in controlling climate, sequestering carbon, providing energy, transport, supporting productivity and building resilience, where we all feel like islanders surrounded by rich and functioning seas. Without gaining and sharing knowledge and showing respect for the diverse stakeholders for which we all share responsibility for our oceans, it'll be very hard to make progress on protecting and restoring our wonderful marine biodiversity around the island of Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. I'm going to jump the gun a little bit before I let everyone off to discuss, but can I ask you, Simon, about, I believe I read something in Paul Fogarty's book that the Norwegians kept a region that wouldn't be fished for 10 years. Am I saying that correctly? Maybe I'll give...
I missed that. Is this on? Say it again, Amy.
Yeah, did I read somewhere that in Norway they actually did that idea that you were speaking about, where they asked fishermen not to fish in a particular area and compensated them for it, and then the population came back? Is that something?
I mean, there are many marine protected areas or areas that have restricted access throughout the world and are well monitored. But there aren't that many in, if you like, our latitudes. I'm not familiar with that one in Norway, I must admit. But I think there's some good examples in the UK where habitats have recovered maybe over 10 years, but it takes that kind of, can take that kind of timescales. So if we're going to do that, and then if we run some pilots so we can see the benefits of it, and then we can share that information and say, look, if we do this, this is going to happen. Knock out the uncertainty and bring certainty, because I think fishermen and coastal communities that I talk to, if they have the evidence to support it, they're much more likely to support the action and be part of it. But I think critical to that, and I've come around in my own head, is if we're asking fishers to stop fishing an area, we should compensate for that. And many countries don't. But I think we should certainly have that conversation to see, is it the right approach? And certainly Sean's perspective would be interesting.
Will be. And so thank you for that. And my apologies to the members for jumping the gun on that. Just when I thought of it, I thought, oh, that rings a bell, but obviously not. Apologies. So let's have a roundtable discussion to note all of your responses to those presentations, and we'll come back at 25 to 4 for our Q&A on that. Thank you. as I've said to you today, my brain really isn't working, so I'm not going to do a good job of choosing questions. So I'm going to throw this back to the floor now and be as provocative as you want to be and engage whoever else is in the room if you would like as well. But I will start with one question that I see here from Brendan on table 9. If we can get a microphone over to Brendan. And then the microphones will get there now in a minute. Thank you, ladies. And then we will throw this to the floor. We'll obviously need to go to 7 then after that. Thank you, 7.
Can you hear me? We were just wondering whether it's really ethical or sustainable in the long term to think of compensating fishermen not to fish, or for that matter, to compensate large agribusinesses not to pollute. In other words, should you not just be doing the right thing?
Who would like to take that one?
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind taking that one. I think, as a good Kerryman would say, I wouldn't have started here with that question as such. But nonetheless, I will address it. In my view, the issue that I highlighted is that if we have sustainable stocks that are fishing within what we call the maximum sustainable yield, well, then the issue of compensation doesn't arrive. I think what Simon was referring to, without taking away from what he said, I think he was talking about forage fish, that there, particularly ones that there weren't constraints in terms of quotas and stuff. I presume you were referring to sprat or something like that, you know?
Well, I think potting effort as well is something, you know. I mean, Sean talked about the spatial squeeze. There's no doubt that fishers and other, especially coastal activities, are facing huge pressure from every side, you know, from offshore renewables and marine protected areas. So you exclude a fishing technique such as bottom trawling out of a marine protected area. Where does the fishers go? They go to somewhere else where they're excluded from that area because that's an offshore wind farm and that they're excluded from that. So where do they go? Do they put more fishing pressure in those areas outside of it? Or do we compensate them for actually giving up their livelihood or suspending their livelihood? Or maybe using that compensation to get them to be the very people that monitor the effectiveness of not fishing that area. You know, by working with the scientists and the PhD students to put down the baited camera traps for sharks, to look at drop-down cameras, to look at acoustic detectors, you know what I mean? So they're the ones that have all the knowledge of the area. So I just think, and I'm uncomfortable myself, so I hear what you're saying, is that should we be compensating them or should they do the right thing? But the right thing is these people's livelihoods. Yeah. And, you know, you wouldn't do that to a farmer. So I don't know if we should or not, but I do think we need to have the conversation. And it's not necessarily the case where, like in the UK, I don't think they compensate fishers for kicking them out of marine protected areas if it's a fishing technique that's not allowed, such as trawling. So, but, you know, we have to do what's right for our people. And I think it won't be easy, but I think we need to have that conversation with the communities, with the representatives like Sean and, you know, with government really, and the good people of Ireland. It's your tax at the end of the day. But I think the take-home message too is the money, if we put a few billion into compensating people not to do, fishers not to do something, or not drop your anchor there in this area because you're breaking it, you're destroying marl beds or whatever, sensitive habitat, you will get that back long term many times over. We know the richness and the productivity of Irish waters. I'm not sure you get that same return if you did the same measures on land.
Okay, thanks, Simon. Brendan, I hope that answers that. We had a question from 7, if we can get the microphone. I'm not sure to who. If you can stand up and say your name, please. Thank you.
Hiya, I'm Ben. So we had a question for Donal. I think we were all very impressed with your directness in terms of asking for $1 billion and you'll fix everything. But I guess our question was, you know, how was that figure arrived at? Was that simply a percentage of, you know, our national budget and this is the percentage that should go toward biodiversity? Or was it, you know, adding up, you know, I can use X million for this and X million for this? So maybe just a bit more detail on how that figure was arrived at and what the money would be used for.
No worries. And to say it was back of the fag packet would be to overstate it. The 1 billion for biodiversity is really about putting that highly ambitious financial commitment, to have a really high-end pot of money for biodiversity. It could be 1 billion, it could be $500 million, it could be 5 billion, but you know, we do have a surplus, and I was saying earlier on to this table, you know, Ireland is a rich country, and we don't always feel it, but as a state we are, and we could use some of the surplus while we have it, make hay while the sun shines, and put money aside. I watched back one of the sessions about ring fencing money for biodiversity. I think it was referring to agriculture, but let's do that on a huge scale, and let's fully fund government departments. Let's get more people in, let's get more resources, let's get more capacity, and let's give it to state agencies, let's give it to regulators, let's give it to the enforcers. So there was no arithmetic or deriving, it was just a huge number, because we need to treat the biodiversity crisis like the crisis it is and have that emergency response. And you know, we have seen what an emergency response can do over the COVID pandemic. We can really make things happen at speed, and my view would be, why not do that for tackling biodiversity loss and decline, because we need to, and it will. My last thing I'll just say that the COVID pandemic caused a huge amount of human suffering, and that is why there was such a huge response from government and worldwide. Biodiversity loss has already and will in the future, combined with climate change, cause more and more and more human suffering. And I get the sense if we don't treat it with this emergency response, we'll be sitting again in 20, 25 years' time wishing we had put aside 1 billion every year to tackle it.
Can I Thank you, Donal. Yes, Simon, yeah.
One potential source of large pots of money is offshore renewables. Now, we all talk about it every day. We talk about offshore renewables, potential of Ireland, offshore wind. And there's consultations going through government about how we use the money. The government are renting the seabed. We own the seabed. You own the seabed to the offshore renewable companies. And there's fixed amounts coming in per acre covered. And one of the consultations the last few months is, you know, what do we do with all this money? I do back at the fag packet calculations from Loophead, West Clare, where I live, and you know, one small farm could bring in 4 million a year into the local community. Where does that money go? Let's ring fence it. Let's ring fence it, not just to buy GA shirts for the local GA club, but let's ring fence it for biodiversity, habitat restoration, all this kind of stuff, and make it to be accountable locally. So the money's generated locally from local resource, wind, and is spent locally. So I think money is less of a constraint, as in having the high ambition, which Donal said is what we do with it, and how we ring fence it and how we target it. Now, maybe some of that money could be used to compensate the fishers that are being displaced from the area, for example. But it's having that kind of ambition, I think. So I think there's plenty of money coming in from our offshore. So let's invest that money in our offshore and our inshore waters.
Thank you, Simon. And interestingly, our next section today will be talking about offshore wind renewables, so we can ask some specific questions. Now, I saw a hand up at table 8. If we can go to table 8, and Hilary, please.
Just again, an observation about the money side of things. You know, we can talk about money, and I appreciate your intent when you talk about the money. But and it's a strong vibe that's been going through, you know, over the weeks of Citizens Assembly. I really fear that it's not about them. Like, I understand people need money. Obviously, everybody needs money, and we need more resources and everything else. But it's just the whole attitude to implementation. And if we can't recommend something from this Citizens Assembly that's going to change culturally the attitude to implementation and actually delivering on results in this country, we're not going to be doing any, you know, I just can't see everything, all the time we're spending, making a difference. We have to acknowledge our cultural failings, if you like, across many different organisations and agencies of accepting those reports and looking at the data and then going, oh, well, we didn't do that. Let's move on to the next time and generate another report. I think we really, really do need to accept that we need to make a cultural difference about how we implement and focus on the outcomes and what we're getting for that billion. Do you know? So that's one observation. And the other question I had was about the wind farms, and just obviously offshore wind is a big deal these days. It's a hugely significant issue. And I was just wondering, what about the implications of those farms on stuff like biodiversity and the oceans? Just, thank you.
Thanks, Hilary. Two big things there, and I guess the culture thing, we can't necessarily give that to the panel, but it's for the room. I mean, it's part of the deliberations. It's been coming up in the discussions, so yes, it's not to ignore it, but we might come back to that later in our reflection. But what about biodiversity? And Sean, yeah?
Yeah, I just on the offshore renewables, you're quite right about the effects on sectors. And the one thing that has been forgotten in the offshore renewable, and is particularly relevant with what has happened in the REC as such, is that we have all these raft of developments without actually talking to the key people that are going to be affected here, which is the fishing industry. And this is a recipe for disaster, and we have to get a proper communication here between the ORE sector and the people that are affected as such. And we have a ridiculous situation that some of the applications that are being considered at the moment on the REC are right on top of our main fishery, which I've already said Dublin Bay prawns is a main fishery. They're already right on top of them. And that wouldn't have happened if there had been proper consultation before that started.
Thanks, Sean. Donal?
Yeah, just to come back to the point there about the culture, just quickly, I completely agree. Throwing good money after bad is not going to help if it's a systemic problem, and there's definitely arguments to be made that in parts the systemic problems are the barrier. But I would argue that we haven't got to the point of throwing any money at it yet. There's conservation in Ireland has been chronically underfunded for a really, really long time. Chronically underfunded. And when you talk about the bad report cards that Ireland gets and the state publishes and we despair, that flows directly from this poor implementation because of lack of resources and capacity. So I completely agree, but having the money will help. It's not everything. Completely agree.
Just on that, part of the message that can come from the Assembly is a specific phrase or statement or something if the room wants to really emphasise that need. And that can come as strong as the room wishes, and we'll start to debate on that later. But thanks for raising the point. Thank you for all the questions. Thanks for excellent presentations and engagement. We really appreciate you coming up and appreciate your frankness as well. So thank you to Simon, to Donal, and to Sean as well. Thank you. Now, the musicians last week got such warm feedback that we decided to have more Ceol and Amshot. So we'll have John Madden and Tommy Keane to play a few tunes for us while we have coffee. So please give them a warm welcome, and we'll come back in 15 minutes with another session. Published research literally 2 weeks ago. So this is like hot off the presses. But as soon as we saw it, and James Moran from ATU on our advisory group sent it, and we're like, that has to come into our program, because the research paper that Jane is going to speak about specifically looks at energy production and its impact on biodiversity. So if we're talking about, yes, reducing our carbon footprint, to be sure that we're not doing that to the detriment of biodiversity, and Jane is going to speak to that now. So we've already met Jane, and she spoke very much about the All-Ireland Pollinator Plan, and spoke to us previously about the impact, positive and negative, on biodiversity, but we're so delighted to have her back here again, so please give Jane a very warm welcome.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me again. And this afternoon, really, I want to talk about the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. I will speak about the paper that we've just published on the impacts of renewable energy technologies on biodiversity, but I want to preface that a little bit by talking about this link between biodiversity loss and climate change. And I kind of have to know something about this because my new role is as Vice President for Biodiversity and Climate Action in Trinity. So bringing these two things together is very close to my heart. So in terms of what we know about climate change, I think everybody's very familiar with the fact that we are undergoing rapid climate change at the moment, that the climate is changing more rapidly than was predicted, and that the trajectory of climate change is continuing. This report was published by the IPCC, which is a global scientific community that reviews all of the evidence and produces reports on the state of play. And this report was published earlier this year, and it states that exceeding 1.5 degrees warming for a number of decades will cause irreversible effects on biodiversity and ecosystems. And we talk about this 1.5 degrees, we're going to reach 1.5 degrees in the next decade. And the planet is likely to continue warming. So we are going to be in this situation of exceeding 1.5 degrees for several decades. So the irreversible effects of climate change on biodiversity and ecosystems are really something that we do need to consider. And we've already seen the impacts of climate change on our weather systems, and we've seen the impacts of those extreme weather events on our ecosystems. So just a few pictures up here from flooding ecosystems on floodplains, from the fires down in Killarney National Park a couple of years ago, the droughts that we experienced both in 2018 and in the summer just past, and the various storms that have been through. And these extreme weather events and the result of climate change and the impact they have on ecosystems can be quite catastrophic. And as I know many people have said to you over the course of this program, our biodiversity is in a precarious state. So our biodiversity in Ireland isn't in a great condition. It's not in a great condition globally. And so this extra stressor, this extra pressure of climate change, does our nature, does our biodiversity have the capacity to actually absorb those extra stressors? And the IPCC, this international panel, thinks about the impacts of climate change on biodiversity in terms of three things, and I'll just describe what they are. So the first is phenology, and this word just means the timing of biological events. So the time of year that flowers come out, or that leaves are produced on trees, or that birds migrate, or at which amphibians mate. These timings of biological events are often very closely linked to things like temperature and sunlight, so day length. So as the climate changes, we see shifts in the timing of these events. And we've already seen the earlier return of migratory birds like swallows coming back to Ireland in the spring. We've seen changes in the flight periods of various insects, including moths. And we've seen changes in the times at which flowers are blooming through the year. So we can already see these impacts of climate change on the phenology, the timing of biological events. And there's also the potential then for mismatches. So if our flowers are coming out at this time of year and our insect pollinators are coming out at this time of year and they don't overlap, then we start to get these ecological mismatches. So that's phenology. In terms of distribution, quite often organisms are limited in where they can live and survive and breed by climatic conditions. So as the climatic conditions change, the places that they can live change. And we've already seen northerly migrations of species, so shifts in species ranges in response to warming climates. So things like, on the picture there in the middle is the emperor dragonfly. So this is a dragonfly that didn't used to occur in Ireland until about 20 years ago, and it arrived in Ireland and it spread. And this is thought to be connected with the increasing temperatures that we're seeing in Ireland. There's also in the marine system, you've been hearing a lot about the aquatic system today, things like plankton, these microscopic organisms, they are shifting their distributions. And we see shifts in bigger organisms as well, things like jellyfish, Portuguese man-o-war jellyfish, now being found in more northerly latitudes. And the problem with this, again, is these sort of mismatches between species that interact with one another, but it also has an impact on us in terms of whether these species affect our fisheries, whether they affect our recreation, whether they're pests or diseases of both people and other organisms. So this distributional shift caused by climate change is a concern as well. And then, of course, when you get this change in what's living where and when it's active, you get changes in the ecological interactions, you get changes in the structure and functioning of ecological systems. And I've got a picture of a bog at the bottom there, because in peatland systems, if we get changes in the organisms that live there and changes in the times at which it's wet or dry, if we get drought and then sudden intense rainfall, then you can get bog bursts and landslides. So the whole structure of the ecosystem is affected. So the impacts of climate change on biodiversity are complex, and I've put this figure in here, and really it's just to sort of illustrate that complexity, is that with climate change, we get changes in the environment, sea level rise, flooding, drought. This has direct and indirect impacts on biodiversity, but it also affects what we do, so in the grey box, the socio-economic systems, and that has knock-on impacts on biodiversity. And then there's feedbacks. As biodiversity changes, as the climate changes, we get these complex feedbacks. So this twin concern of climate change and biodiversity loss is very much the same concern, and it's complex and complicated because we don't know as a system changes, as organisms live somewhere different, do something different, as ecosystems are slightly differently structured, we don't necessarily know what the full impacts of that will be. So that's quite frightening. It's like a massive unreplicated experiment where we've just got one planet to do this on, and we don't know exactly what the consequences will be. What we do know is that biodiversity does help us to cope with changing climates. So this figure here just shows that nature improves our resilience to climate change. So in terms of protecting our coastlines, in terms of protecting our floodplains, in terms of protecting against fire. And this is also true in urban systems. So the last panel on the right there is saying that we get these benefits from biodiversity from nature in our urban areas as well. And because of the importance of biodiversity for addressing climate change, our Climate Action Plan, which has the ultimate ambition to achieve a climate-resilient Ireland, also talks about achieving a climate-resilient, biodiversity-rich, and carbon-neutral economy. So that's what's in the Climate Action Plan. And so what we need to do is we need to address climate change, but we need to do it in such a way that it doesn't have a negative impact on biodiversity. And I've put at the top there win-win question mark, because there are potentials for win-wins solutions for biodiversity and climate change, but it means that we need to take biodiversity into account in our climate action strategies, and not just take it into account, but to implement climate action that has a positive impact on biodiversity. And I think probably the first thing that springs to mind when you think, okay, how can we tackle climate change and also improve biodiversity is plant more trees. I was delighted to see on the children and young people's recommendations, they have one of their recommendations, plant more trees. which seems like a really obvious thing to do. And we have tree planting targets, both from an industrial point of view, but also from a climate action point of view. But it's actually really hard. Where do you plant those trees? People don't want those trees in certain places. You need the right trees that need to be planted in the right place. And we also, trees take a long time to grow, and so their climate benefits are going to be in several decades in the future. It's not an immediate fix, it's a long-term fix. So when we think about developing things like forestry for climate, for biodiversity, but also for industry, we need to think about whether those forests are both are ecologically sound, so will the trees grow in the places that we put them? Are they the right kinds of species? Remember, woodlands, more than just trees, there's the whole of all the other species that interact with those trees. It needs to be economically viable. Otherwise, quite frankly, it won't happen. And it needs to be socially just. So it needs to be done in such a way that it isn't adversely affecting communities. And I've put in the corner of some of these slides just some little symbols of projects that are currently ongoing. Because I think quite often it's easy to think, do you know what, the scientists have got all the answers. We absolutely haven't. And so there's a lot of ongoing research at the moment to try and develop some of these solutions. But we're not there yet. As I say, it's complex and there's lots of things that we don't understand. In agricultural systems, and I'm sure you heard about this when you talked about agriculture the other week, there are potential win-wins for agricultural systems, for example, like multi-species swards, where we've got benefits for biodiversity, benefits in terms of the resilience of those systems against climate change, and also we have the production benefits. So there's also a benefit to the farmers. So that's a potential win-win. Restoration of peatlands, and I know you talked the other weekend about peatlands as well. And again, this could be considered a win-win. Peatlands are our trump card in terms of tackling climate change. If we re-wet peatlands, they start to pull in carbon rather than emit carbon, and this can help to reduce carbon in the atmosphere. So to do that, we need to re-wet those peatlands, but again, it takes a long time. And I've just pulled out a little quote here from a paper that was published earlier this year, which projects that even with re-wetting, it was one particular peatland in the west of Ireland there, you can see on the map, is that re-wetting this peatland, great, we will start to recover biodiversity, we'll start to sequester carbon again, but actually it won't have a cooling impact for another 60-odd years. So it takes time. In terms then of renewable energies, in terms of the publication that Aveen spoke about that we've just completed, is looking at different renewable energy technologies and the positive and negative impacts they may have on biodiversity. So it's a review of what these renewable technologies and the impacts they might have on biodiversity. So we start with the offshore wind, I suppose the first thing to say is that the marine territory is massive, and so if we put offshore wind farms, they actually only cover a tiny, tiny fraction of the ocean. But it's important where those wind farms are situated. So there are positives and negatives in terms of the effects of offshore wind on biodiversity. And I feel a real fraud because I know there's some real experts sitting at the back who know much more about this than me. So if there's any questions about this, please direct to them. So there are negatives associated with offshore wind farms, but there are potential positives. But again, we don't know exactly what should be done yet. In terms of onshore wind, again, there's a lot of high-profile negatives associated with onshore wind farms, but there are potential positives in terms of restoring habitat around wind farms or co-locating wind farms on already intensely managed agricultural land. And in fact, again, we don't know enough about this. So in terms of the impacts of wind turbines on terrestrial biodiversity, on birds, on bats, there's quite a lot of research been done. We still don't have all the answers, and there's very little understanding of the impacts of these turbines on insects, some of the most abundant and rich biodiversity that we have. So we're working with the wind farm industry, we're working with different sites, trying to assess some of those impacts and find ways to monitor them and to mitigate them. In terms of solar and solar panels, The ongoing energy crisis is really pushing the solar industry in Ireland. There's a lot of interest in creation of solar farms. Some of the first solar farms have come in. They've been going for about a decade. When I talk about a solar farm, it's basically a field covered in solar panels. These have been going for about a decade in the UK. We're just starting to get them in Ireland. There are potential negatives as those panels, if you've got a field with plants and animals in it, and you put a panel over the top, that affects the microclimate underneath the panel and affects the organisms that are there in the field. We don't know what the impacts of the reflection might be. We don't know whether you can graze cows under them. Maybe you could graze sheep under them. We just don't know yet. So this, again, is something we need to understand better in the Irish agricultural context before we leap into covering a lot of green space with solar panels. And then finally, bioenergy. And I suppose the thing about bioenergy is we're talking about growing plants specifically to cut them down and burn them as fuel, as opposed to burning fossil fuels. But we're growing stuff and we're burning it. It produces CO2. It takes in CO2 while it's growing, but it produces CO2 while it's being burnt. So there is also the potential for it to be not a positive benefit in terms of how those different bioenergy crops are managed. So it depends on the crop, and again, it depends on where it's located. And there's the potential for some negative impacts on our high nature value farmland if it's implemented in the wrong places. So in terms of win-wins, then, I think there probably are some synergies for tackling biodiversity and climate crises together. We've suggested some of them here. These are some of the recommendations from our paper. But that these things need to be considered together. Because if we want to reach this nature positive, we want to bend the curve on biodiversity loss, so not just get to no biodiversity loss, but actually to restore biodiversity, we need to do more than just conserve the biodiversity that we've got. We need to take action against climate change, we need to reduce pollution, we need more sustainable production, and we need to reduce consumption. All of those things come together to bend the curve on biodiversity loss. So I'll just finish there by saying that this interaction between biodiversity and climate change is quite complex. It's still not particularly well understood in terms of the solutions. We're already in crisis and we need to take urgent action. We can't spend forever doing the research, but we do need to think about the context of the actions that we take. There are potential win-wins, but there's not one single answer that will work everywhere. So these renewable technologies, these actions that are taken for climate, to address the climate crisis, need to take into account biodiversity loss and need to contribute to bending this curve so that we get to biodiversity gain. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane, and we appreciate the fast turnaround of your paper into a presentation, so thank you for that. Now, one of the other authors, Yvonne Buckley, may be able to join us. She's actually, oh, she's here. Welcome, Jane. Yvonne was coming in on a flight at 3:20, so that's why we couldn't guarantee she'd be here for the presentation, but she'll be here for the Q&A afterwards, so that's wonderful. Now, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Val Cummins, who's from Simply Blue Energy Group. She has over 25 years of experience in the marine and energy fields at national and international levels, and she's going to speak to us about the offshore wind energy. Val is down in Cork and couldn't travel up with us today, but that's no problem because, Val, we're delighted to have you here via Zoom. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. That is wonderful. So, Val, great. I'll hand directly over to you.
Thank you very much, Aoibhinn. It's fantastic to be able to zoom in and looking at the programme today. I'm envious of the fantastic speakers and the range of topics, and people like Ken Whelan and Richard Cronin and Fair Seas and Simon Barrow and so on. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity just to have a short pitch to this really important assembly on biodiversity in the context of offshore wind, and particularly to talk about floating offshore wind. In terms of why do we need it, I'm going to explain very briefly what floating offshore wind is, why Ireland, but then I just want to talk very quickly about the benefits, the impacts in terms of environment and ecosystem, but also the opportunities. So why do we need offshore wind in the first place? Well, we know that the expansion of offshore wind and marine renewable energy, it's driven fundamentally by the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as we strive as human society to stay within 1.5 degrees Celsius of pre-industrial levels. And of course, as we know, and I'm sure you've discussed, that the clock is ticking, and the COP that's coming up in the next couple of weeks is going to be so important in terms of trying to get the planet back on track, if that is possible. So failure to achieve these targets will have enormous negative implications for individuals and for society as a whole, but it will have huge implications also for marine ecosystems. And this can be difficult to assess because we don't have great baseline data, and sometimes it's not very easy to fully understand what warming, for example, of 1.5 degrees or greater might mean. But fundamentally, we do know, and the science is telling us, that this is going to lead to moderate to very high levels of risk to biodiversity loss. And endemic species and biodiversity hotspots will be particularly vulnerable with increased warming. So in this context, it is really important to note that the greatest ecosystem benefit accruing from offshore wind in the context of a sustainable transition to renewable energy, it will be a global benefit, and fundamentally it's about the conservation of countless species and ecosystems. So we would much rather have a thriving ocean, for example, than having an acidic one. And that's why decarbonisation and the rollout of renewable energies and marine renewable energy is so important. So what is floating offshore wind? Floating offshore wind is basically, I suppose, the next generation of offshore wind technology. And it differs from the traditional technology, which is typically piled into the seabed in relatively shallow waters out to about 30 meters. Floating offshore wind can go into much deeper waters, greater than 60 to 80 meters deep, at or over the horizon. And the difference is that it is secured to the seabed by a system of moorings and anchors. And this is really about adapting technology from floating oil and gas platforms. It's not hugely new, but the skill is the integration of the turbine with the floating foundation. And why do we need this in Ireland? Well, number one, we need it to help us to reach our climate targets in terms of decarbonisation. But we have, of course, an incredible marine resource, a maritime area that's at least 7 to 10 times our land mass. It's not called the Wild Atlantic Way for nothing in terms of the wind resource offshore. And the government has set a target for 30 gigawatts of floating offshore wind from the west coast. And in terms of what that means, 1 gigawatt would power roughly 1 million homes. So in terms of floating offshore wind in the Irish context, we have an opportunity to develop this at scale so that we can reach our targets for climate change. But also there's an opportunity then to be able to help Europe in terms of its energy security, because there's an opportunity for export in terms of floating offshore wind. In terms of the benefits of floating offshore wind, I mentioned the distance from shore and the deeper water. So visually it's less intrusive because it's at or over the horizon. But in terms of those installation techniques and methods, it's less invasive, for example, than piling when you're relying on systems of moorings and anchors. So you don't have the, I suppose, the consequences of piling into the seabed in terms of impacts of marine acoustics with regards to the installation methodologies. And floating offshore wind, when it's out in those deep waters, it has much better what's called capacity factors. So the efficiency of what you get in terms of the energy from floating offshore wind is very, very significant. So it has a whole range of benefits. And of course, you know, we're focusing today on the biodiversity piece, and I'm going to speak next in terms of impacts and opportunities specifically to biodiversity. But we must realize, of course, that the benefits are about climate, as I've mentioned. There's also job creation, 6.5 to 7 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, which is roughly in the area of the target that we have here by 2030, will deliver approximately 12,000 to 13,500 jobs. And also, of course, and really sadly and tragically, because of where we are with regards to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, energy security is at the fore now in a way that certainly wasn't even this time last year. So this is really important in terms of helping with energy security and ultimately energy independence. So floating offshore wind is hugely important for Ireland, and it's also hugely important in terms of an economic and an ecosystem and a climate agenda. Very recently, Aoibhinn, the guides in UCC and Marai have done a bit of work for us. And when I say us, I am the director of Simply Blue Group, responsible for the Irish projects that we're developing. So we're developing 2 floating offshore wind projects, one off the coast of Cork, which is a minimum of 35 kilometres from the old head of Kinsale, and the other one off the coast of Clare, which is a minimum of 35 kilometres from Loop Head. And in terms of the work that the guys in Marai did for us, it was looking at the ecosystem impacts of floating offshore wind specifically under 7 broad categories. And because this is a relatively new generation of technology, it was looking at other types of floating structures and offshore wind in general to try and really understand what the impacts could be, but also to ask the question, could there be a net ecosystem gain from this? So the ecosystem impacts, they categorized under 7 broad themes. And just to list those quickly, it's about changes to the ocean in terms of, for example, dampening of wave energy in and around floating devices. This is possible, it could cause a wake effect, and it could potentially be beneficial, providing enhanced areas for foraging, for example, for some mobile predators, including birds and fish. There are impacts in sound pollution, which I mentioned earlier on in terms of noise in the marine environment, less so from floating offshore wind because you don't have those issues around installation that I mentioned that come from piling. But in terms of operational, it's very, very low frequency, and the science is saying that it's unlikely to have negative effects. Water quality issues arise, for example, because of increased volumes of maritime operations, which could lead to risk of things like oil spills unless we're careful to manage those. Electromagnetic fields. So these are sort of generated by the devices and the cables that carry the electric currents. And some species can be sensitive to EMF. But in terms of the research that's been done, there are not considered to be any significant impacts of EMF from floating offshore wind that would alter the survival of, or the fitness indeed of sensitive species. In terms of barrier effects, this is really something that you might see or have heard about in the media, things like collision risks for seabirds. And in terms of floating offshore wind, because we're further from the shore and because we're on floating platforms and the blades essentially are much higher from sea level, then again, there's reduced risk in terms of collision with seabirds because of the nature of the technology. And then there are 2 other ecosystem impacts, and I think they're worth flagging because it's about a positive or net ecosystem gain. And I think these can be extremely considerable. So the 2 final points are in terms of habitat modification, are essentially arising from the artificial reef effect. So for example, the floating platform could be made out of concrete or out of steel, and it presents an enormous 3-dimensional structure for colonization. Furthermore, because of the systems of moorings and anchors, and this is really important, then it's really not a sort of a happy coexistence, for example, with activities such as trawling. And therefore, there's an opportunity to designate marine areas offshore as de facto marine protected areas. And this is something that we need to be really smart about, and this is a huge opportunity. So finally,
Val, yeah, I'll have to
a
stop
huge
you
amount of
there.
work has been done. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you
Cheers.
so much, Val. Thank you for that. Val, if you don't mind holding on, we're going to have another speaker and then our discussion, and we'll come back to you with questions if that's okay. And I'll introduce our next speaker, Cathal, and I'm not sure how Cathal is going to do this through the Zoom, the magic of Zoom, because our next speaker also couldn't unfortunately be with us because he had a prior engagement. But our next speaker is Pat Smith, who's former CEO of the IFA, and he's now with Local Power Limited, and he's going to speak to us about his engagement with solar energy and other forms of energy production, particularly in local districts around Ireland. So if we have Pat, there you are. Pat, thank you very much for for being with us
How are you?
today.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address this important forum. As we all know, the world is facing a climate and ecological crisis, but also a food shortage and energy crisis, and all of which has the potential to destabilize ecosystems and inhibit biodiversity. At the same time, hunger threatens 800 million people globally today, and the world population is set to grow to 10 billion people by 2050. In light of these challenges, the primary function of farmland to produce food must remain the priority. I've been asked today to chat to you about the role that the energy sector and renewable energy sector and its engagement with biodiversity. And I suppose agriculture is interlinked in that. In relation to agriculture, the role of renewable energy and farming can play in tackling climate change and enhancing biodiversity is significant. But some of the lessons need to be learned from the mistakes of the past to encourage and empower farmers to deliver on their potential in this regard. For example, farmers were encouraged with public money to invest in renewable biomass by planting miscanthus and willow crops, only to be left ploughing up the crop as there was no market developed to utilise the produce. Foresters today who committed their land to forestry almost 30 years ago are now being stifled by not being able to secure felling licenses for the mature crop. And meanwhile, biodiversity in those ecosystems are being compromised and confidence by landowners in renewables eroded. Policy direction must provide sustainability environmentally, but also economically. Some analysis suggests that replacing conventional fuels with renewable energy will require a global land platform of 300% more, and that in itself presents challenges for biodiversity and food production. Consequently, renewables need to be deployed with appropriate but practical policy and regulatory controls to ensure that all stakeholder interest, including biodiversity, is fairly balanced. Solar energy is developing at a massive pace across the world, increasing by 30% globally this year. And over 25,000 acres, mainly good agricultural land, has or is in planning to be converted to solar farms in Ireland with the financial support of the new Renewable Electricity Support Scheme. Over 95% of the land area under solar farms are accessible for plant growth and for wildlife enhancement over time. And following construction, there is little human intervention except for a small amount of maintenance. There are well-documented biodiversity guidelines for solar farm developments, and planning applications generally include measures for the enhancement of biodiversity. Yet, the argument can be made, why take good agricultural land away from food production for renewable solar generation when there are other options? For example, there is over 25,000 acres of roof space on farms and businesses across the country, effectively a desert in land production biodiversity terms, which can accommodate distributed solar PV energy generation and potentially provide additional income for those involved without any negative impact on biodiversity or food production. If this rooftop space was prioritised and supported for solar PV, enough renewable energy to power the equivalent of 500,000 homes in Ireland could be generated. Like all other emitting sectors, agriculture has a huge job of work to do if it is to achieve the challenging climate change targets set. And no better sector for adopting new technology and practices to help this happen. In this regard, there is much talk on the need to reduce livestock numbers in agriculture, but little or no initiatives yet to balance any such reduction with profitable alternative agricultural usage for the land, especially in lower income dry stock sectors. One such energy renewable technology is anaerobic digestion. Anaerobic digestion is the process of utilizing farm slurries, manures, and agri-based crops such as multi-species grass and maize silage to generate biomethane to help meet our renewable gas requirements and targets and EU energy obligations. Semi-state body Bord Gáis have ambitions to deliver 30% of its gas from renewables in the next 10 years. How is this to happen? The anaerobic digestion process also generates natural CO2, a requirement by the drinks and food industry, and the digested at the end of the process creates a soil-enhancing biofertilizer that will reduce Ireland's dependence on bought-in artificial fertilizers. As we all know, nutrients not properly utilized become a pollutant. For example, water runs across the surface of compacted and poorly structured soils, being nutrients, with it into waterways, impacting negatively on water quality and aquatic life. Uncompacted soils with a good soil structure absorb the water, utilizing the nutrients on the surface and filtering the water before entering watercourses. Addressing compaction and soil structure are critical components to increasing biodiversity in soils. Agri-based anaerobic digestion can play a very significant role in this regard, while also helping agriculture and the country decarbonise its activities and improve its energy independence and sustainability. The digestate from the anaerobic process is a highly nutritious biofertilizer and is recycled into soils, improving soil fertility, structure and biodiversity. There are many hundreds of AD plants built right across Europe with their government support, yet Ireland has to date done little to support this opportunity. Land-based wind farm developments have met with very significant opposition from local communities in recent years, and understandably so. And the negative impact of the Derrybrine wind farm, an expensive lesson for society and a costly one for biodiversity as well. Yet wind is a natural resource we have in abundance. Why not encourage the development of one-off turbines to support energy-intensive businesses such as feed mills and food processing facilities in rural environments? That way we can utilise the resource while minimising any negative impact on communities or on biodiversity. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, time is not on our side, and we are being repeatedly warned in relation to the climate change, with stark predictions being made crystal clear by the experts. The competing forces and interests at play in relation to food production, energy sustainability and biodiversity need to listen to each other, and through understanding and compromise work to ensure decisions are made, and more importantly, that the actions supported and taken to secure a sustainable future for all who inhabit our wonderful world. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you very much, Pat. So, Pat and Val, if you're okay to hold on for about 15-20 minutes, our tables are going to discuss what they've heard, and we'll come back with questions. And unfortunately, we can't call you over to the tables with questions, so maybe we'll oh, a bit of feedback. Grant. Okay, I'll let you go. 15-20 minutes. But Jane and Yvonne will be here for questions, as will experts at the back of the room. Thank you. Okay, everybody, thank you very much. Now, again, some great questions coming in. Would anyone like to raise their hand before? Yes, lovely. Table 6 there, thank you. If you can say your name as well, please.
Hi, my name is Marion. We just wondered, could the process of anaerobic digestion replace the need for sewage treatment facilities in Ireland?
That's a great question. Marion, is Pat there? Oh, Valerie can't hear the room. Oh, we're muted, are we? Yeah, sorry, Cathal. Can you, apologies. Is Pat there as well, Cathal? Can we see that in gallery view? Okay, sorry. Pat, did you hear that question from Marion? No. Okay, and if you can unmute. Marion, I'm sorry. Would you mind asking that again if I can get the microphone back? Thank you.
Okay, could the process of anaerobic digestion replace the need for sewage treatment facilities in Ireland?
Pat, if you just unmute, please.
It has a role to play for definite, and a significant role to play. And in other countries, anaerobic digestion is dealing with quite a bit of that issue.
Okay, thank you. If we'll take more questions now from the room, please. Great. At the very back, 13 and 11. Yep, super. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Luke, and this is a question for Dr. Jane Stout. It was emphasised how a lot of info isn't known about the impact, particularly on biodiversity. So why is there an assumption that these will be negative?
Thanks, Luke. I don't think there's an assumption that it would necessarily be negative. I think it's that we need to be cautious in case there are negative impacts. In terms of what we do know, we know that there are some negative impacts. We just don't know the full range of impacts. So in terms of, for example, and maybe Yvonne will chip in on this, in terms of impacts of wind turbines, we know that there can be negative impacts of wind turbines on some species of bird, not all species of birds, but we don't know the impacts of wind turbines on all the other things that are flying around in the sky. And so even though we don't know that there are necessarily impacts and that there will be impacts on all those different species, what we do know is that there can be some negative impacts. I'm sounding like a total scientist here, but maybe Yvonne can explain it a bit better.
We do know that individual animals can be killed through collisions with wind turbines. We know that. But what's less clear, and I'm a population biologist, so what's less clear to me is how big the population impacts are. So are those individual collisions, do they add up to make a significant reduction in the population viability of a species? So there's some good evidence. There was a recent paper from, I think it was Kestrels in France, that showed that there was a population impact from those individual mortality events. But that's one species in one place. We don't have a good handle on the bats and the birds that we know do collide with or get impacted by wind turbines, whether their populations actually suffer or not. And as Jane said, birds and bats are a few species. There are many, many more species of insects where we have even less information on even individual mortality events, never mind the population consequences of that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to 13 first, then 4, and then 6.
Hi, my name is Sheila. We had a question for Val just on the floating offshore wind energy. So we heard some brilliant advantages, but I think you maybe were just about to get onto some of the disadvantages from a biodiversity perspective. So we'd like to hear a little bit more about that, please.
Can we see Val?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, hi Val, how are you doing?
Hi, so thanks, Sheva, for that question. So I think what I tried to do in my presentation was to outline sort of 7 broad categories of ecosystem impacts. And I suppose I was keen to flag that it's not all negative impact. And I think it goes back to the previous point. You know, I think a speaker said, if the impacts aren't known, why do we assume that they're negative? And it's really important, of course, that we understand what's happening within the ecosystem with respect to any one development, but equally in terms of the cumulative impact going from the local through to the population dynamics. So in terms of the 7 impacts that I outlined, in terms of ecosystems, some of those, for example, in terms of EMF, electromagnetic fields, I mentioned that that can be flagged and is flagged as an area of concern. But in terms of the scientific literature, we don't have any evidence of any serious grounds for concern. We do know that magnetic fields, they could affect, for example, the behavior of brown crab, but it doesn't induce stress. And we've also seen in other studies that have focused on specific species that there aren't effects, for example, on the European lobster. And we've just heard also about the risk of collision effects, for example, in relation to seabirds. So they are examples that I referenced of some of those negative effects. But my point was really to say there's also potentially net ecosystem gain. And I think it's really important when we're making decisions now about planetary survival that we look at the overall impact of marine renewable technology in terms of climate change, avoiding an acidic ocean, but also trying to do things in a really smart way so that we can have artificial reefs to enhance biodiversity and that we can have marine protected areas co-located with offshore wind farms, for example, that can be de facto marine protected areas and no-take zones for trawling.
Thanks, Valerie. I might just follow up, Valerie, with the question that we have from one of the tables. Are the jobs created by the floating wind farms long-term, or is it just related to construction? That's a person who didn't want to ask it themselves.
No problem. So look, at the life cycle of any one offshore wind project is typically 30 years. So the jobs in terms of where we are now at this very, very early stage of trying to get a sector going are very much in areas like survey and understanding those ecosystems, those early stage engineering design studies that are underway. Of course, the peak of the job creation is during that construction and installation phase. But the really important piece here is that we understand the long-term job benefits, for example, through operations and maintenance, which will have impacts in relation to ports and harbours and coastal communities all around the coast, including some of those peripheral west coast areas where we can breathe life back into communities where fisheries, for example, are in decline.
Thank you, Val. I said I'd go to table 4 and then to table 6, if we can get microphones. I think it was Paul on table 4.
Hi, yeah, Paul is my name. First of all, this is a question from our table generally, and then I just want to add another little question of my own as a sort of a follow-on from it. The main question is, does Ireland have the capacity to store excess renewable energy currently? And is it practically and commercially viable to move ahead with offshore wind reliance? And my follow-on little question of my own is, there was no mention of wave energy, and is it possible to combine wave energy with the floating wind farm idea? So the first one is storing energy, excess energy, and is it commercially viable? And the last one is wave energy. Thank you.
Valerie, are you okay to answer those questions?
Yep, quite happy to take those. So Paul, nice to virtually meet you. So in terms of the question of storage, the challenge with Ireland is obviously we're a small island nation, so we have very limited grid capacity. And when we're looking at the opportunity for excess energy from offshore wind farms, and we don't have the grid capacity, and we don't have, I suppose, significant progress in areas like battery technology to be able to deal with the excess and the volumes of energy that we envisage being produced from offshore wind. So then the question is, what do we do with it? And when I mentioned the opportunity around floating offshore wind, the opportunity is in terms of our indigenous needs. We need to get to net zero by 2050, up to about 27 gigawatts of offshore installed capacity. But beyond that, we do have an opportunity for export. And that, Paul, could be, for example, through new grid interconnectors, or also some of you may have heard there's a lot of consultation and discussion on at the moment about the production of green hydrogen. From our point of view at Simply Blue Group, just last month we announced a partnership with Irving Oil in relation to the Whitegate oil refinery. And this is in the context of a big energy transition project where, for example, the wind from off the Cork coast could come into that type of a facility. And that facility has been used then for the production of green hydrogen, but not as an end point, but a means to an end. And the opportunity there is to create e-fuels, things like green ammonia, e-methanol or e-jet fuel. So that becomes another way, Paul, to make sure that that abundance and that incredible natural resource that we have is converted into meeting our own domestic needs via the grid, but also that's how we envisage those opportunities to not waste the energy, but to be able to distribute it. And there is an opportunity around energy parks where you can have a play between e-fuel production, for example, and balancing the grid. And so when the premium product is electricity, that you can make sure that when resources are scarce, that you can dial down the e-fuel production and provide grid services at that point. In relation to wave energy and the combination, that's a fantastic question. Absolutely, there is an opportunity. Wave energy is coming along again in terms of technology progress. It's still going through technology readiness levels. But from our point of view, we do see that there is an opportunity in time to use a combination of offshore wind and wave, also in terms of grid balancing opportunities. So there's a sort of a system integration piece there.
Thank you, Val. I'm sorry, my brain is very slow today. So do we have the capacity to store excess energy? Is that what the hydrogen is? That
Yes.
you would transfer the wind
Yes.
energy to
That's how
hydrogen,
you
that
use
you can
the
pull it
excess.
back?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, table 6.
Hi, yeah, I'm probably going to sound very flippant in the question I'm asking, so I just want to caveat that I have done research in Japan and I've organized student conferences, but is there perhaps too much research being done rather than action? Because there seems to be a lot of qualitative data that's applied heuristically rather than holistically, and we know there's plenty of bad faith actors that could be immediately tackled with, so perhaps instead of doing retrospective research that costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time, we should be targeting what we already know, maybe. Thank you.
I don't think that sounds flippant. Thank you, Joe, for that question. Who would like to take that? Anyone? Pat, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's hitting the nail on the head. I think governance, on the one hand, is paralysing decisions, and on the other hand, over-analysis and repeated checks and balances. If you look at a lot of the renewable technologies that we spoke about, they're tried and tested, and they're operating all over the world. We're light years behind many other countries in the context of renewable gas, renewable solar, and offshore wind and the likes. And I think that the research is done, it's action that we need now. And your speaker there just hit the nail on the head. Let's get on with it.
Let's get on with it, but try and conserve the biodiversity as well. And that's the nail on the head. Jane, sorry.
Thank you. And I guess, you know, it's predictable that as a researcher I might dispute your comment. But I mean, Pat mentioned earlier that, you know, we need to learn from the mistakes of the past. Don't think we should leap headlong headlong into action without understanding what the consequences of that action is going to be. And in some cases, yeah, we can absolutely get on with it. I totally agree. We do need to take action. We do need to urgently move. In other cases, we do need to be a little bit more cautious so that we don't make the same mistakes that have been made in the past. And so I think action is needed, research is needed, and the change in governance and policy is needed as well.
It's that delicate balance, but I do think that getting people to speak to each other in one room is actually one way of getting that done, because we don't want another, is it the Derrynane bog that you mentioned, Pat, where, you know, people did something, but actually it had terrible consequences. So there's a balance there. Now, Aves had his hand up. Okay, and Mary's got her hand up as well. And Robert's got his hand up. Okay, can I take 3 questions all at once if I can get the 2 microphones to 5, to 10, and to 12? We'll take the 3 questions. You can go, yeah, thanks.
Hi, Robert speaking. Actually, this sort of leads on from that. It's about data, and apologies, because I know you don't want the data. But phenology, you mentioned phenology earlier on. Are we monitoring that? Like in the National Biodiversity Data Centre, do we have data saying, you know, the birds are migrating? I know we said they're migrating earlier, but are we actually measuring it? That's one question. And a really quick one as well. A second one is probably more directed toward our private enterprises that give us our presentations. And Pat, are we not behind the times looking to put solar farms out in the ocean when we've got solar panels on our houses, and that technology is rapidly increasing? Why can't we have individuals power their own houses? That's my second question.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to take all the questions together. So Mary, you have the microphone there.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. My question is connected to Robert's one in a way. I'm just wondering, maybe the panel could explain why there appears to be such strong resistance to solar farms throughout the country.
Thank you, Mary, for that. And Aves?
Hi, I guess I have 2 questions. I'll be really quick with them though. So the first question is, how much consideration is being given to the CO2 emissions that are generated when we manufacture and maintain wind turbines and photovoltaic cells in solar panels, and how long will it take for us to actually see a net positive in that regard? And the second question is actually part of the first question. Also, in regards to storage of energy, the production of batteries, lithium-ion or cobalt, and the procurement of those materials is also a major contributor to CO2 emissions. So, how much consideration has been given to that? And then the second question is for Dr. Cummins in regards to the offshore wind farms. I believe last year one of the big energy giants, Equinor, pulled out of Ireland, citing planning and regulatory barriers to them basically being able to make money. So I'm just wondering how Simply Blue Energy is dealing with those issues.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll go back to Robert's question first, and I might give that to Jane and Yvonne. Yvonne, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question about phenology. So I know that there's research being funded by the EPA at the moment down at UCC, looking at phenology of plants in particular and how that's changing. And there are actually botanic gardens and arboreta around Ireland which are set up as a phenology network. So there's one down in Wexford, I think there's one in Kerry, they're spread around the country. So we do have some phenology information. And you're absolutely right in identifying the National Biodiversity Data Centre as potentially a good source of data that could be looked at in terms of phenology. And I've had a quick look myself at a couple of ways that could be done for insects and other animals. So we do have good species occurrence data and dates attached to those. So I think that there could be more done with the phenology data that we have.
And could either of you speak to the CO2 emissions for wind turbines and solar panels? Has that been done? Yeah.
Can I just give a very brief? I don't know the answer, but what I can say is I think that life cycle analysis is the tool that's used, and we need to expand life cycle analysis not just to look at the carbon emissions of producing the minerals and materials that go into turbines and batteries, but also to think about the biodiversity consequences of those. But if you did a life cycle analysis, including biodiversity consequences of fossil fuels, you'd find that's pretty terrible. So you always need to weigh it up against the alternative. So it's you know, if you any mining will have bad biodiversity consequences, but you need to weigh it up against the alternative, whether you're mining for lithium for batteries versus coal, oil, fracking. You got to look at the counterfactual. You have to look at the alternative when you're trying to decide what's the least worst option. But I think a full life cycle analysis, carbon and biodiversity, would really help us.
We're never in a good place when we're looking at the least worst option, but I think we just have to just acknowledge that's where we are. So now to come to the solar panels. So Robert's asked about shouldn't we just do the solar panels on homes? We have that technology. Why is there resistance to solar farms? So Pat, I'm going to throw that one to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look at solar technology is well developed. I think every home, every farm and every business in the country should be massively encouraged to deploy solar panels, and they should be prioritised. Solar farms in the UK, for example, they recently have come out against giving planning for any more solar farms because they're concerned that the impact it's having on food production. When there's all this rooftops on homes, on farms, on businesses, surely the government should be prioritising that in the context of distributive solar energy generation. I don't think there's that much negative resistance against the solar farms. There tends to be historically a lot more reaction in communities on wind turbines, but definitely some people have a concern. And I think people within a local community are right to have a concern, but I do have or don't necessarily disagree with somebody in Donegal objecting to something that's happening down in Wexford. I think it should the community should be very much listened to. And in the context of battery storage and all of that technology, the policy across the world by all the experts tell us that we have to electrify and get rid of fossil fuels. That's the least worst and the fastest way of decarbonising. And there's a balance has to be struck. So I don't see any other alternative but to adopt these technologies and ensure that we have a renewable process in place for end of life. And solar panels, for example, pay a fee to we in the context of recycling and all the rest of it. But we're either going to electrify all of what's going on or we're not. And if we're going to electrify it and that's the best way forward, well then I think we just have to accept that it's the best way of decarbonising the country.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Valerie, could you really briefly speak to companies, like we obviously have a target to meet with the offshore wind. What is the block there?
Yeah. So look, Aoibhinn, just two very quick points in relation to the question on the impact on carbon dioxide. Each 1 gigawatt floating offshore wind farm displaces 15 million tonnes of carbon dioxide over its lifetime of 30 years. And that's equivalent to growing 10 million mature trees over the same period of time, or 90% of Ireland's emissions in 2020. So that's why it's so important that we're able to progress these projects. And unfortunately, we're not progressing as well as we might be. One of the questions that came from the floor referenced the fact that Equinor left Ireland and the Irish market last year. Shell left in September. And Shell was a joint venture partner with Simply Blue on our 2 Irish projects. Simply Blue is completely committed to our projects off Cork and Clare, and we're driving on with those. But it is a wake-up call, not just for the government, but for all of us, because the investment will go elsewhere. Other jurisdictions are getting it right, and we have a long way to go to put the right framework in place so that we can accelerate to deal with the energy transition.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. We have to leave it there. So thank you so much, Valerie Cummins, Pat Smith, to Professor Jane Stout and Professor Yvonne Buckley as well. Thank you very, very much for that. Now, that ends our content for today, and thank you again to our speakers. Cathal, could you bring up the slides for the September? Thank you. So what we're doing now is our reflection for today is actually looking back over September and taking a look at a first draft of what might come out of the September meeting. So what I'm going to do with that is take you back to September and then show you what we've been working on in the background to see if it actually matches what you were thinking about. I don't need 2 mics, sorry. So, to just go back, and all I wanted to do from September was to give us like 1 or 2 slides to remind us of that weekend, particularly for anyone who might have missed it as well, but just to jump us back into September. And we had that presentation from Roman, where you thought about somebody young in your life and you pictured them at 90. And I know that that was an emotional moment for everybody. And Roman was wearing that jacket to try and fast us forward into a dystopian future. What does that future look like? What impact can we make on it? We had the presentation from Taz, which talked about the 5 main threats to biodiversity, which we have heard every single weekend, and we've delved into detail on a couple of them now as well. And we also had that analogy of the ecosystem as an airplane, and Taz showed us the crashed airplane, which I don't want to do now. Let's build the hope. Let's keep the airplane in the sky. So how can we manage to do that? We heard from Laura Burke of the EPA of that intention action gap, that we've signed up to a lot of things. The writing's very small. Basically, we're not doing the things that we've said that we would do. And to look at the land use as a biodiversity pressure. And again, agriculture comes out, and we've heard that very, very distinctly today. We heard from Liam Lysett in the National Biodiversity Data Centre that, you know, these are the elements of our species, and that's how the state that they're in. And these are our habitats and the states that they are in. And, you know, we've heard it every weekend as well. It's quite negative. Then we heard from Dr. Micheál O'Brien about Ireland's EU and international obligations, that we have signed up to all of these things, we're not necessarily doing it. And we heard then from Mary Dobbs about the biodiversity laws that we have, again, that we have stated some things, but again, what's the implementation and enactment of them? Then we had our video of our community and voluntary groups and snippets. And these are all, remember, on the members' website, so you can go back over them at your leisure if you wish to. And we heard from Irish Wildlife Trust, we heard from Coast Watch, we heard from Antashka. We heard from the MPWS on the challenges that we face. And we also heard from Shirley Clerkin, who's a heritage officer in Monaghan, about the practical side of implementing, monitoring, enforcing all of this. I know this is a whistle-stop tour, but it will generate the ideas in the background, I'm sure. We heard from Eddie Casey, who's the chief economist for the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council, and he was telling us all the pressures that government has, I guess, in what do we spend it on. But then on the other side of that, we heard from Kate Rayworth, and she presented the donut model to us, that we don't want anyone in the hole. We want to make sure that everybody has everything that they need in terms of food and water, etc. But at the same time, we can't over-pressurize the system. And the system is taking in solar energy, and what are we asking of it? And I wanted to put up her question there for thriving biodiversity. What is the nation's vision for the future? I think that's a question that the Citizens' Assembly might attempt to answer. Is it ambitious enough? Is it known and shared across society? Does it guide decision making? So with all of that, we took the, oh, darn it. That isn't the most up-to-date version. So, okay, there's a few key slides that are missing now. So we might have to have a quick look at those. With all of that, we will take all the notes and go from assumptions which the majority of people agree on, and then we'll have recommendations which we will have to take a vote on, okay? So the work we will do now is to have a look at what can we mark down in our report as assumptions, as in we don't have to vote on them because the room agrees on that. But then we might have issues in the recommendations that come through. So for example, something that's been coming through in the notes is incorporating, sorry, the Zoom's just popped up again for 1 second, just take that off. Incorporating more biodiversity in curricula at all stages of education. That's kind of been coming up from the reports, but a recommendation that we might have to vote on is that we have a policy on either the reduction or the banning of pesticides. So they're just 2 examples of what might be assumptions and what might be recommendations. Now, In the interest of, I may just have to go to my own computer and just do this up in a second, but I'll speak to you for a minute and then I'll show you the slides. So what myself and Tim did was we took the facilitator's report, which is 23 pages. That 23-page report came from a 139-page report because every table has a notebook at the end of a weekend. That gets distilled down into a facilitator's report. Then we take the facilitator's report, we pull out all the things that could be recommendations from that, and we look at them. And anything that had 2 or more tables agree on something, we mashed it into a recommendation. And what we've done now is pull all that into statements. And that's what you're going to look at now. So with the statements that are on your table, these are just the ones from September. They're not the last weekend's ones. These are just the ones from September. And with all that in mind, do you think that the statements that we're giving back to you now represent what you were discussing in that weekend based on those presentations that we have? That's the task for you. So while you have a look at that now, I'm actually just going to get the slides that are missing from this one, and I'll show that to you. But that's your task now for the next while. What do you think of these? Do they need to be edited? Is more to be added to them? And whatever you decide today, that's not the end of it, because we'll do this in the last weekend as well, but this is our first drive at the draft, okay? Pages that they got from all the tables. This is the kind of page that we'd get of, if you can see there, say the first statement, cultivating public awareness through educational initiatives for the general public. about 5 tables said something like that. Okay, so that's obviously something we'll pull in. But the ones down the bottom, only 1 table said them. Now that's not to say we shouldn't include them, but right now we have to try to distill things. But now we can put back stuff in again, okay? So this is in the facilitators report, and we've shared these now on the members' website, okay? So you have access to the facilitators report from September and October, and we'll share this weekend's one with you when we have it as well. So this is what that looks like. So then, Tim and I pulled together the various sections. So we'd pull out then, what do we see there? Okay, well, this is something that this many tables said, and this many tables said, and we'll pull it in like that. And then with a lot of thought and back and forth, and thankfully Tim is much better at poetry and prose than I am and put some nice language onto it, we work it into a statement. So that's the work, to try and get everything that everybody said into the room into one statement. So it mightn't be right. And that's what we want you to look at now. Is it enough? What needs to go in? What needs to get taken out? Is the language too woolly? Is it not? Is it not? Is it too direct? You know. So that's what we want you to respond to. So talk to this, and we will speak to it more tomorrow, because we'll have a way of you liaising with us through this now as well. But that's kind of where we are with it. Tim, do you want to say anything to that?
I suppose, sorry, yeah, just to be clear that, so we're just presenting back what you think we understand that you said, and we're asking you, do you agree with that statement? And does the room agree with that statement? If everyone agrees with this statement, I'm not even reading it now, or the vast majority, then we'll say that's an assumption. We don't have to vote on that. That'll be parked, and it will form part of the recommendations. So if you all agree to this statement or the next statement, then that will be a recommendation to government. Now, you'll have another chance to come back and say, we tweaked that and we thought about it and whatever else, but we're just trying to cover some of that ground at the moment. So that's a kind of key point. And these aren't the only ones. There's going to be loads more that you'll look at, but these are ones who just say, well, maybe we can just bank these and say, these are, you agree with 90% of these and there's 10% you don't agree with.
Yeah, great. I don't like cramming. So I didn't want to leave everything to the last weekend. So this is kind of like banking the work now. So we'll wander around, be as harsh as you like. Does it encapsulate your thinking? Delete, add, etc. And we'll have this as a process. This is the discussion. This is the work. Okay? So thank you. Then it should have. Yeah. time between now and the next one to go through it. And Lucky Tim will receive all your emails of your suggestions for amendments, okay? So there will be opportunity to communicate. This was just the first go to let you have a look at the process and ask you, have we got the temperature? So if we're completely off the wall, we might need to get different people on this. But if we're roughly getting there, but it's finessing, that's good. So we'll chat to people afterwards to see how we've gone, and we will look forward to going through in the notes on that. But I'm going to just give you one more minute, and we'll wrap up, and we'll let our lovely facilitators and note takers go home. Everybody to give our facilitators and note takers a round of applause, and also yourselves. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day, and there's a lot in it. As always, this is intense, but as one of our speakers said at the back of the room, this is a room of experts now. And it's like, you bet your bottom dollar they are. And they're going out and they're telling everybody what they're doing, and they're making more experts out of it because people are really tuning into this because you are here. So I want to congratulate everybody on that. So we'll let our facilitators and note takers go. And as a little bit of a breather now for everybody, I want you all to relax in your seats and take a sit back, because to end today, we have a lovely interval for a Shanachí to come in and speak to us. So, while I'm Faltimore Gawl Chuig, Moncon McGann, and because my brain isn't working, Moncon, I'm actually tripping over myself. I can't even put 3 words together as Gaeilge now, even though we were chatting a couple of minutes ago, I promise. But if you don't know Moncon, where have you been? But I will introduce him to you if not. He's a writer and a documentary maker, and he's written books on his travels in Africa and India and South America. He does write occasionally for the Irish Times. He reports on travel for various radio programs, and he's presented dozens of documentaries on culture, history, and ecology. You may have come across his magical book, 32 Words for Field. It's a bestseller. He's got a new book called Listen to the Land Speak, and one of his books, which is it 3 words for dog? Didn't I forget it again, Moncon? Lovely. 3 dogs, banshee fingers, and other words for nature, which is gorgeous, and my boys absolutely love it. So Moncon is here to speak to us about like the Irish language and mythologies as ways to consider sustainable living, and as a nice kind of treat for everybody after all the work that you've done today. We're going to have this as a nice little breather to wash over you before we break for our dinner. So please give Moncon McGann a lovely warm welcome.
Gur míle maithagah agus Edúis bhailam mhóhhaochas a churinú díobhsid. First, I want to share my thanks with you. Maidir leis an phobal galéir do bhar an obair atá a dhéanamh a gcuimhse, as sort of from the whole community for the work that you're doing. Ach an puinte go bhailam sa déanamh, an príomh puinte, the main point I want to look at is, basically, as you say, we have been on this island for a long, long time. Now, there is this trace along the west coast of Ireland of these people who have this Bronze Age lineage within them, the DNA of the Bronze Age ancestors who arrived 4,000 or 4,500 years ago. And they've been here ever since, and mostly, as I said, along the west coast where the Irish language is. So it means within our language, within our culture, within our mythology, we have the amassed wisdom, the amassed knowledge of thousands of years, almost encoded within the words, within the practices, within the customs and the mythology. And so what I would love this assembly to take on board is the idea that, of course, we need to look at future solutions and we need to rethink everything in the present world, but actually, tá alán ólas agus léirgas agus severas le stig dar chultúr, le stig dar nairecht, le stig dar mitasoliacht. There is this great source of knowledge, of wisdom, of insights within our language, within our mythology, and within our culture. Agus is stocha, beidir an samples fear can to spontive. Maybe the best example to begin with is the concept of the fear midbo. The fear midbo is an old legal term, and it means basically the fear midbo, the man between huts. The man between huts. It was a legal term for a boy of between about 14 and 20 years of age. Okay, so he wasn't quite a boy anymore, and he wasn't quite a man. But his job would he would have been up in the high pasture during the summer, minding cattle. Now he didn't have his own cattle; he was minding the clan's cattle. And then every evening he would have to gather up a certain amount of the dung that the cows had dropped on the high pasture and bring it back to the low pasture, bring it back to the home place to fertilize the fields for the coming years, for the coming winter, when the cattle would be brought down off the mountains. And so only once he had the fear midbo, this young boy, had proved to the community that not only he could sustain cattle in the high ground during summer, but he could fertilize the land at the home place to then sort of keep and maintain the cattle in wintertime, would he be allowed marry? Would he be given land of his own, and would he be allowed then have a relationship with a woman in the tribe? So what it's an example of is that our society managed to live on this fragile, difficult, wild, rocky island for thousands of years in an entirely harmonious way and a sustainable way, because we were so attuned to the landscape, so attuned to the seasons, so attuned to the needs of the soil and the land. So, you could only increase the tribe, you could only have children and then expand once you had proved that you were creating land, you were fertilizing land in a sustainable way. It's a beautiful example of the simple insights, but the really profound ones atá leis stig don tangaseo that are within this language. Agus is doch a samplún tachelle na hainacha. Another great example to look at is the hainachas, the rivers. So every single river in Ireland, except for two, but every single river in Ireland, except for these two, has a female name in the Irish language. Has a female name. So you know the way every word in Irish is either male or female. And so they're all female, except the Foyle in Derry, and then the Soulon down in Cork. But even the Foyle might be on Fiowell. It could actually be a name for the vulva, so there's arguments. But what it shows is that rivers were these entities, these beings, these female beings, and we particularly see it because of the amount of rivers in Ireland that are goddesses. The Shannon or Shanaine or Shunna herself, this powerful, potent goddess who went and found wisdom, who found full knowledge by going down into the other world, into Cunla's well, the source of all wisdom, of all knowledge, and she gained enlightenment, and then she becomes the river. Or the Ban, or the Bandon, which is basically Bandia. Or the Inni in the Midlands, Etna. Or the Boyne, Bowinda, the mother goddess of all, who nourished her people with her life-giving milk, which is the Boyne River, which is this Bowinda, this mother goddess, is the exact same god as Govinda, the god in India, another form of Krishna. Because, of course, our knowledge within our mythology and within our language doesn't just begin when we first Bronze Age people arrived 4,500 years ago. We came from somewhere else. We came from where Eastern Europe meets Western Asia, and all of that knowledge, that accumulated knowledge, the knowledge of how we learnt to grow grain and how we learnt to cultivate cattle and then to produce dairy. We learnt these things when we were still where East Europe meets West Asia, and we honed it. We learned it in the Pontic Steppe, we honed it in the Middle East, then through the Mediterranean as we travelled up the Atlantic coast to Ireland, as well as going straight across the continent. All of that is within our mythology. I can give you countless examples of the knowledge about the bow, and there's even some great myths of a particular woman who was so insulted that she would eat nothing else except she would drink the milk, the rich snugga, the first rich creamy milk from the teat from a particular cow that had come from Asia. A memory how we brought this knowledge with us 4,500 years ago. So if we want to learn how to live in a sustainable way, in an environment, a location, a wild, rocky, windy island that has difficulties, the knowledge of how our people did it, we have the great fortune of knowing that that is all encoded within the words, within the language. Just because we had a system, a timeless system for keeping the knowledge alive. It was this oral tradition, on Shanachos, on Béalidish. It was kept encoded, as I say, passed down in these fascinating stories and mythology, so that in case everything went wrong, if all the books destroyed, if the leaders died, we would still have the knowledge. So bevral lumsa ag an buinte seo go rachami shir ystach san Eirich, ystach sa tanga, ystach sa chultúr. I would love at this point of transition, at this point of fragility, that we would also think about going back and seeing what is the information there, what is the knowledge there. If we start thinking about our rivers as female goddesses again, just think how we would change how we reason. We would not be pumping nitrates into them. We wouldn't, as a people, as a community, we wouldn't allow the fact that the Munster rivers have now been polluted, as the EPA tell us. So we can, of course we've modernized, of course we've moved on from a lot of, but just to think that there is value in the language and there is value in the culture that our ancestors have kept alive. Is toch a samploon techelle na nik trin. Another example is in terms of trees, such a hot button issue, forestry and woodland at the moment, with different sides taking different angles. So if we bring in the cultural aspect, the language aspect, the mythological aspect of trees, we see the key element from our stories, from our lore, from our lore, is the idea of the billa, the sacred tree. Every community had its billa, its sacred tree, that was so much more than a tree. It was the accumulated energy, the accumulated wisdom of a people. And they were far more important than a king, because a king would only last, 40 years, 50 years maybe max. Whereas a tree could last 400 years, 5,000 years, like we're a colonized people, so our 5,000-year-old trees have been killed. But in the people who weren't as badly colonized, in Wales and Scotland, you still get the 5,000-year trees. We've lost our ancient trees, but we still have the memories of them. We know the position in Ireland of every one of the sacred billa, the most important sacred ancient trees. It's all there, thankfully. Tushka revan tolisha, tuka sheed o gluin gluin o veil gabail. The information is all being retained because it was passed down from mouth to mouth through the generations. And so it's even in the place names, Moyville up in Donegal, from Mo Villa, the Maug Villa, the plain of the Billa of the sacred tree, or Biledi, another reminder of this sacred tree. So long ago, our ancestors would have fought to protect their sacred trees. They would have done anything to defend it. So it was, and again we see it in the annals, there are these accounts that a ferocious battle would happen between two tribes, and the worst thing that could happen, not the death of the king, not the death of a whole community, it was even if a branch of this sacred tree was taken. So if we start taking even a tiny element of that sense of worship that we had for the natural world, us as a people, think how it would enrich us. Think how it would plug us in to our heritage and to this old lineage. Another example, briefly, is on Varga, is the sea. Again, it struck me when, again, I was in America and I met a descendant of a famine, survivor who said, "Oh, we starved because we were so ignorant. We didn't know. We didn't know how to fish, how to collect the sea fish, how to collect the seaweed. Agus rís ní gádoing ach fechan siad an folklóireacht agus an tólas atá le stigdar cultúr maidir leis an bhairige. All we have to do is look back and look at the words for the oceans, for coastal, for fishing within our language and our culture, and we will realise exactly the profound nature of the knowledge we had of sea, of the coastal life in this country, and that again is still encoded within the language. Díreach tá sé ann inis, ach tá sé mhaol go gaiili mi sé. It is there now, but there is this risk that we could lose it all. The old words are there, but they're in the mouths of the older men, the older fishermen, not in the younger ones. Words like levador, and levador was a man who watched for signs to work out where the herring were. And he would then light a piece of paper and throw it on the water so that his crew could make a ring around the shoal with their nets. Or murlu. Murlu was a word I got up in Guido recently. It's the chewing up of baby green crabs and then the spitting them into the water to attract other fish, to be used as bait to attract other fish. Or the word boráite, that John Vabajak O'Chanila told me in Lettermullen. And boráite is out in Connemara, you can look out to sea. And you and me, we look out to sea. We see nothing. We see just, Gari and the Iskara, the meadow of the fishermen. But they can look out and show you exactly where every boráite is. And a boráite is an underwater reef. It's a rocky area where there's a dense kelp forest living on top of that rock. And any fisherman can tell you there is always going to be mangachi and balachi in that boráite. There's always going to be pollock and ballan wrasse hiding out in that kelp forest on the reef. So you can be hungry, and the likes of me and you, we look out at the sea, we know nothing, but they know where the boráite were without echo sounders, without radar. This was passed down from generation to generation, and the information isn't lost. Tá sé fós ann, it's still there. They know they can just take a boat out to that place, put down nets, put down a line, and they'll always get mangachi, always get balachi. At least they always used to get ballan wrasse and pollocks, as you know. There is less fish in the sea. But now we think we don't need them because we have echo sounders. But as we know at this moment, everything is up in the air. All the old certainties of economy, of climate, of land, of social structure, of government. We might need the information go bhfuil le stig don éireacht, le stig dus na focail, le stig dus na téirmí seo. We might need the information that was in this knowledge and this heritage. Tuair me sampl eile agus Comáid míid súla an tam. I'll give you 3 more minutes, and then you shut me up. So, on focail úsáid míad na gort goghine, their field. The word we use in West Kerry for a field is gort most of the time, a gort. But a gort is actually a very specific field. It's a field of full-grown corn or wheat, as opposed to gower, which is a field of young wheat or corn grass. But then that would be different from a field for like a boile. A boile is a field in which a cow waits before she's being milked. And that's different from a rain, which is an upland field, or a tour, which is a night field, or a cloin, which is a meadow field between two woodlands, or a mean, which is a smooth field, or plas, which is a level field, or readlan, which is a field of games or dancing, or machara, which is an open field, or maanair, which is an enclosed field, or taunach, which is an arable field in an arid area. But possibly my favourite words for fields are fields where something happened long ago, but no longer happens now, like Barnog. Barnog is a field made level by years of dancing. So, hashe go homlan soler go bhfuil tola shaun. It's very clear this information is within the language, within the culture. It'd be wonderful if we started looking back at it now and realizing, what can we get? How can we enrich ourselves by relying on the crana fertile or shinshire, by relying on the stout oars, as Martin O'Diron said of our ancestors, who again, as O'Diron says, bhí ag buint cart the nart na nul, that was so skilled at ag buint cart, taking the essence or taking the rights from the nart, from the strength of the nul, of the elements. We learned how to thrive here. We kept ourselves alive through so much difficulty, and we have brought that information with us. Tá sé go léir in Whale, it's all in danger, ach ag an am ceanna, níl sé cailte, tá sé go léir fós ann. It is all in danger, as I said, but at the same time, it's not lost. It's all there. So, Guillaume Urifshe, I beseech you with all of the masses information that you are having to take on behalf of all of us, and for which we are all so grateful, that you also bear in mind, Gwil Olas agus Tach to Shanachas Koma, that there is knowledge and wisdom and importance in our old heritage too. Mavida Buechas.
Na craisi sin go hall an gur míle mágus man con si go jazz just like bheith éisteach leis an gléir. So thank you so much. It's lovely. I don't want to put any more pressure on this room. It is not your responsibility to also revive the Irish language, okay? We have enough to do, but we'll bear it in mind that we'll maintain an emphasis on the heritage and the culture. Thank you everybody. Today was such a long day. I really appreciate it. I hope you can enjoy some rest tonight before we get back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you so much. This is the best version of a mehel, Moncon, we've been saying, you know, that you could ever see. So, Gurmila Magas Moncon, Gurmagav Galer, Agus Pekmishiv Amora. Okay, bye to everyone at home. Bye bye.